CK, why would you do some shit like that?
Yeah.
I don't understand that, man. Keep that shit, everything in context, man.
And I don't even blame her, yo. They grown men, yo.
We live, nigga.
Like, how they gonna go off like that over some shit?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it ain't even that. It wasn't even that serious, yo.
Yeah, I don't get that, yo. That's nuts.
Yeah, he did too much, man. I'm gonna joke him though. I got him. I got him. We be playing rough anyway. We be having fun anyway. This shit ain't personal, yo. It's some fun shit, yo.
We was talking about a specific argument.
Correct.
A specific argument about the Nation of Islam. Wasn't saying that they was trying to brainwash the community about the information that they putting on their page. We was specifically talking about promoting the Nation of Islam to the Black community during the pandemic.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all.
That's what we was talking about.
Yeah.
Along with all of the other crazy things they say about Black people in history and the origin of Black people. Like, I don't think they should be celebrated. You know what I mean? I don't think a Black supremacist group should be celebrated. You know, teaching Black children that white people are the devil. I don't think nothing about what the Nation of Islam do is healthy for Black people.
Now they outdated. They fighting like they in the 20s. Yo, we ain't the 20s no more, yo, when we ain't realized where Black people actually came from. So they origin is anti. They always been an anti-African. So I'm not promoting an anti-African group in the middle of a pandemic that's promoting death to our community. I'm not doing it, yo. Like, I ain't even built like that. So I don't know. So I niggas just be mad at me, yo. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't on my radar for as far as a healthy group to let my kids listen to. My kids have laughed me out the house. Hey, who is these clowns, Dad? You serious? Asia? Humans don't come from Asia. They come from Africa. Look, it's right here in my textbook. Right here. Look. See? Yeah, I can't. Yeah, nope. So yeah, man, I just would like to give a shout out to MBK, man. Sorry y'all have to leave, man. And sorry I'm not going live, so it's gonna give y'all the farewell, man. You know. So, you know, sorry ain't gonna be teaching no more, man. But we'll go back over those old videos. And you know. But yeah, but Rob on, don't go live no more though, boy. If you go live, if you go live, boy, I'm gonna joke you down, boy. I'm gonna joke them down. Yeah, they should. I think they just made an impulsive decision. That's what I think.
About what though? Like, what about if it was the statement that I made in a chat that wasn't giving context? What about that statement would make them say that they're not producing no more content for the community?
Yeah, that's not fair.
Like, yeah, that's like my comment will make y'all take the information that y'all have and not share it with the community no more.
That's wrong. That's like taking your basketball and go home type of shit, right?
Right. No, that's like taking the rims down. That's like taking some pliers and going up there, taking the whole goddamn rim down.
Nobody can learn no more because he made that statement. That's crazy, yo. Like, come on.
Out of context.
Yeah, out of context, man. Y'all gotta stop it. Stop it. Y'all gotta stop the MBK. Y'all gotta stop that. That ain't funny, yo. Y'all doing too much, yo. I know we got our ups and downs, but that ain't right. That's like me saying I'm no longer teaching because Rob Bourne said that Charles Darwin is a racist in the back chat, so I'm no longer teaching no more. That shit be crazy. Like, come on, yo. Come on, All right, man. So, you know. And one of them sisters out there, man, give him a hug, man. They need a hug, yo. Give him a hug, man. It ain't that heavy, man. Seriously, man. And they ain't got, matter of fact, they took all of it. I thought maybe that we could watch the latest video. They took all that out, right?
I don't think so. I ain't been over there. I don't think they took that stuff down.
When I went and clicked on it, it signed me out.
It did what?
It signed me out of YouTube. I signed back in. I went over there and clicked on it again, and it signed me back out.
Oh man, how they do that?
I don't know. I thought it was my children playing with me.
Yo, they took their videos down.
No, they didn't. I don't believe that. Nope.
I'm on their videos now.
Stop it.
The only one that's up is the last one they did. New Black Knowledge is dead. The final video.
Really?
Man, they looking for attention, man. That shit ain't real, man. That shit ain't. They trolling us, yo.
We don't believe you, Rob and Danny. We do not believe you.
Yeah, they trolling us now, yo.
Do not believe you. Stop playing. Yo, stop playing, yo.
They done got into it with Sinetta and everybody. And you gonna tell me because of a screenshot that hell no.
Yeah, I stop playing, yo.
Hell no, they played too much. That video did numbers though.
Is it? Did it?
Yeah. They trolling, yo. They trolling.
Hey, yo, I swear to goodness, yo, as much tomatoes and bananas as people throw at me, yo, I couldn't imagine us not, you know that video me and Sean did against them doctors? The dude say, nigga hit me on the video talking about, you're out of control, you got a 5th grade reading level, you disrespecting them people. I was like, damn, I was on my best behavior. Imagine me saying, I'm gonna shut it all down. I ain't doing it no more because of that. Nah, come on, yo. Nah, they trolling, yo. Yeah, man.
Yeah, they trolling.
Yeah, but I tell you what, the moment y'all go back live, yo, I'm cracking jokes. First of all, I don't believe you. I just don't believe that. I don't get the move. I don't get the move. I don't get that. What's up, Sean? Meat train.
But yeah, you know I'm working, yo. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I don't know. What is you and Pastor Bennett? What is he trying to act like, yo? It was Jesus Christ that actually did this.
I don't know. Let them argue. Nah, I guess he got mad because, you know, Mika said that I was talking. See, really, she gassed it up a little bit because she put more on it than it should have been. She put the sauce on it. So he went over there. Now, listen, this is how he talk about he do his homework, right? So if he do his homework, then he would know that we don't even use the word spirituality on the Masi. Now, when you go back years ago, we used the word to kind of draw people in to sync them. But this is how I know he don't pay attention, because if you look at when I rebut claims or presentations, for instance, like your boy Jamar, what did I do to Jamar? I pointed him. I played a clip, and I came behind in a presentation style with the actual data. Mm-hmm. Everybody that I've did rebuttal videos to or on, I've shown the actual evidence that counters the claims. Mm-hmm. I have not done that. So I just was kicking the shit because I knew that he used 2 people in particular, and I wanted people to see like why he didn't bring this out. You know what I mean? He said that he was saying exactly what I was saying, but he didn't bring out the way those ladies and Carter G. Woodson and W.B. Du Bois had issues with the use of the church and how it was misused. Now, he said he was saying all of those things, right? But if he was saying all of those things, and I heard it 3 times, it wasn't clear that you were saying all of these things. So if he really want me to thoroughly critique, to thoroughly critique him in a presentational style and refute the information in the video, I have no problem. Because first of all, he believes that Christianity was already on the continent. And even in what I read from the Africans on the continent, They said that it was foreign to them. It was an immigrant religion. And they Africanized it. Because if it was already there, ain't no sense in them having to Africanize Islam or Christianity. You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
So he can't say that he's saying all of the things that I'm saying if we're saying two different things. So now the only reason that pastors seem to think that I have a problem with him and says, well, you didn't critique all the other people. I didn't care nothing about all them other people. The only people that I cared about was Pastor Bennett because I genuinely like Pastor Bennett. It's not, even though it may seem like I don't, because it seems like I'm attacking him or something all the time. That ain't got nothing to do with it, bro. I done told the man before. I actually have an immense amount of respect for him. So all the other stuff that he was saying, trying to finesse it and go on and on about it, that was bullcrap. Because that didn't even really strike a blow. Like, for instance, if that had came from somebody else in that same manner, I probably would have snapped. But because it was him, I know what's going on right there. He playing back to the crowd, you know what I'm saying? So that wasn't nothing, man. I ain't into all of that. Not with him. He a pastor.
So y'all having a discussion tonight?
Yeah, if that's what he want to do, I don't care. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We can go there, and we can, and I'm going to use as a part of the conversation, if I have to, I'm going to use topics from True Storian because he gives Danny all the props. So I'm going to, because MBK channel is down, and this is goodbye MBK. I'm going to use True Storian. I'm going to use True Storian information, not his information. I'm not going to use it. Let me apologize. I'm going to use sources that he referred me to, that I've read wholeheartedly and that I stood on. So that's it. You know what I mean? If I got to do that, because if I go to Africa, you know what I mean, and that's what he want to do. Oh, don't make me bring up. Man, I don't care nothing about you bringing up no doubt. I'm not indoctrinated. You know what I mean? I ain't caught up in a belief. I'm not bound by anything. So you saying this, that, and the third means nothing to me. It doesn't diminish Africa. I'm still gonna stand up and defend Africa. I don't care nothing about the belief system. Like I don't think that he understands that I argue with everybody. So why he feeling so special, I have no idea why. I argue with my teachers. So hell yeah, I'm gonna argue with you. I'm not calling him my teacher, but yeah, I'm gonna argue with you.
Ain't lying, boy.
Hey. And I don't think people understand that. Like, people realistically don't understand. They think that I'm being selective. No, bro. I argue with everybody because I want us to be right. I don't care nothing about if white people wrong.
I don't know who works. You're a
I
chef.
respect that. I
don't know who works. You're a chef.
No, he pissed me off yesterday. Right? But it was a good thing, right? Because he made me really source up. I knew I was right? But he kept messing with me so bad, you feel me? He made me actually source up. So all that stuff I shot at you up, it was really for Sean for when we really get down. It really wasn't about you up. I just showed you that because Sean kept messing with me on the Facebook page.
Hey, and guess what? After you did all that, Unc called me. Unc called me, Shepard. He's like, yo, man, so where you really at with this shit?
We trying to, hey, listen, since this is the farewell show.
No, still sharp and still low, so I appreciate it. You feel me?
Nah, no problem, bro. No problem. That's all I was trying to get you to do anyway.
That's what I thought. But listen, this is the farewell show. MBK, man, we appreciate your guys, rocking out and presenting information, man. Sorry you had to shut your channel down, man. But Ain't that how you do it? You wave like this, right? Was like this. Yo, they stop it, yo. Farewell, MBK, man. Appreciate your work, man. We'll definitely figure out a way to get those extra videos from you, and we'll post them on our channel. We'll do that. So, hey, where you at? Where you at, Corey?
What up? Peace.
Yo, playing Call of Duty.
Welcome to the Farewell MBK show.
This the Farewell MBK?
Yeah, they quit.
Oh, okay.
You gonna blame Chef, yo?
That's cold blooded, man. That's cold blooded.
Said I made them quit YouTube.
Hey, quit, yo. I'm gonna blame you, Chef. It's your fault, bro. We're blaming you.
That's hilarious. We gotta find that mole, yo. Now look, YouTube community, this what happened. Somebody in our Facebook, y'all help us out with this. Somebody in the Pseudo Killers Facebook back chat screenshotted our conversation about the Nation of Islam when we started going back and forth with MBK over the work for the Nation of Islam. And one of the conversations I had stated that MBK was trying to brainwash us, basically pushing the Nation of Islam on us during a pandemic, that they were somebody that was worth listening to during the pandemic by them being anti-vaccine and all of that. That was the context of the conversation. Mm-hmm. Somebody sent that to them, screenshot them, and sent it to them. So we trying to figure out who did it.
Who did it?
Who did it?
Who did it? Who did it?
Who did it? That's what we trying to figure out. You know what I mean?
Who shut them down? Baby.
And this is the thing. It has to be somebody that they don't even respect. See, that's the issue. If I send somebody something in confidentiality, right? And they like, if I'm having a conversation, if me and say Corey or Sean having a private conversation, right, about some stuff that only I know that, right? And somebody take that conversation back to the person that we was talking about. And the person that we was talking about come back to me with the information, then they don't even respect who told them that. Because it's going to lead back to whoever was the middleman in that. So they don't even care about whoever told them that. Just know that. They don't even care. Because it's going to come out. I'm cool with all of them guys. It's going to come out who really sent that. You know what I mean? Who really the shit starter. MBK ain't gone nowhere, man.
Yes, the years, man. They shut it down.
They ain't gone nowhere. That shit starter, look, the shit starter is the person.
MBK is dead, yo.
Nah, hell no.
MBK is dead, brother.
Hell no.
What you think? You think it's a game?
The crazy part, Chef, is that the person who did that is gonna be the one who ousted, because in the end, like, it ain't like we ain't gonna never talk to Rob Bourne or True Storian again or nothing like that.
Right.
At least for me, I don't really.
You on with Chanel now?
Anyway, but what
I'm telling you, it's bad
conversation.
Oh, Chanel, you on the MBK, right?
Or nothing.
I mean, MBK is dead, and real quick, and I don't mean to cut the brother Corey off. I apologize, but to insinuate that it's solely about comments and back chats is a little disingenuous. It's a little bit bigger than that. It's an overall perspective with regards to Black history and its importance. And that's
video, Chanel, yo. Come on, yo.
Say again.
I know you MBK, yo, but did you see the video?
What, our video?
Yeah, yo.
I mean, again, it's a culmination of year after year, we find ourselves in the same predicament.
Like what?
Unfortunately, Black History Month has turned into Shoot at Black Organization Month. And I didn't come, brother, real quick. I didn't come into this for that. Like, I don't do the back and forth, the conjecture, the ad hominems. That ain't what I really came in it for. So when we create a space that's that supports the growth regardless of theologies or what people believe in. And then you have people using their critiques based on theology when these organizations have been around since the beginning of Black culture. I just can't, and it's really bigger than that. When the Kanye West situation came out, we addressed it. When the Origin of the Conscious community came out, we addressed it. So at every step where we felt like somebody stepped over the line, we addressed it. So it's not like this type of sentiment is nuanced. It's been here. So the way we give out information, we changing up the way we give out information. It doesn't necessarily affect you all. It affect the way we give out information. So if that changes to a different platform and a different mode of production, that's just what it is. So
I see. I respect that.
And my thing is, real quick, to end.
I don't respect that.
I was on y'all channel. I was over here. I was on Pseudo Killers, and we had a conversation with regards to the topic, and it was it. So after which, any sentiments regarding to it, it's like, damn, we already had a conversation. We already done spoke about this. If anybody know MBK, we ain't really tripping on viewerships because whether it's 1 or 100, quality over quantity. So just like the brother we had on our channel today, like that's what we talking about. So it just for us, it's consistent at every step that we felt that a line was crossed, we addressed it. It just
not every step.
Sean, let me say this real quick.
Like Sean, like listen, Sean, you fool.
Shanae, hold on.
Not every step.
You don't even know it, Sean. Like Sean, listen. First of all, I'm gonna keep it, Sean. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm fighting for you, Sean.
I know
listen,
you are. I know you are. I fight for you every day.
But Sean, that's not. But again, that falls flat with regards to the topic in which you speak about when I'm not around. Listen, integrity is a staple. It's not some little insignificant. Bro, I'm talking to Sean at the moment.
Let him say it. Let him say it,
please. No, but I was trying. Sean, though, hold on.
My
Sean,
bad.
though,
I apologize. My bad, bro. I apologize.
Yeah, you kind of gave us the sob story, Sinead. And I'm saying
My fault. Go ahead.
But I ain't gonna let y'all get away with the sob story, dog. Y'all do shit. Y'all ain't the angels walking on fucking water, neither though, Sinead. So I'm saying Raw Born get y'all in all kind of shit. He do the same shit I be doing. We just be talking shit. It be fun, yo. It's the way, that's how we get off the information. Now, MBK was always a little more quieter and a little more wasn't doing all that. And so I respect you saying that. So I'm saying, yo, we cracking jokes around this motherfucker. I might say, oh man, that shit boring as shit over there. Yo, I might write that in the comment, but you know how many niggas that said we was born? It's a fucking joke, dog. So anybody that screenshot that shit need to get punched in their fucking mouth.
See, I think that's where the disagreement comes in, because you feel like as if it's just some disagreements and people who watching. My bad. I apologize.
Y'all ain't no more dedicated to this shit than anybody else, dog. So if y'all make a rule and y'all rule is don't shoot at black people on Black History Month, then make sure nobody in your group do it. We got a rule over here though, that we banging on your motherfucking ass if you giving out flies in the middle of a pandemic and you claiming you don't come from Africa. We banging. We don't care what money it is. Like that's what we do. I don't expect y'all to do that though. I get it. So don't let other people's rules stop y'all flow. Everybody enjoy watching the channel. Like, y'all crazy if y'all act like everybody don't enjoy watching the channel. Like, because niggas is shooting that Black History Month is just not for y'all. It's for everybody. And everybody can do it the way they want to do it. That's called variation, yo. So if a nigga think I'm shooting at the Nation of Islam, then I'm wondering, so y'all know they hooked up with the white boys in Scientology. So y'all know they fuck with the cult, Jim Jones. So y'all know all that though, right? Y'all know they just gave out pamphlets in the middle of a pandemic that could potentially get niggas murked by the virus, right? So we should be able to say that. Y'all should be able to say what y'all say about it. And that don't mean we just quit doing what we do, because the people lose when we stop doing what we do, bro. Just tell Raw Born stop diving in it. But that's what me and Raw Born do. That's
Yo, hey, yo, real quick. I gotta take up for the God. I can't, let it run.
I know I'm not being. Listen,
Real brother,
I'm not
bro, real quick.
disrespecting
This real quick, and I want to respect the platform. So when we exclude or try to separate the God, I can't really go for that because again, the information in which the God presented to you about the NOI and its contributions were yet unanswered, and that's what at the end of the day it comes back to. It comes back to the information. We don't have to dwell into the minutia of a topic of, listen, it's easy. It's 2021. Everybody got a computer in their pocket. If you want to discuss the importance of vaccines, and listen, the conscious community is not a microcosm for Black people. Even if you have a segment of the population who supports the Nation of Islam, good for them. They're not an overall forecast of the climate and the weather that's coming to Black people. So all we have to do is deal with the information. That's the beauty and the importance of what MBK was. Regardless of what your ideas was.
Don't say what it was.
Yo, MBK is gone. Yo, like, I don't think y'all get it. Like, listen, my brother, like, I don't think the people understand.
Nah, no,
listen.
Wait. You don't think the people understand? Dude, you know how many tomatoes I done got thrown at? Y'all, the shit y'all going through is nothing, bro. Like, that's nothing in what I done went through.
See, that's the point, See, I don't want to I'm not a glutton for punishment. I listen, when somebody shows me the door, I walk out of the door. I don't raise Cain as I walk out of the said door.
Y'all well respected though. Like
Chef.
Well respected.
Come on. Chef, come on, my brother.
Yeah, yo, you crazy.
Yo, all right, cool. I ain't gonna go back and forth, just like you, yo.
Listen, like, I don't want to go back and forth.
I done dealt with Truth Historian. I hit his Cash App when he go live. Like, y'all well respected. Information is well respected, but I ain't gonna just toot y'all horn because y'all got a disagreement with us. But it's crazy.
Brother Sheffrin, if you have a issue with regard to the way we highlight and put to the forefront the Nation of Islam, brother, that's easy work. Then if I'm falling short on the lack of information, it's Black History Month. Like every
it wasn't
year,
even that though, Sinead.
Chef, real quick, and listen, it's a macro issue, not a micro issue.
Okay.
Every year we find ourselves into these spaces where we have to defend Black organizations. For what? Why do we have to defend Black organizations? All we should be able.
That question.
Oh, and I will. Give me a second. Why do we have to defend?
Why these niggas gave out pamphlets in the middle of a fucking pandemic, putting out live? That's
real
a good
quick,
question. You should have called up.
That's the beauty. That's the beauty of New Black Dollar, because I do get it, and my brother, ain't nobody around me that's involved with. Listen, my brother. Again, I feel like we are engaging in the minutia of the topic. If you feel like it's important to highlight the information with regard to vaccines when we speak about
it, what it was though, Shanann.
My brother, I get what it was. I get what your point was. Do I feel like the timing in which you began to put forth your information in regard to vaccines, do I feel like it was correct? That's what we take issue with. Every time we felt like the community overstepped the boundary, we addressed it. It's nothing new.
About stepping on the boundaries, yo.
If it's the Kanye West, slavery is a mindset situation, we steadfast on that. Right. Whether it was the conscious community and its origins, regardless of somebody's theology, we stood on that. That's a history that's undeniable. Regardless if I have been diagnosed with the angry Christian syndrome, I have to acknowledge the importance of these said institutions, whether or not they was Christians or not. Because if you read David Walker's appeal, he was screaming insurrection and he was a Christian. So obviously somebody's theology doesn't prevent them from liberating themselves. So NBK is a space that, listen, man, whatever you subscribe to, we tell history like Dr. John Henry Clarke said, without presupposition.
What? Come on.
That's what he said. He said he tell history without presupposition. Let's tell history
So
how it happened. To
Thank
tell
you.
history how it happened. So if we speak about a tool used by Africans before they even got to North America to liberate themselves, even when they got to America, they used it to liberate themselves. It's not the freaking religion. It's the organization that the religion manifested. That Black church meant more to Black folks than whether or not Jonas was real, whether than a nigga got swallowed by a whale. It's regardless of that. That's where your syncretism happened. And we are unable to see the bigger picture because we so wrapped around with arguing the theology.
Wait, hold on, Sinead. Hold on, bro. I'm just trying to let you know, yo, that religion is a cultural thing. And so when we talk about cultural practices, yo, this anti-African, then the way we do our thing is we deal with it, yo. Right? So I'm saying while y'all busy trying to say what the Nation of Islam actually did or when they did it, or we never, or I think you think we never answered the claims, right? But there never was any claims made. I simply made a statement in the heat of the battle, doing what I do. I simply said they ain't did shit for us. Now, was that 100% accurate? Of course not. It was a statement. So I feel like I should be able to make a statement, right, and not get critiqued when the statement doesn't overshadow the fact that we're in the middle of a pandemic. And the pamphlets that the people are making a statement by can potentially cause real harm to people. So that's when I really supposed to toot the horn in Black history. Don't support them niggas. I don't care what you did for the last 90, 80, 2 years, because we've been in the pandemic for damn near 3 years. So to hell with the last 82 years. These last 3 years, y'all killing us at this point. When do we get off the boat? It's sinking. Like, so I don't gotta keep big up in Malachi York after we figured out he raped them
See,
babies.
and that's real quick. Why I just want to separate. We're not comparing Malachi York and the Wahabians to
Why not?
the autumn.
No,
Why would I?
Let me
Why
make my
would I?
point. There are people out there.
Let me explain you the. Let me explain to you the
Hold on,
difference. My bad.
Shanab,
I
hold on,
apologize.
Listen, Shanab, there are people out there that fuck with the new weapons like that. They stay on my head, dog. You can't tell them that how you not supporting this nigga in Black History Month. They are ignoring the obvious. The same way the people that you claim the Black community is supposed to love the Nation of Islam, we are ignoring the obvious. Like, so I really didn't answer that claim because it never was about that. But I'm gonna deal with it. Don't think I'm not gonna deal with that. Don't think that me sitting right in here not gonna take a month to make sure that all the fucking money they earned went to the Black community. I want to see how much of that money really went to the Black. Dude, like I'm on my A game with this. I just let that shit slide, dog. Because the conversation, I never even really cared about what they did or what they didn't do. I cared about the harm based off of these pamphlets that they put out. That's what I cared about. So Black History Month for me is a small thing compared to the lives of my grandmother and my grandfather. Okay? And my children's uncle who they love who died from coronavirus. The Black History Month don't mean shit to brother over my family that died because of coronavirus, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a name. It's symbolic of what we do. When the truth is, we're supposed to be doing understanding Black history and Black culture every day so that we can get out this situation or make it better. It's a ceremony, dude. So, man, like I never wanted to get into a deep conversation about what the Nation of Islam did. That wasn't. I just made a statement. Rawborn being Rawborn, he dove in. So y'all take shit too. I don't take it personal. Y'all just take it too personal, bro. Like, come on, man. You expect people to just sit around and shake their head. Like, come on, man. That's not gonna happen. So yeah, when Kanye West made the statement, let's keep it above. We came out and said, yo, the nigga was right in that statement. Y'all deemed it wasn't right. But you can't get mad that we had an opposing thing. Like I always felt like that every man I sit there and watch the samurai. I'm gonna tell you something, dog. When they knew it was over with, them niggas took their own life because they had a choice. So for me, it's weak to say that black people don't have no choice. That's weak for me. So now we're feeble, weak people who don't have a choice. Yeah, I could have committed suicide. There was African people that committed suicide before they got on them ships because they had a choice. And then some people made a choice to get on the ships because their babies was on it. That's their choice.
That's crazy as hell.
That's
You force somebody. Slavery ain't a choice. Why do you think they had guns on you? They took your choice away from you. So death, hold on. So death, so it's either do what I say or die, and you're equating that to choice, the preservation of your life and your well-being being mutilated, right?
Chef, I'm saying
that's too much, yo.
You
need to find another word, yo.
Japanese
you need to find another context to put choice in, yo.
I know what I'm saying. If you study Japanese culture, yo.
I'm not talking about Japanese, yo.
I'm making a point here, yo. When they surrounded their motherfucking ass, yo, they stabbed themselves in the stomach and cut.
That's the warriors,
no.
Yes.
Because
that's the warriors. What about the Japanese people who got dominated and colonized? Why all Japanese people ain't kill themselves doing colonization?
Nobody colonized in Africa, yo. They didn't have to.
Hold on.
They could have fought to the last man if they choose.
If the Japanese is so fucking serious when they was colonized by the Europeans, why they ain't all kill themselves?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about now, Chef. You hearing what you want to
hear. I mean, this my point, yo. At the end of the day, you know, I heard you brothers speaking about if it was Hinduism, it would have been Hinduism. If it was this, it would have been. But that's not what the topic of discussion is. We're telling history without presupposition. I don't have to add a segue or an asterisk for them being Christian heads. The bigger picture is Black Africans using Christianity or Catholicism as a way to ameliorate themselves. That's the bigger picture. That's the guns and the guns of butter. It's not to segment any group out, but let's just be clear. This is not no determination based upon no back chat, screenshot leak. If anyone's been following the channel over the last few years, we've come to these precipices before to where it's like, damn, we're giving out the information, but people don't want to hear it. And yet another Black History Month, the month that is chosen to define and uplift and pay reverence to Black organizations. I don't care what the theology of the Nation of Islam is, nor do I care how they use that theology to support their healthcare choices. That's a personal choice for them, period. I could care less about their theology. My purpose is to speak about the importance of the way that organization was manifested, and that no liberation theology that you can find of Black people in this country fails to mention them. Now, you can feel like they're not important because of their viewpoints on the vaccine.
On the vaccine, okay.
So let me finish. Let me explain to you. Their viewpoints on the vaccine doesn't erase the history that they was able to cement, brother. That's all we saying. We don't big up no religion. I don't care what you can believe in a rock and a porcupine for all I care. But if your ideas are useful to the liberation of my people, do what you want to do. But when we begin to segment people based on their ideas and theology, that's when I can't really. The Black church argument in itself, shouts out to Brother Reggie, is a foolish way to start. There's a plethora of places that we can start when it comes to shooting at Black people and Black institutions. That's the root. If you shoot at the root, it's like dealing with Abraham. I don't have to deal with nobody else if you got to get past Abraham. So we're gonna say Black organizations is a microcosm for Black people. Why even use the NOI as a linchpin? Just build on the information. You don't have to necessarily call out a particular organization. Build on the information. The information is most important.
Man.
Regardless of the organization, the information stands firm.
You ever been in a cult before, Sinead?
Truth try to help y'all with this cult thing, and I don't know if y'all heard them.
No, I'm asking you.
I don't know what do you mean by code? Describe what a code is
That you
for the
got
people.
one
For the people.
charismatic leader, and all decisions are made through the one charismatic leader, which causes the whole organization to mockingbird and follow that information, no matter how right or how wrong it is. It's the most unhealthiest environment ever when there's one voice and one guy and one person. It defies logic. But human beings do this based off of their belief systems. They do it all the time. So when I say the Nation of Islam is called, I mean it. I mean they did what they did because they was building a Nation of Islam. They wasn't building a nation for black people. The civil rights, the Christians in the civil rights movement, they did that for black people. Whatever they did, it helped black people. They got laws passed that all black people, no matter what religion they was, could get some benefit out of that. No matter what, yo, you could be a Muslim, you can ride anywhere you want on the bus. You could be a Christian, you can ride anywhere on the bus. You can be a Jew, you can get it, you can get any job you want. So what did the Nation of Islam build for black people? No, they built it for the Nation of Islam. And I'm telling you, but that is okay. It's nothing wrong with that. But I'm not gonna sit and act like that ain't what they did. Like, I'm saying maybe I'm just losing my mind or something, or maybe it's because I was in the cult, I can smell them out of the way. But everything they did was for the benefit of of building a Nation of Islam. That's simple. That's it. There's no, like, there's nothing wrong with that though. That's their right to build a nation when everybody be Muslims and do because that way and think that niggas came down on the spaceship, came from Asia. But don't say they was for all black people because they wasn't. The Martin Luther King and them was for all black people though. And we know based off of the works. All black people can benefit. So tell me what programs, okay, they had some drugs, appreciate that. But when I was strung out on drugs, I couldn't go to a damn Nation of Islam rehab because it wasn't none. 30 years ago, it wasn't none.
So you're a believer just like the nation people was, huh?
No, I'm saying that the Nation of Islam benefited the Nation of Islam because it was a cult, yo. What Pastor Bennett and them do is totally Pastor Bennett and them, man. First of all, when the funny part about it is, man, we all act like we ain't went to church.
Listen, real quick.
There's different levels of belief in the church. Everybody that go to church don't believe half that shit the pastor say.
Well, you just suggested that everybody who sees that, everybody who sees that pamphlet is not going to take the vaccine. That's what you just, we talking about potato tomato here.
This is not the freedom of will, whatever the hell we want to, this is not that moment, yo, where you get freedom to lie to people. They lie. It's not even.
Yo, you have put yourself in a position where you are arguing with believers on purpose.
No, it's not.
I'm not arguing with no believer on purpose. Listen, if that's what them people choose to, subscribe to, choose to believe, your only option is provide an alternative. It's a difference. I don't have to shoot at nobody. All I got to do is provide the information and fade to black. That's what all I have to do. You dig what I'm saying? But if it's year after year, the same shit, when we've already understood an alternative, we already formed a online lyceum that's created for people who may not know what we talking about, can come and build.
What's the difference between what Unc's doing and what other people are doing when they arguing with abos? What's the difference?
I mean, I don't know about no abo argument. What abo argument are you talking? There isn't no abo argument. There is no debate. John Henry Clark, Mario Lefkowitz. Their arguments, their discussions let me know what they haven't read yet. There is no debate. Debates are only happen when the opposing sides are equal. There is no debate in a conversation with an Aboriginal. They're not educated yet. They haven't read enough yet. You point them in the right direction. That's a difference. What are we debating people on?
So nobody's debating with abos on MBK.
There is no debate. Go look at the comment section. I say it
No,
all
no,
the
no, no, no.
time.
I'm not looking
There
in the
is no
comment
debate.
section. I'm talking about the video
No,
content
we're
where
not
people are
debating.
calling out the Aboriginals to
We're
argue.
not debating. We're not debating. I'm
I
calling you out
don't
to
want to
come.
say
Listen,
y'all.
I'm waking you up.
I'm not trying to say
Listen,
y'all.
I'm
Chanel.
waking you up to come see this information. There is no debate here. We have to go to the definition of debate. There is no debate here. And we saying that Africans didn't call themselves Africans in the 18th century. There is no debate. You know this more than anyone else. That's not a debate. That's me showing you something and you correct yourself. Is that a debate?
Right, Shanab. But ain't no debate. The vaccines.
All right, then. So that's a difference.
25 years, Shanab. There is no debate on that. There's no debate that the pamphlet they had was some bullshit lies spreading out. There's no debate on that. You're right, bro. I like that. I like the way you did that because I can definitely use it. So I never was. It wasn't. So when I made my statements, it wasn't even a debate. I was teaching you about what vaccines was and what they wasn't. You're right, Shanab.
We agree. We talk about onismus. We understand the importance of vaccines. That's not what the issue is. Listen, we shouldn't be proselytizing life-saving vaccines in 2021. There's no need to proselytize the importance of a vaccine when everybody who we talking about has been vaccinated already. Just get the information.
Yeah,
Here's the
but if
information on
we in
vaccine,
the middle of
bones.
hold on, so that we in the middle of a pandemic, and 47% of the Black community is vaccine hesitant. So that's why we talking about it, right? Like it's a little bit.
And concrete Corey, piece of you. That's a learning moment. We can explain why Black folks are vaccine
That's what we
conscious.
be doing. That's why we be. That's what we're talking
Right?
about. We're talking about the
But
misinformation.
that's to throw away your organization based
hold
off
on,
how your
though.
disagreements are. It's a different
Hold on, bro.
story.
Because I heard you for about 10 minutes or so. I'm saying what we doing over here. We saying we are pointing out the misinformation, and so that we can nail it down point by point. And we don't. The Nation of Islam is just one of the people who doing the misinformation that we talked about or that we discussed on the channel. So like we can't critique bad information. If you put information out in the public, you take a pamphlet, you write your name on it, you co-sign it, you stamp it with your name and signature and insignia and all of that, right? And you put it out in public, right? And that's immediately when it's up for scrutiny. Everybody and anybody can scrutinize it. The fat punk in his grandmama's basement that's eating Twinkies can scrutinize it because it's in public. You said, well, that's their personal preference, what they do with their health. No, it's not when they promoting it out in public in the middle of a pandemic. It's no longer their personal preference. If they kept it in the walls of the synagogue or in the closet or under the bed at their house or in the attic or whatever, wherever they do their thing at, then it would be their personal thing. But they brought it out in public in the middle of a pandemic. And my people, Black people, the people that I love, are 47% likely not. They 47% of them are vaccine hesitant. So that's the difference. That's where the difference is right now. And when we're talking about honoring somebody in Black History Month in 2020 and 2021, they don't get the honor in Black History Month. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Y'all see the screen? 90 years. It said Nation of Islam, 90 years. Don't let them vaccinate you with their history of tragedy through vaccine. Man, come on, man. Treachery through vaccines, man, come on, man. Honorable Elijah Muhammad, July 4th, 2020. Stop it. Stop that. Experimental vaccine. Dude, they just straight lying. They just making up shit. That ain't, man, come on, man. No, they lost that. No, they lost that, yo. Honor. Why would I honor that? Why would I honor that? Why? So if Black History Month is supposed to be sacred, then you know Black people make shit sacred, right? It's so much sacred that we bring our children around it. Then why? Why would I honor that? You're like, man, 500,000 people died in the United States. and black people died at a higher rate. So that means out of 500,000 people, more black people died. Or more black people at least was affected by it. What's the joke? So here's my point. Do we do ourselves injustice and a dishonor when we try to make the holiday more important than the people? I thought the holiday was for the people. I didn't know that a holiday meant more than our life, meant more than our health, meant more than the taking care of the babies. That's why I don't shout out the new. You don't hear me talk about what positive shit the new Wyverns did. You barely hear me talk about that. So like everything in the cult ain't negative, by the way. So like that's not bashing black organization. So you trying to tell me if you was to take the Nation of Islam out of the civil rights movement, right? Where we'd have been at today? Malcolm only met Martin Luther King one damn time. We don't act like they was sitting around buddy, rapping and talking. That ain't what it was. If you was to take, I'm gonna say this again, take the Nation of Islam out of the 60s movement, yo, where would we be today? Right here doing the same shit. They just wouldn't have had no anti-vaccine rhetoric because they was anti-vaccine from the beginning. How many lives of black people have been affected because they took the little crazy Nation of Islam note to school, which got them out of getting vaccinated? How many kids, how many mothers lost babies? We ain't got no stats on that. How many black babies caught polio? We ain't got no stats on that. 90 years of anti-vaccine jargon. 90 years of some bullshit. Come on, man. Like when they get the break because it's black. Nah, dog. I'm just saying that ain't how the program work around here. And I'm saying I get it. I get what you're saying, Sinead. You know what I'm saying? But that shit could have waited till after the pandemic. That little argument me and Rob Bourne had, that could have ended. That could have happened after that, man. Nobody was trying to tear down Black History Month. Like, come on, man. I'm Black History Month all day, every day for me. I don't see, I'm saying just because I don't see the importance for me and my family doesn't mean I don't support y'all. That go for Chef and everybody. If that's what you want to tell your babies, rear up. It's Black History Month and we give all these facts and shit and that's good. All right. I'm saying, but my family, we do this every day. Every day. Every day. Every day. So, you know, for me, man, it is what it is. But that don't mean I don't support y'all in y'all work or I don't support them because y'all Black History Month. All right. I'm just saying it ain't that slick to me. Robert Rand, what is you doing, man?
Well, go on. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, bro. I just want to read you. I
can't hear you. Faded out, Robert Rand.
Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. What's up?
All right, bro. I just want to read you. I got this book. I don't know if you could see it. Wait, let me see. Well, anyway, it's called Islam and the Search for African-American Nationhood, Elijah Muhammad, Louis Farrakhan, and Nation of Islam by Dennis Walker. And it says here, Farrakhan in Ghana, 1986. On his 1986 visit to Ghana, Farrakhan experienced and responded to the realities of Black America in a way not consonant with Elijah's idolized image of global Black unity. The East and Mother Africa. He found latter day Ghana was fragmented, run down, underdeveloped, in a word he used time and time again to describe it, poor, and he soon became fully aware of the depth and the division and ill feeling between African Americans, African Muslims, and the much better educated, prosperous, and politically more powerful Christians in this and other sub-Saharan Black societies. Farrakhan therefore muted the Nation of Islam's past I can't pronounce that word, apathy to Christianity and the Bible, and insisted that Christianity and Islam were virtually two labels from the same spirit, and all Africans unite to liberate and develop their own continent from Cairo to the Cape. At the same time, he quite misread Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings' military-based regimen as a sincere attempt at Islam, like egalitarianism, nationalist governance. Rawlings was attempting to renew the vision of Kwame Nkrumah. Farrakhan felt in 1989, like the critical articles of Black African dictatorships in Waris journals, Farrakhan responded to cast divisions in India in the 1980s, instance growing Black Muslim awareness of oppression, ethnic divisions, and poverty in those Asian and African societies. Once mythologized and idolized under Elijah, disillusionment and painful achievement of differentiating visions here mark a significant progression in the U.S. Black Muslims' consciousness from the original transcontinental protest methodology to actualized transcontinental relationships with Africans, Arabs, and Asians. I mean, that's just one thing I wanted to show you, that he did make an attempt to make relations globally with Africans in Africa, to connect us with Africans in Africa. I just wanted to point that out, brother.
What you point out? You took it on to get that, to the point.
Well, my point I think I was trying to make is that Farrakhan is not anti-African. Okay. So I think you were wrong in that aspect.
Okay. Did you read it? You read the doctrine?
Is the doctrine anti-African?
I'm talking about
and he supported. He supported his doctrine. So how, like, make that make sense?
I actually cannot make that make sense.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about.
I understand.
Yeah, that was just out of context what you just read.
Okay.
But it was a good, nice little reading.
It's difficult to put theology in context, so I think that's sort of a trick question. But I think it overall misses what the brother was trying to point out with the reference that he showed and read from. This idea, like Malcolm thought the same thing. He beat his head on the ground like everyone else did. But this idea of Africanness superseded his theology. And I think that's the difference. When you're able to separate your theology from your actuality and history, that separates you with regard to your effectiveness when it comes out of Black liberation and Black history. So what we show is individuals who are able to separate that, to separate theology from the actuality and the realismism of what's happening in the day. So it could be a stretch to suggest that, yeah, he went to Africa, but if he anti-Africa, why is he going to Africa? Why is he even engaging in African leadership if his position is anti-African? Again, we shouldn't look to theology to explain the reality. They booked it, like, again, why are we arguing with believers? When did believers' theology become a point of reference in our discussions about liberation, let alone our discussions about history? So that's for me, that's when it becomes a little too much. And I don't know what Sean was asking me before, but I just don't understand where the school of thought come from, where we had the ability, sipping on 2021 juice, to be able to dictate what organizations can and can't come to the cookout. Like, that's like, I'm trying to figure out what authority do we have. And maybe you brothers could explain. Maybe I'm late to the cookout, but for us to be able to disregard institutions and what they laid down because of a particular opinion, it's ludicrous to me. Like, that's not the bigger picture that we should be looking at.
Let me say something. Like, because the conversation keeps spiraling to different directions, bro. Like, the point of contention is we was talking about vaccinations, bro. We talk about vaccines on the show constantly. When we were referring to the Nation of Islam, they're not being recognized as based on the anti-vaccine stance. So pointing out different things that did in history is really irrelevant to the conversation they was having about vaccines and being in a worldwide pandemic.
Well, I
Right?
disagree with you because your brother mentioned a specific date with regard to the NY. He said 1975. So it's not just about the vaccines. COVID-19 didn't exist in 1975.
That's because the conversation kept spiraling from different
what
points.
you just I just want to be clear as a point of reference. What you just alluded to isn't what the situation is. There was a line drawn in the sand with regards to the importance of the NOI during Black History Month pre-1975.
What's the importance?
Not at first, it wasn't.
That's not what I'm saying.
No.
Listen.
Hey, listen.
Y'all jumping in the conversation. Chanel, you gotta listen, bro. Like you gotta listen.
Address was those specific items that were discussed during y'all bill. That's what this particular conversation is about.
No. Both of y'all, all y'all jumped in at different points, bro, and didn't get the whole context.
Listen, I was in your peanut gallery. Listen to you.
Hold on, bro. I'm saying, like, you gotta allow other person to speak, bro. Listen, in that same bill, I think you can go back here and say, listen, man, maybe in 21, 22, we can deal with the Nation of Islam, but right now, in the pandemic, we can't. I think he made that statement during the same show. Right? Saying that right now what's going on, we can't support that, right? So it's kind of disingenuous to represent what we're doing as, say, proselytation for something that's health-based. Because that's what the case, when you turn on your damn radio, all they're doing is bringing on doctors and virologists right now to educate the people. So that you can't consider that proselytization. The reason they're doing these shots on TV is to educate the masses because we're in a critical health situation that we may never see in our lifetime. Bro, this is like, very few people experience this in this lifetime. This is like one-time event for most people. So that's really what the conversation about. Then it spiraled into 1975 and then proving all the other stuff. And I mean, like, when it comes down to it, like y'all can have that. We're dealing with the vaccines and the pandemic and NOI, what they're doing right now is detrimental to Black people. Point blank, period. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey, man, look. So, I mean, the way I feel about issues ain't the way everybody feels about issues. But, I mean, I just, like, wait a minute. Like, if you go back about 8 years, I had Sister Layla Wells on the Blog Talk Show for those who've been following us that long. And she was the first person to alert our community that the Nation of Islam was dealing with Scientology. So maybe y'all don't know what Scientology is, or maybe y'all don't give 3 flyings about it. So Scientology is where you find those rich people and they have this religion, and I can't even think some of the stars just all wrapped into that nonsense. They were starting to really get out of that nonsense because it took a lot of money. Scientology hooked up with the Nation of Islam and started targeting our community. And right on schedule, Farrakhan brought that community into our community. Who in the hell knew about Scientology, man? Nobody even cared it was a rich man's religion. Nobody knew about that. But right on cue, Farrakhan brings him in. When the last time Martin Luther King taught in the mosque? During the civil rights movement. It's a pattern going on here. But they had the dude that killed all the Black people in Africa, Jim Jones, smiling and beguiling inside the mosque. So you got Jim Jones, you got Scientology, you got Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It's a pattern for me. At what point am I to just shut the fuck up? At what point am I supposed to continue to smile at that? Like, at what point? Like, so don't believe what my lying eyes is telling me? I've been on the Nation of Islam head. Y'all didn't even know they was in Scientology until that Blog Talk show came on with Layla Wells. Shout out to Layla Wells. Ishmael Bay and them, but it was later Wells research. Okay? And they showed that, and they act like they wasn't, and we beat them up so bad that they had to admit it. And then they went to, well, you know, we just doing the monitor machine, and that's what it really. I didn't even get into their head, right? Like I could really pull it out. They got black people hooked up to machines in 2021, acting like they're getting cured, and we just gonna let that go. It's okay because they've been here, man. And I said it at the beginning of the show. And I did it on purpose. I said, there's a scale. We're not looking at this like some other culture. We're looking at it. We have a tool, and it's called the scale. So let's just say I go back to hustling and selling heroin. At a certain point, all this work I done put in, that shit starts to fade. This nigga is in the community selling heroin again. That scale gonna start doing like this. The scale don't stay here. It's a constant thing that humans have to do, at least in African societies, that keep the scale balanced, bro. Because now you way over here now. And when you way over here, we're going to talk about that shit. And when you right here, we're going to talk about this shit. We don't care what month it is. We don't care what day it is. If you rape the babies, you rape the babies, Malachi York. And we're going to continue to talk about that to the end of time. You can never get back. You're off the scale at that point. You're done. We don't care about how much community work you do if you ever get out of prison. We don't care. A crime against the babies is a crime against humanity. Black, beautiful, young kids, young women was sexually abused. Simple as that. Well, you know, that's not the same thing as no, I'm not calling him a sexual predator at all. I'm not calling that about Lewis and them, but I'm just here to let you know that cult leaders, there's been massive evidence to show that absolute power absolutely corrupts, and they have their way with the community. Because people believe them so much. They take advantage of the women. They take advantage of the brothers. That's why it's a cult. I don't want to hear, oh, it means culture. Yeah, in some distant time and past, that's what it was, or that's what they think it is, whatever it is. I'm talking about when you have one person that makes all the decisions, no matter if they're right or wrong, you all got to follow them, or you start getting kicked out the institution. Why do you think Strong Brothers get kicked out of the organization? Why do you think Malcolm got kicked out? Why? Why do you think that? Was he starting to say something a little different? Did the people in the cult start making it rough for him? I can go down the list, man. Father Allah. Do I got to keep going on? So I'm saying, listen, man, I done got every phone call from Muslims and yo, it's not that, it's that. And then you know what? Sanab, if I was arguing over what they believe, dog, I don't even care about what they believe. The point is when your belief starts to ease into your reality. Now, how hard is it for you not to let your beliefs ease into your reality? So if you believe that dark-skinned people should die, do you mean that for real? It's in your doctrine. So if you say that nappy hair, it ain't even nappy hair, it's just the curl pattern is tighter. It's not the original hair, and it was a curse to get that from your cult leader. You don't think they believe that? Then I'm on the wrong platform. Then I'm not even in the conscious community, so I don't have to leave. They already put me out because I teach the white man science, and I go against the Nation of Islam during Black History Month. That's probably the best damn time to talk about the Nation of Islam is in Black History Month, because Black History Month, I ain't never seen the rule where you gotta give the flying on water, walk through the air routine because it's Black History. No, I want to know the Black history. Let's talk about the wars and battles that African people fought to build their powerhouses like Sung Ha and Goi. They murdered people to bring those kingdoms into being. Can we talk about that during Black History Month? Or you want to act like it didn't happen? I sat there and I watched 5-6 hours of the Shogun warriors in Japan and how they had they was like fighting a 150-year-old civil war where they wasn't coming together. They was different tribes and they wasn't. That was history. Simple as that. So for some reason, some diabolical personality, somebody somewhere somehow has made Black History Month the kumbaya moment where you lie about what we did. You don't, no. Don't tell the truth. It's Black History Month. Yes. Like we in some type of cult. Like we in some type of place where you can't tell the truth. Like, man, I can't stand that. It's like having a family gathering and you got conversations over men in the family that has molested a child. Let me give y'all a scenario. Let me tell it. I'm gonna tell it. It was either Christmas or Kwanzaa. I don't know. It was Kwanzaa because I always get the family come over for Kwanzaa. And there's a situation. I'm not gonna name any names, but there's a situation where one of the kids was supposedly molested. One of the female kids was supposedly molested. And based off what I know, what I've seen, I know who fucking did it. So when they came and they fucking did, should have died sooner. And when it came to pour out libations, people murmuring his name. I immediately stopped, like the water went back in the glass. I put the glass down. Don't you ever mention that person's name. This is for the honored ancestors, not a person that did whoopty-woo, and they was mad at me. So don't tell the truth. It's not a good moment to say it. What you mean? It's the best time to say it. Because maybe if somebody would have fucking said something, that baby wouldn't have got that treatment. So I'm not the one. Being soft for me will kill you at the end of the day. Y'all think I just got sober off of drugs because people ain't telling me the truth? Nah, man, I had friends, man, that told me the truth. My mother fucking stepped up like a champion and put my Black ass out the house. Her baby that she loved put me out. I didn't understand it at the time, but now I see it. Man, if she hadn't fucking put me out, man, I might have still been out there. I might not have been made it right now to talk to y'all. She put me the hell out. You're gone in the middle of the wintertime, freezing cold. How much strength did it take? How much love was that for real? She told the truth. She got tired of lying to herself about what her son had become. She got tired of that and she put me out. I lived on Rogers Avenue in an alley, right between the fire station and the fish place. So I'm not even like, y'all think that moved me? You think I care about what the Nation of Islam did for people? That ain't what I'm saying. What is, man, listen. I'm serious about this. Never allow history, your history, to be a weight in your life, because that history will wear you down until you drown. I feel like history these days, the way it's told, it has become a weight to us. It's not told accurately, which is as bad as white people. Black African tribes and civilizations, they flew in on the carpet. They never fought wars. They never murdered each other. They never committed atrocities. They never did none of that shit. But when I watch other people's history, they tell all that shit. They tell it all. You get the totality of what it was to be human. But our story, yo, we don't get that. So with all the ups and downs, if I decide to focus on the crazy aspects of the Nation of Islam, which I think far outweigh the shit y'all think they did for y'all, wish they did it for the Nation of Islam, then I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say it. That don't mean that you hate me for it. You just do your thing. That's just what I gotta do. I love history. I love studying European history. John Henry Clark said, study their history first. I just want y'all to know human beings been fighting far longer than they've been in peace, yo. Y'all bugged out. So I say all that to say, man, listen, man, the conversation was always about, man, Sarnetta, that's my man, yo. Went back a little bit, went over there now and then because he got them crazy anti-vaccine doctors and I can't stand it. But if I say, yo, I ain't fucking with Sarnetta like that because of the pandemic, yo, would you think I care about the Nation of Islam, yo? Come on, man, that man, wife, I come over, they feed me, man. Treat me like family, man. His sons and daughters, man, treat me like family, man. I had some explaining to do, man, to his son, man, on why. And that's a hard one right there. So if y'all think I'm a little off the Nation of Islam, y'all gonna make me triple down. Now I'm going in on the e-meters. Oh, what's this? These lovely people, black people giving up a black. What's this? So now the people of the Nation of Islam ain't black people? They deserve better? So because they've accepted the religion of, they ain't even Islam, it's their own version of Islam. Now that they accepted a version of Islam that their leader made up, all of a sudden they're not black people and we ain't supposed to worry about them? Yeah, I'm worried about a bunch of people being hooked up to a machine that ain't even a damn machine that really works. Yeah, I am. And in Black History Month, Black History, what's the day? March. Yeah, I'm saying, dude, you got people hooked up to machines. Go ahead, Sean. I'm gonna pull up the machine. Y'all got me hot now. Yeah, I'm pulling it out.
Nah, man, I was just gonna be funny, man. You know what I'm saying? I was just gonna be funny. You know, I didn't take it personal when I asked or when I proposed the challenge to Truth. And, you know, and he hit back, you know what I mean, real casual, like with the every nigga's a star, you know what I mean? So I didn't, you know, I didn't take that to heart or feel empty to anything like that. You know what I'm saying? That was an educational moment right there if it could have been provided. You feel me? Because, you know, it was making it seem like, you know, they did this or they did that for black people. So I wanted to know the curriculum. You know what I mean? Like, what is their curriculum during the month of February? Because if we're going to, defend them, if their works is bigger than, you know, vaccine, you know, telling black people not to take a vaccine, everything they've done is bigger than that, then that, to me, would be like, whoa, okay. So what's your accomplishments to outweigh what you're promoting right now? You know, that's where the celebration comes. You know, I ain't celebrating them, but that's where it comes into question. Like, are we really even caring right now? I wasn't trying to make it about them, even though it got led. It started like that because of the exchange between you and Alan. But that was you know, that exchange, and then, you know what I'm saying, then the whole situation spiraled out then, but it wasn't even meant to go in that direction.
Yeah.
So here we are today, and for whatever reason, what was said at that time during that discussion, because today's show was from a conversation that was, what was it, maybe even 10 days, 2 weeks ago, I don't know, however long that comment that Shepard made shouldn't even dictate that, because one, everybody has learned something from MBK. Everybody has grown there, you know, as far as the families go from MBK. Everybody goes over there to grab or pull sources of data from MBK when they're trying to grow and expand their knowledge in every aspect of their life, or just to become more knowledgeable about the African American experience. And then some other things that brothers like to always do and speak on as far as their lanes and what they got going on. You know what I mean? And then the production by Brother Jehudi is always, when you always know when he got his imprint on it. So it's stapled. Like that's pretty much in the realm of consciousness. That's a household name in the realm of consciousness. But people are trying to bring all the families out of just the conscious community and into the public arena. And So it should never come to a fact where, hey, we ending the show. Or how you do things different is up to y'all. Y'all, that's your group. You know what I'm saying? Do whatever it is you want to do. You know, people are, you know, saddened by it or whatever, however they want to feel. But, you know, damn Nation of Islam finna bring, you know, any type of real funk between everybody. Whether you agree with me, hate me, love me, whatever. I just try to argue with everybody because, you know what I'm saying? I want the truth. So at the end of the day, whatever I say might rub people the wrong way. And good. It's good for you to be uncomfortable because everybody else ain't gonna make you uncomfortable. I'm gonna do my best to make you uncomfortable because that's where you find the truth. That's where you get the facts. And I don't mind, you know what I'm saying, when all the evidence laid down and all the stuff is in front of us and we get down to the core of it, which is the truth. I don't mind ever changing my position about something based on data, based on evidence.
Sean, real quick, can I ask you a question? This and that.
Go ahead.
So if we asking a question on the importance of Black people and the influences, and we bring up an organization like the NOI, you wouldn't think that's a frivolous hypothesis to have to answer a question about the influence of.
No, you can ask, you can bring up the NOI in any discussion that you want to have.
I'm talking about just bringing up NOI. I'm talking about specifically your challenge to Danny.
You broke up on me, Chanel.
I'm saying specifically about your challenge to Danny.
What was the challenge? Get everything out clear. What was the challenge?
The challenge is what Sean made to Danny.
No, I'm saying, what was it?
Like, I asked Danny, could he show me in the NOI, right? As far as their teachings and things of that nature, during the month of February, do they have a Black History curriculum dedicated to the things that Danny teaches during Black History Month, or what we all normally teach and learn? Like, what are they teaching everybody?
Sean, out of all the things you know good and well more than anybody over here, you know good and well that's something that has already been discussed, outlined, detailed. You supposed to be the one that's like, yo, come on, y'all chill. This a Nation of Islam. Regardless of what we feel about them currently, in a bigger picture aspect, in a macro sense, regardless of what time of the year it is, it's like honorary members to society. Like, you don't have to necessarily call out nobody's name to beat them up. We talking about information. No one owns information. You can just beat the vaccine science up. It's easy.
That's what I've been doing. I ain't been trying to get caught up in this back and forth NOI stuff.
It's tactful. You ain't calling out no names. And you can do stuff for sport, just for sparring, but at the end of the day, if it's about the information, then this is easy work. This doesn't require multiple 3-4 hour videos with regard to the information on vaccines when Negroes been inoculated before we knew what a European was. So it's not about that. It just seems like it's more when it again, it's year after year after year. And I want to make clear, it's not just about no one particular comment. It's a culmination of actions and statements being made to where we feel like the brand needs to be reshaped in order to meet what the people want. It's not like nobody's shutting down based on nobody's particular comments and sentiments. No, that's not what this is about. It's about what we chose to define New Black Knowledge as no banging spin zone, pause. To where regardless of what you subscribe to, when it comes down to the history, we do exactly what your ancestors say, history without presupposition. And we saying without presupposition, you got to give it up to what people say with regards to the Black church. Yeah, you can speak to somebody's differences to it, but it doesn't have to be the onslaught, and it has to be the definitive stance with regard to Black history. Negroes, there's been fools with regards to our population. The Nation of Islam is not a microcosm for Black people. Them pamphlets being handed out, I live in Atlanta. I'm near that town. I haven't seen one of them pamphlets. You dig what I'm saying? So, but it's not, but that's my point. So the bigger picture is Black people who just don't know who they are. don't give a damn about no pamphlet talking about no vaccines, because when it comes down to their social security number being called, they're gonna get that vaccine. It's like they got no other vaccines they got since they was babies. So what we saying is, let's just deal with the information, yo.
That's not
Let's
true.
just, yo, my bro, I'm just saying, let's deal with the information.
No, but that's not true.
And Sean, my thing with Sean is, you know what that point is. Nobody is trying to tout no Christianity or suggest that if we had goddamn pickle man isms that we would have said pickle man would have said. That's not what we're talking about. It's about at least paying homage and giving just due to some dudes that with this church says it's okay. We ain't gotta, at every point, it's a journey, not a destination. At every point in time through our liberation, we chose something else. It was a tool. That's it. We don't have to have the angry Christian syndrome. And I don't want to overtalk, because I want to make sure I'm respecting your platform.
What angry Christian syndrome?
Angry Christian syndrome is when the non-Christian expect the God to do something for them when they don't even believe in it. You wanted that Christian church to do, God to do what you said it couldn't do. Why would we bring up the black?
Are you just speaking generally, or you think that's
I'm speaking in a generality when we say what the black church didn't do. We shouldn't speak about what the black church didn't do. We should speak about what the black church did. If we have our own negative sentiments about why it didn't do what we thought it would do, that means you were Christian. That means you believe in the doctrine of that church.
So you telling me that I can't talk about what the church didn't do in a moment of history where they were begging the church to do more for black people?
I mean, why didn't you say that in January?
I've been saying this.
Why didn't you say that? Why didn't you say that in December?
I said it last year. I said it the year before that. Ain't no limitations on when I speak, bro. Black History 365.
If anybody understands this point, you understand it. We understand what the bigger picture is. You don't have to necessarily mention someone's name to attack the information. We deal with the root. If we understand Africans' history with regards to inoculation and vaccines, I don't need to mention nobody's name. I'm going to give you the history. Then I'm going to tie it into the science if this is pseudo killers. I'm going to show you the science of inoculation and how it led to vaccines. And we're going to bring the sister on and build on what is really in the vaccine. That's totally separate from separating one particular organization and attacking their ideas on vaccines based on their theology. That's different. I don't think y'all understand that. And the fact that every year we find ourselves in Black History Month and this so-called conscious community having this same discussion, that's all I'm saying. It should, like, antenna should be coming up. I heard Sheffrin say we shouldn't talk about the Nation of Islam anymore. That's what he said. If I'm wrong, I correct myself.
But this is the thing, though. Like within the Pseudo Killers, right? Everybody don't think the same, bro.
So where he at then? He should be able to defend his point of view, right?
But the whole thing is that if that's how he feel, then that's just how he feel, bro. You gotta respect that. Like that's what I'm saying. Like we all
my brother, don't do me like that, my brother. We better than that. I ain't never said he can't have a point of view. I never said that.
But what I'm saying to you is this, bro. Like this is what I don't understand, right? Y'all got a platform in which y'all do what y'all do, right? At no point in time do we dictate to you how y'all should do what y'all do, right? We got a platform which we do what we do. But why would it bother y'all to the point that you feel like you should dictate to us how we do things? Just if you feel like we did it wrong, then you correct it. Hold on, bro. I'm saying if you feel like we doing it wrong, Sanet, hold on, bro. Before you go in, before you go in, I'm saying.
My bad.
That's what I'm saying. But if you feel like we're doing something wrong, right? You got the outlet to correct us, bro. And then you can even offer a challenge. Say, yo, we want to challenge you on that, bro, right? We'll come to the platform. We'll duke it out, bro. And we move on. And you got to be that deep. You know what I'm saying? If we're going to take the lumps, we're gonna learn a little bit. Y'all learn a little bit. We're going to trade some blows. And then we move forward, though. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Well, let me. Every time.
I just don't want to cut in. I just want to make sure You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
got to.
go ahead.
So, but my point is, it just seems like through this discourse, it became different things. Originally, what the God proposed was a challenge of two things: the importance of the NOI during Black History Month and what they didn't do for Black people, what they did for Black people.
Did he
Those
prove
were the questions.
Did he prove it though?
My brother, he asked you. You made the claim. That's my point. You made the statements with regards to the validity of the said organization. So when the question is asked to you, it's on you to show and prove based off what you
No, it's
just
not,
said.
man. That wasn't my focus.
You said it.
All right, so let me say this.
You made a statement with regard to the Nation of Islam and its importance to Black History Month.
Watch this, yo. Now, I've never done this on NBK. Now, I will go over to the Garfield show and stir that motherfucker all the way up, yo, and change his show topic and all that, yo. I'll be glad Garfield don't just throw my black ass off, but it's just based off our friendship. You know what I'm saying? I go on some other platform, cuss motherfuckers out and do all that. When I'm on y'all platform, yo, I'm a perfect gentleman, yo. Show me an MBK video where Unc Hymed in on y'all presenting the wrong fact, and y'all do. Y'all not crystal fucking perfect clear. None of us are. Y'all do. I just don't say shit. I let y'all finish y'all lessons because I know 99.99% of the lesson, yo, is all wise and exact. You know what I'm saying? I leave it alone. But when I'm rocking, y'all over here, I make a misstep of what y'all perceive to be a misstep, which I don't even know why y'all don't know that I'm gonna beat the Nation of Islam up. Y'all supposed to know that shit. Y'all supposed to know they ain't got no air, no oxygen fucking with me. And I'm gonna show you why they ain't got no matter what y'all thought they did. But if I misstepped, which is possible, I do it a lot. Shout out the Sister Tiffany. You know what I'm saying? Garfield was apologizing. I don't apologize. I didn't mean that, so I apologize. Right? See how quick I apologize? So, but if I misstepped, right, which I don't think I did, and I'm gonna double down on it, then let me get away with that shit. Because y'all know the gist of the conversation, that these niggas in the middle of a pandemic is giving out pamphlets based off of a religious ideology, has now crossed over that it's no longer private. It's not private. When you throwing something to somebody's front door, it's not only, the information is not only wrong, it's a downright lie. So they're giving us lies. They're not giving us their opinion. They're giving us lies. So let me do this real quick, Sinead. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Watch this. Just show you something. Let me see. It ain't even Black History Month no more, so now I can go all in. Sure can. I'm gonna come right here. All right, and I'm gonna come, there's some simple thing right here. I'm gonna start it just like this. I'm gonna see how serious they are in helping the Black community. I want to see, I'm gonna see. I could have been wrong, let's see. So I'm gonna come right here. This is the Wikipedia article on the Nation of Islam. So I wanna go right here. I wanna go to the relationship with the Church of Scientology. In recent years, the embrace of Dianetics under Farrakhan has drawn much criticism that the Nation of Islam is becoming too close to the Church of Scientology. See that? We're gonna see now, y'all. And the ideas of its founder, L. Ron Hubbard, whom Farrakhan has said he respects. That's okay. Farrakhan has praised Hubbard, saying he was exceedingly valuable to every Caucasian person on this earth. Of followers of Scientology, he stated, you can still be a Christian, you just won't be a devil Christian. You can still be a Jew, but you won't be a satanic Jew. NOI, sister, here you go, here's the sister. I don't want to disrespect the sister at all, I want to say her name right. Charlene Muhammad. Watch this now, why is she important? Charlene Muhammad, a correspondent for the NOI's paper, The Final Call. So she's responding for the newspaper. I guess a report or something right there. Watch this. Let's see what she did. She received the Dianetic Auditor of the Year Award. I'm gonna highlight this for y'all, because we talking about Black people. We talking about loving Black people. Let's see. Dianetics Auditor of the Year Award. Now, y'all don't know what the hell Dianetics is, and I don't expect you to, but y'all gonna know after I finish this. In her acceptance speech she thanked in order. Mr. Louis Farrakhan, David Savage, here you go, Savage, right? David Savage is the leader of the Church of Scientology and captain of the Sea organization. So he's now the new cult leader of Scientology, leader of the Church of Scientology, and most of all, L. Ron Hubbard. Now, I mean, I don't mind her bigging up Europeans if she feel like it's valuable to her. I'm not even tripping. So let's move on. Let's move forward. Dianetics. Dianetics uses a tool. What tool does Dianetics use? I'm going to skip this right here, right? And I'm going to go, this is what I really want to do. I'm going to go, bing, I want to go to their website. Let's go to their website. Go to their website and let me click on, first of all, see this pop-up right here? Get to know the real you. If I hit that, they're going to try to get me on some slim slam blim blam. But watch this. Boop, e-meter. This is the Scientology's actual website. This is what the Nation of Islam got black people into these days. I ain't making it up. I'm going straight to the damn website. Y'all see that little device right there? Y'all see that, right? That's the e-meter. Now, brother, what does the e-meter do? Let's see. One-to-one auditing is asserted by use of a religious artifact that helps the auditor and pre-clear locate pre-clear. See, it's terminology. This is, see, they're really trying to get you, look, y'all, clear, right? So before you get on this machine, you're pre-clear. This is the language they use in the cult of Scientology that now the Nation of Islam is using. They say pre-clear. Pre-clear, locate areas of spiritual distress or travail. So who is more distressed than black people? We've been through the transcontinental slave trade. We've been going through a lot. You know, just total disrespect, been marginalized, and particularly during the pandemic, man, we're down on higher rates or we're getting infected at higher rates. And it's crazy. We have food deserts in our community. So we're actually going through it, right? So when we're going through it, what group pops up? The Nation of Islam. And what do they have to offer for us? They're trying to get us pre-clear. And they want to locate the areas of spiritual distress or travail. This religious artifact is called an electrotropic meter or e-meter or electropsychic meter from electrometer. Calibrated device is a calibrated device used for measuring extremely low voltage psyche, the human soul and spirit or mind. So I just want to get this straight. We got a black group that merged with a white group that has a device that can measure the psyche. Let me see, the human soul, spirit, and mind. Now, for me, I'm understanding that to be tomfoolery. But to some black people who've been like marginalized and trying to really get some real help, they've eased their way to this, and they probably thinking that that machine right there can actually monitor the human soul, spirit, or mind. Watch this. The e-meter measures, let's see what it measures, y'all. The e-meter measures the spiritual state or change of state of a person's, and thus is of enormous benefit to the auditor in helping pre-clear, that's the word, y'all, locate areas to be handled. So if you get hooked up to this machine, they're going to find out what areas that the black person needs to be handled. It seemed like it'd have been better off for the Nation of Islam to pay the bill, or send some African sisters and brothers to school and get their doctorate degree in psychology. It would have been easier. But let's see. Let's see how helpful that this great black organization is being to our people right now. The reactive mind's hidden nature, so all of a sudden, the reactive mind hidden nature requires the use of a device capable of registering its effects and functions. The e-meter does exactly. So now they got this device that can figure out what's going on mentally with a black person or any person you hooked up to the device. But since it's the Nation of Islam, we're talking about black people. Are you flipping kidding me? Really? But I'm not finished. Let's see exactly what this e-meter is. Let's see the validity of it. Here y'all go, e-meter. Boop, there you go. That's the e-meter, right? Scientology Mark, this is the Scientology Mark 7, no, Mark 8, ultrameter. This must be the new version. The Scientology Mark 8 ultrameter lying in its case. The device protective cover is shown standing at the back. There you go, that's the whole case. So Nation of Islam have these in their buildings, and that's what that is. That's the breakdown of it. Yeah, a little close picture for y'all. There you go. That ain't the new one. This is the new one, though. Let me go back to the new one. This is the new one. This is the Mark 8. Sleep. Look how sleek you got. So why am I saying this? Well, let's read.
That's a bad boy right there.
That's a bad boy. That's going to whip out your soul, tell you what's wrong with your soul, tell you what's wrong with your psyche, and y'all black Negroes is going to be helped. Gotcha. Okay. So let's see. Let's see what the encyclopedia Wikipedia says. Now, if I already went to their website, and somewhere on their website, they're going to mention that this shit ain't real anyway, which is interesting. So the e-meter is an electronic device for displaying the dermal activity, ENDA of the human being. What the hell? The EDA is the property of the human body that causes continuous variation in the electrical characteristics of the skin. Historically, EDA has also been known as skin conductance, Glavic skin response, GSR, and electrodermal responses, EDR. All right. The device is used for auditing in Scientology. The devices are, they need to put this shit, the device is used in the Nation of Islam. They need to put that in there, but they ain't did it yet. And divergent groups, oh man. And divergent groups, oh man. Like in Divergent Evolution, Divergent, a group that's part of it, man. Or just divergent other groups that use some of the same tactics. It says the efficacy, here's the part that means something, because if you're gonna have a black group and you're gonna be honored on Black History Month, then you shouldn't be lying to us. You should at least come as close to the truth as possible. It's about character, right? The efficacy and legitimacy of Scientology's use of the e-meter has been subject to extensive debate and legitimacy. You got different sources here. All right. Opinion, Washington, D.C., United States Court of Appeals for District Columbia. They took them to court. You know they play court order, FDA, Scientology, dynamic, Hubble e-meter. We can pull that source. Scientology versus trip delusion, a trip delusion. Okay. The e-meter has been subject to extensive debate and legitimacy, and in accordance with the federal court order and in accordance with a federal court order, the Church of Scientology, here you go, Church of Scientology, now publish a disclaimer in its books and publications declaring that the e-meter by itself does nothing. Let me hold on. Am I just tripping? Maybe I done woke up in an alternative universe. Let me see. The Church of Scientology now publishes disclaimers in its books and publications declaring that the e-meter by itself does nothing and that it is used specifically for spiritual purposes. Oh, man. Inside the Mark, this the Mark 7. Okay, such devices have been used as research tools in many human studies and as one several component of the, this is Leonard Killier, oh man, polygraph lie detector systems, which has been widely criticized as ineffective and what? Oh man, here we go. Pseudoscientific by legal experts and psychologists. Okay. Okay, we're not finished though. We heating it up now. Now the coals is hot. Now the coals are hot. Now where we at? Okay, let me. So we got the e-meter. I went to the website. I showed that. I showed that this shit ain't really real, and they got to publish it on their website because it ain't real, and that's what they got to do. They got to publish it on that because it ain't real. I did all that. Now what I want to do? This is what I want to do. I want to do it. So remember we talked about Dianetics, right? We talked about Dianetics. Yes, we did. And so then let's see. Before we even get to Dianetics on why it's so important to fight against the Nation of Islam, is that, I think it was big when I did this way, is that the U.S. life expectancy declined. Oh man, from 2019 to 2020, y'all. Well, what the hell's going on? Hispanic population, they was 81.8 years. Now they down to 79.9 years, 1.9 years. Oh man, they was living longer than white people. Their average life expectancy was 78.8 years. Now they down 0.8 years. They ain't down that much. Look, but look how far the Hispanics fell. They done fell 1.9 years, y'all. Let's see, black people, what is our concern here? Our life expectancy was only 74.7 years. We down 2.7 years, y'all. Man, why is we down that? Because of coronavirus has put a mark on the quote unquote life expectancy. It has put a dent in how long we're supposed to live now in North America because it's the virus. So we got these type of things going on. Why are they doing this? Here you go. Farrakhan warns, do not take the experimental COVID-19 vaccine. What do y'all expect out of me? They got e-meters. They got don't take the vaccine. Do they really? Let me stop. Let me see. Here we go, y'all. L. Ron Hubbard, Dianetics. Y'all see it? Y'all see all that? See the e-meter? See that? That's L. Ron Hubbard. That's Dianetics. Y'all see that, right? Yeah. See that? Now let's see. Who has these books? Let's see. Oh, man. They holding L. Ron Hubbard's books. There you go. They actually think they're getting clear, y'all. Remember I said pre-clear? Now they're getting clear.
That's cold.
It's not right, dog. I don't care what y'all say.
Cold.
I don't care what y'all think. Now y'all know why I do what I do. That's just not right, y'all. That's not right. I don't care what y'all say. Y'all can cry all y'all want. It don't matter, dog. That's not fair. That these young ladies, these older women right here, these brothers, they don't deserve this, man. They do not deserve, ladies and gentlemen, they do not deserve Scientology, man. And any group putting their people in this nonsense, yo, I'm not never celebrating them. Y'all can say what y'all want to say. Just be mad at me. It's not on my heart to do it. I can't do it. I'm just saying I can't do it. Maybe y'all, I don't care what month it is. It can be Black History Month, Purple History Month, White History Month, Japanese History Month. And that's just me. I'm not a tough guy, I'm not that, but it's not my heart, man. It's not my heart for a baby to look at this show and they see me big up in that shit. I can't do it. Don't be mad at me. I can't do it. It's not in me to do it. Just like it ain't in me to do drugs, it ain't in me to do that type of drug. It's not right. It's a lie. On their own website, they tell you this shit ain't real. Man, we need psychological help. We have black psychologists. The Nation of Islam then took millions of dollars from the black community, yo. They could at least have some psychologists for us. They take millions of dollars from the black community. They could at least have some virologists and built their own independent lab and had black people test that like y'all claiming that should be. I don't go with the black thing because you can be black and wrong as hell, as I'm proving right now. So don't get me with the color card. That ain't gonna work on brother. Last time I've been shot, been by black people. Now, I care enough about black people that, you know what I'm saying, that just because you shoot me don't mean you're supposed to go to jail. I do not advocate snitching on somebody because they shot you. I do not advocate that, and I never have. Check my goddamn record. So I'm not advocating no black man or black woman going to prison. At least not for the life I lived in the game I was in. So that's the rules of the game. I mean, that was the rules we kept. Now, civilians, then if somebody shoot you, then you need to, and you see that shit, y'all need to speak up on that shit, right? But in the game, that's part of the game, yo. But for me, man, it's not in my heart, y'all. And I ain't done yet. I'm coming with charts. I'm coming with financial statements. Y'all ain't gonna fuck with me about that shit, man. I'm on that shit here, man. Yeah, man, I want the financial records to see how much money was actually going back into the black community. Yeah, what Black History programs do they really have? Like, y'all really want to do it? Y'all really want to do it? I'm gonna answer that. Okay, what programs did they have that exclusively supported black people, or was it for the Nation of Islam?
Can I answer that question, brother?
Let me see your
Can I answer that
background.
question?
What's your
It's
background?
Rob. You can't see me? You can't see me?
I can hear you. What's your background say?
Oh, that's the Bala Nation. That's Temne. That's what Temne people.
The who is it? Arabia?
Temne. No, that's African. No, you nuts.
West Africa, the Temne people of West Africa.
The Temne people. What's wrong with you, man?
Hey, Sean, I thought that said Arabia. Look.
Yeah, you can kind of mix it up a little bit if you can't see it.
Yo, I thought you said Arabia. I'm about to, yo. Hey, Ken, I'm on
no. No, but let me read you something. Let me read you a little something.
Hold on, give us the book first, Rob. Give us the book first, Rob.
I'm sorry. I'm reading another book. This one is called In the Name of Elijah Muhammad, Louis Farrakhan, and Nation of Islam. This one is by Matthias Gardell.
All right.
And okay, I'm reading from page 60. This is the genesis of the Nation of Islam. And it says here, more measurable results were achieved in efforts to create a corporate national infrastructure. Elijah Muhammad taught blacks to pool their resources to produce jobs and become self-sufficient. In time, an economic empire had been established. The NOI operated a great number of companies such as bakeries, restaurants, snack shops, coffee shops, barber shops, supermarkets, groceries, cleaners, clothing factories, fairs factory, clothing stores, retail stores, real estate, residential homes, more than 200 apartment units in Chicago alone, a newspaper plant, and a bank, a guarantee bank, and a trust company. They had a transportation system, including a fleet of tractor trailers, livestock trailers, and refrigerated trailers and city trucks, a fleet of planes, including a jet, a fixed base aviation department at the Gary Municipal Airport. The NOI owned tens of thousands of acres of farmland in Michigan, Alabama, and Georgia. Operated with modern machine equipment, tractors, cotton pickers, plows, cultivators, combines, hay cutters, bulkers, drain drills, and sprayers. They also own several apple orchards, granaries, dairies, dairy herds, poultry farms, cattle farms, grain mills, and warehouses. Furthermore, the NOI imported millions of tons of whiting fish from Peru. A doctor's office and a dental suite were operated, and plans for a 300-bed hospital were announced. Finally, the NOI became the most potent, organized economic force in the Black community. I just wanted to read that to you. So they have.
Hey,
What do you mean?
Listen. So just because I got a store called Abjeware, the proceeds go to me. Now, if I choose to pay my internet bill with it, still don't mean that that's doing something for Black people. It's giving them some clothes. But when we say you doing something for Black people, that ain't what we mean how many goddamn businesses you own. Like maybe I'm just thinking I've lost my mind. So you can all this shit, you bakeries and that and that's not what is meant by like Bill Gates, right?
What about this? I'm sorry, but what about the schools that they open up?
Let me finish. It's a school for Islam, dog.
Nope. You're wrong.
What's the name of the school?
The first two NOI schools at the University of Islam were founded in Detroit in 1932 and 34. Without legal approval in 1934, Elijah Muhammad was arrested for contributing to the delinquency of minors, and a riot followed when a riot followed when the Detroit Board of Education sought to close down the universities. Finally, the State Department of Public Instruction compromised and collaborated with the NOI delegates to develop a curriculum that made the universities approved as private schools. By 1974, Blacks in 46 cities could send their children. What part?
The part about they had to change the curriculum.
It says, finally, the State Department of Public Instruction compromised and collaborated with the NOI delegates in developing a curriculum that made the universities approved as private schools. By 1974, Blacks in 46 cities could send their children to NOI elementary and in some cities secondary schools. In an attempt to overcome 400 years of unequal education, the NOI school year had only a 2-week vacation. In single-sex classes, Black children received an education with an emphasis on science, mathematics, Black history, Arabic, and Islam. Education in all subjects was permeated by the religious doctrines of the nation in preparation for survival in the latter days.
So read that again. It had an emphasis on what? Science, math, and what?
It says, with the emphasis on science.
I thought you said Arabic language.
I did. But I'm saying they did teach science, mathematics, and Black history. So you can't say that they didn't.
No,
and Arabic. And Arabic.
And what?
Arabic.
And the Quran too, right?
I guess so. But I'm saying you can't dispel the fact that of what they accomplished and the things that they did for our people.
Listen,
they didn't just do it for Muslims. They did it for all of our people, bro.
I'm saying, bro, you have a point. That they had nursery schools, yo. You're right. You got a point. What you want me to say? They had the first grade curriculum, yo, and they gave you.
I'm saying this is why we celebrate the Nation of Islam. I mean, we don't agree.
Listen, you don't got a point with me for that. You might got it for everybody else listening. If you just said an African language and some, then you might have got me a little bit. But the fact that it's the Arabic, it's like sending your kids to a Christian school. Dude, they're going to give you math and science. The state made them do that. They got to do that, right? But you send them to a Christian school or Christian academy, the emphasis is going to be on Christianity. Y'all don't act like that ain't what's going down.
And the name of their school is called the University of Islam. And the name of the schools are called the University of Islam.
But what they did do was take our children away from our slave master.
Oh, man.
And attempted to educate our children. And they did it on a large scale.
Hey, Robert Rand, hey, the question though, like if you, I don't know if you got a son or if you don't have a son, if you did have one, you would recommend that he join the Nation of Islam?
I'm sorry, say it again, bro.
I said, I don't know if you have a son or you do have a son. No, again, if you don't, but I'm saying if you did have one, would you recommend that your son or your daughter join the Nation of Islam?
I wouldn't stop him. I would let him learn for himself.
No. I said, hold on. I said, would you recommend that your daughter, your son join the Nation of Islam?
No, I wouldn't recommend it, but I wouldn't stop him. I wouldn't recommend it. No.
Why would you not recommend it?
You should have lied right
because
there.
I don't believe that the Nation of Islam is African centered.
Ding, 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 ding. I'm with you, bro.
Oh, man, yo, hey, Rob, thanks.
And I'm with you, bro. 100% with that. Yeah, I'm with you.
But there's a lot of black people, there's a lot of organizations, there's a lot of people that love black people, but they're not necessarily African centered. They don't necessarily love Africa. They just love black people.
Hey, Rob, that ain't what we saying, bro. I'm saying
I'm saying that.
I'm just saying the only thing you named that was remotely could have been for black people, and they still taught Arabic and black. I know what kind of black history they was teaching. Y'all don't play with me, Robin Wren. Don't you play with me.
But what I'm saying is that they open up businesses in black neighborhoods. They employed black people.
No, that don't
they didn't
count.
bring in Arabs to run.
Robert.
Okay, I'm listening.
I've ever seen the Nation of Islam had the Muslims working there, bro. Don't play with me. Go play Lotto. I know better than that.
Yeah.
Tell the truth, Rob. Come on, Rob. You ever been to a Nation sub shop? Muslims work there.
Yeah.
Muslims work there, Robert. Any bookstore they got, Muslims work there, bro. I ain't never seen a non-Muslim work at none of the stores in Baltimore, Maryland. Yo, I'm just saying. I'm not a hater. I'm just saying.
Hey, Robert, what I think you try to do was separate your personal biasness from the actual work of the organization. And I think that's a point that may have been missed by what Robert just described. Though he may disagree with the theology or ideology of the Nation of Islam, he's still able to bear witness to the works that they did, whether currently in 2021 we value those works. And a point of the history of the organization, you speak it to the history of the works that made the organization prevalent. So those businesses that he's alluding to that employ members of a nation, you see what I'm saying, is speaking about the works because the pool of that nation came from the black population. So that's what I mean. We can take the objectivity or the subjectivity out of it. Whether we agree currently in 2021, it was the best way to get stuff done. The point of that organization was how it saw fit to get things done. We can armchair quarterback till the cows come home. But at the end of the day, to make the suggestions that this organization no longer applies and we should disregard it based on what Sheffrin said and what seems to be echoed and supported, I can't get with that. And again, we've been consistent. At any point in time where we have disagreed with the overall sentiment, we've expressed our sentiment. So this it's not like we just started doing this. So that's all I'm saying. So at the end of the day, we just want to make sure that it's clear. It's not about no back chat messages. It's an overall expression with regards to the importance of Black history and what we're willing to do during Black history. If you feel like it's important to go at the NOI, they continue to do that.
Thank you.
That's your choice. You see what I'm saying? But if someone feels the need to stand up for a said organization because it's an importance in Black history, you must be willing to accept the criticism that comes with it. I just don't find it necessary to bang on a Black organization.
That's why I showed y'all the e-meter. They still doing it. Black History Month, they hooked up Black people with e-meters, yo. That's what they did for Black History. Yeah, they was doing that. Where you at? I see some people on here, man, that just came into the building. Where y'all at? Fritz, you want to say something? Who else we got on here? We got Richard Wright. You want to say something, Richard Wright? What's up?
I know Fitz won't hear me.
I'm hearing that. I'm hearing that echo or I'm hearing something.
All right, let's see.
Turn your YouTube off, man.
Yeah, just turn your YouTube off.
Turn.
All right, there you go. Yeah, everybody got to turn anything off. Go ahead.
Fitz, turn your YouTube off. Somebody else got you.
White, W-H-I-T, yeah. Yeah, is that, I don't know if that's me.
No, go ahead. It was I Am Sosa. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I don't even know. I don't even see if that is on. That's why I'm.
Yeah, was you looking at us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I. There you go. Maybe that's it. There you go.
God Almighty, don't mess it up. Whatever you about to say, do not mess it up. Go ahead.
All right. No, well, this discussion really kind of like gets to me. And I just was listening to Saneb, and I think that I'm making the same point. Based off of what I hear, this thing about the nation. One time I'm hearing y'all making it is in relationship to this, the vaccine and the whole thing about that, and then the other time I'm hearing you're making it about the nation as the nation and the what the nation contribution has been to what Black America or Black people. Or
he said it, businesses. They gave us businesses.
And that's because if you place it in historical context, and I hear this in our discussion, all of which I'm of the opinion, those who come out of West Africa, come through the Ma'afa, have created many identities and many organizational structures. The nation is just one of those structures, and it feeds off of, and maybe feed is the wrong word, off of the same people that any other organization, whether it be Moorish Science Temple, whether it be the Black churches and the variations of Black churches, they feed off of the same group of people in relationship to identity creation. So now the question is, and I guess that's what y'all are raising. Sometimes I hear it comes off like it's personal compared to it's historical and organizational.
Hold on, it's personal for me because I was in a cult, so I know what I know.
And when I heard that,
I don't mind. Listen, I don't mind because it is personal. I'm trying to tell niggas that's a goddamn cult because I was in one.
Well, that
nigga over there selling drugs in the corner because I sold drugs in the corner.
Right, and that's a cult.
Y'all not the heroin.
And that's a cult too. And we being in North America.
No, what's the cult? Hold on, what's the cult too?
I said selling drugs because that's an organization. I mean, you create a relationship. Okay, now you're saying it's not. I mean,
Rich.
Okay, because is your.
I never told when niggas spent their money for dope, I ain't say yo. You gotta I didn't make
no. You didn't, but the conditions that we live in, well, and let me back up because what I say, especially those of us, America is a cult.
Okay, man, it's not, man. I don't want to. Come on, Rich.
I mean, again, you define. And wait a minute, hold it. I know I've listened to you use the definition. You went to the definition of what a cult is. I've heard you go through that. You went there and defined it. And the elements that you defined.
The leader got silenced. The leaders don't get silenced in the cult. So you know what I mean? Wait a minute. When you can shut the president of the United States up, then that's not a cult. But go ahead though, bro.
Wait a minute, hold on. The
cult's got one charismatic leader, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, but there's different types of wait a minute. If I understand, and I'm going off of memory, so you can go back to the definition because it doesn't have to be an autocratic to be a cult. A cult is just in the way it is formed and the belief system it operates out of and the orientation that it takes its members through. Now, that's my general understanding, but you can, when you go to the definition, and I believe even when I heard when you went to the definition and you read it to try to line it up that the nation it is as an organization, but that's not my point. My point is that the nation comes out of the same historical development and it has had a benefit. It has bad actors in it, right? Yeah, I'll accept that. I mean, I'm in Philadelphia. I remember the first, and I remember what the first has done, as in Philadelphia and the harm. but I also remember, you know, the gangster community. And you say that's not a cult. That's just individuals exerting their entrepreneurial will in an environment that has done harm. I mean, especially those, you know, that's done harm to Black people in general. So, you know, so I'm you know, I'm just trying to get to the point that the question of identity and organization history for Black organizations, and that the nation is one. Now, if you ask me would I join, I've went there, went to the meetings. I say, well, and sitting, I'm not disciplined enough. And because I'm not disciplined enough, I knew I couldn't do it, but I'm also not disciplined enough to go to a church. I never had to go to a church, you know, because I grew up, we didn't have to make that choice. So for me, that's not, I never joined a cultural African traditional religion, Yoruba in Philadelphia, or a Khan, which I could have. I didn't like it because I said, I'm not disciplined enough. So one thing about the American experience is they supposedly give you this right to where you can choose. And unfortunately, my growth is that I didn't come up enculturated in something and then have to come out of it and then find something else. I grew up in a point where I looked at the world and made choices based off of what I felt comfortable with. But so that's my only point. I don't see this here adamancy that the nation is the devil. And when you go into, and you just was raising about dealing with languages. Well, there's continental Africans. Matter of fact, well, what is it, like 2 billion people around the world that that speak the Arabic language. So is that, I mean, is that important to have someone? Well, you know, I got a niece, a nephew, a niece and nephew live in Morocco, a niece that lives in Egypt. They were born in Philadelphia. So they speak the language. Now, how they got there, that was, you know, their family trajectory and their personal decision. Do I look at that? I can't benefit from that. I also have nieces, cousins that speak Spanish because that was it. So doesn't that enrich me as having family members that have multiple language options that I can be able to interact with? If I was a government, wouldn't I want people to be able to speak not just the language I come from? Yes, because that would make me be able to have relationships with those peoples in other areas. So I don't understand, you know, well, if they speak Arabic, or do they teach Black history, or and you know, is science. I don't understand that in building the argument against this organization, you know, this historic.
Brother, can I stop you? Can I stop you? Yes. Can I stop you, brother?
Now, just let me say this. Hey, bro, I agree with you. Like, we should know different languages. I ain't knocking that. I agree. I agree with some of the things you said, though, brother. Richard, absolutely. But go ahead.
Yeah, the brother has something to say. I don't know. So I'm quiet.
And yeah, I don't disagree with anything he's got to say, but really it's irrelevant. What we're talking about here is a pandemic and evac information. Yeah. Exactly. Now we have got no problems with. Let me just say this: the nation is always going to be a part of history. History is history. Slavery is a part of history. World War II is a part of history. History is history. It's subjective to what you think is good or bad about history. Do you understand? That's an individual thing. Mm-hmm. We're talking about people dying. Do we care about people's lives now? Right now? Do we? Mm-hmm. Anti-vax information is killing people. Mm-hmm. Well, and they have, listen to me, brother. I'm going to finish up. Yes. Let me finish up. The information that anti-vax people push, Black people especially, take that upon board and will not take this vaccine. Now, we're not talking about what you did back then. I have no problems with whatever you think you did and what you think is good or not. I'm talking now. This is why we're coming at the nation. We have no problems with the nations otherwise.
Brother Fitz,
It's
and we can
upsetting.
and we agree on
Oh, Shalem,
You
let
see,
him finish
you
out,
see why
man.
we, do you know what? Do you know why we have to keep going into what the nation did and why we trying to not even debunk what they did, but kind of show that it wasn't that great? It's because you keep telling us what they did. And we don't want to know about that. We
Well,
want
I
to
mean,
know about,
but wait a minute.
no, can I finish? I
And
listen
you
to you for
telling me
nearly
that
5
it
minutes.
wasn't that great. You wrong on that.
Let me
You're definitely
finish.
100%
Let
wrong
him
on
finish
that.
his point, family. Let him
Hey,
finish
let
his
the
point.
man finish, yo. Let Fritz finish, yo. Come on with that. That whatever it is in our opinion. Go ahead, Fritz.
Exactly. I'm not trying to say, I have no problems with what you've got to say about what they did or whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about right now. The problem is they're pushing out leaflets telling people not to take the vaccine. Now, if you don't know nothing about the virus or the vaccine, keep out of it. That's all we're saying. This is why we're coming at them. We're not coming at their history. The only reason why we go into their history is because of the pushback from you saying what they have done in the history. Is still taking us off point, what they're saying now. And I'll finish there.
You can go, brother.
Please, brother Unc, can I ask you a question, brother Unc? I'm here.
Oh,
I'm listening.
Yo, brother, when you went to the vaccine debate, who gave you the smoking gun?
You did.
Sosa.
Did you get? No, you did not. No, you didn't. No, you did not. No, you didn't.
Is that Rob Bourne on the joint?
Yeah, I'm on here.
Hey, Rob Bourne, Rob Bourne, who sent you
Nah,
that?
let him finish. Let him finish saying what he's saying, bro. Before we go crazy, bro.
As soon as I get on here, this is what it is. As soon as I
Let him
get
say.
on
Let
here,
him
this
speak
is
his
what it
speech, bro.
is.
Let him speak
Hey,
his
yo,
speech.
I just spoke to this earlier,
Soon as I
and
come
y'all
on
start
here it go.
wilding.
I don't know.
You hear my
They ain't
voice.
controlling me. Yeah, I
Hear my
heard your
voice.
voice, man. I got lit. I'm like,
I
who sent
know.
you that
I
though?
For
know
what?
that's
Why would
that's
you
fine.
get lit?
That's fine.
Hey, nah. Let Rob Bourne finish, bro. Then y'all get into
All I
that,
know
bro.
is that I seen the vaccine comments way before all of this happened, and I've been looking at it. So I was like, yo, Unc, you need this. And I came on this very show and I played devil's advocate, and I wanted him to see something. And I kept telling him, yo, son, they're gonna use this right here, and this right here, they're gonna be blindsided by this shit. And what happened, Unc? They got up and gave you a mother effing standing ovation. Out of everything that was said, from anything that Garfield said and I saw, you got the standing ovation of the information that I gave you about vaccines. I am not an anti-vaxxer. So I take that, with a grain of salt. However, I just wanted to just clear something. You know what I mean? My conversation is two different conversations. Yes, you was talking about vaccines and what the NOI did, and how they promote it. My thing is addressing the statements that you said, and you just said it on the show earlier from what I heard. When you say that they didn't do this, that, and the third, I'm like, yes, they did. That's it. The vaccine thing comes later. So it's a timeline. So when we do history over here, we go through the timeline. This was good. This was bad. They did this. Nope, they messed up. I don't deal with Scientology. I don't agree with none of that. But we're dealing with that conversation that we talking about is correct. Now, here's my last statement, and then y'all can have chop at it. So for 3 weeks, I made a video called The Sons and COINTELPRO, the sons and daughters of the COINTELPRO program. Rule number 1, discredit Black organizations to the Black community. Are there organizations that need to be discredited? Absolutely. Do we do it? When do we do it? It's up to us when we decide to do it. But these are the things that were put in front of us, and that's in our minds, and we are the sons and daughters of that, and we can look around on YouTube and we can see who it is. Now, for 3 weeks, you guys been banging on the Islam, a whole bunch of different information that I already answered. Everything that y'all saying, I answered it point by point. But this is what I would like to see. I want to see you guys go in the street and organize like they did. They in the street organizing. I want to see your pamphlets. I want to see you go in front of the NOI temples and call them a cult and say that they are deaf to Black people for 3 weeks, the same way you're doing on the internet. If you don't do that, I don't really believe you love Black people. Now, that's my statement and my opinion. And as I said before, I'm just disassociating myself, or we chose to disassociate ourselves from cliques. We don't want to be a part of the clique shit. The clique shit is getting crazy.
Who gives a fuck though? Like, I mean, nobody asked y'all to be part of nothing.
That's
Like, ain't
fine.
nobody
Now here
asking
you
y'all
go
to do
talking
shit.
crazy.
Like, why
Fam,
we going
Ken, I
so
ain't
crazy?
cursed at you, bro. I didn't
I'm
curse
just
at you. I
saying, like,
never
y'all
said
act
nothing
like,
to you,
but y'all
bro.
act like,
Fam, I never said nothing to you. Now here's the other thing. Now here's the other thing. I had a person named Lex Vortex who said he gonna shoot my mother, fuck me, and all this other shit. I seen this nigga on 125th threw this bitch nigga against the wall and niggas start shaking and screaming, side there begging me, don't kill this nigga. Soon as y'all niggas talk this crazy shit, and I see you niggas, it's just the internet, the same shit y'all saying on here. This is why it's good to be a separation. You do what y'all do, we do what we do. This is not about a message. This is not about a goddamn screenshot, bro.
Then why tell us?
Then why tell
us that y'all ending the ship? You didn't give a fuck about none of that shit. We ain't speak your name in a couple of weeks, nigga.
Hey,
like,
yo, fam, we waited to the end of the month like we supposed to and represent our African tradition. That's what we did. And we told you that's what we did. What you need to do, but Kent, what you need to do is address the information. Why didn't you address the information in my video when I was calm?
What information?
Why didn't you don't play? I said the name of the video was Rob Bourne reprimands Unc and his people for the works of the NOI. Everything you were talking about, I debunked it. Everything. They anti-African. I'm showing you Elijah Muhammad in Egypt. I'm showing him and I'm sending it. I'm showing you a part of his program in my video where he said, yo, if we can't go back to Africa where we came from, we want our own state here. I show you Malcolm X and them forming the United Front, working with Adam Clayton Powell, working with civil rights leaders, and none of you said nothing about it. You sitting here talking about doctrine and all this other stuff. So let's just separate and keep it moving. All the tough guy shit, I don't care about it. Here's my number, 347-366-3696. Just make sure you do it. Because when I come on here, y'all talk, all right, that's it. I'm done now.
Show for
I'm
7
done.
hours, bro.
I'm cool, bro. I'm done. Just go in front of the NOI with your bullhorns and your mask. Show me how tough you are, how you care about black people. Go in front of the NOI temples and do that. Go in front of the NOI and do that. That's all I'm saying. If
that's
you really
not what
care
we do,
about them
though.
niggas,
That's not what we
I don't
do,
see them
though.
niggas. What are you talking about?
I
want to see it.
We have discussions on this platform. And all the tough guy, you know what I'm saying? Because somebody disagree with somebody, that means because when I see you, I gotta be tough against you. This ain't that's
I
not
didn't
what this
say
is
that.
about.
Did I say that to you?
No.
I didn't say that to you, Chef.
That wasn't what was said.
I've been
you said
quiet.
you held niggas up against the wall. Sarnetta was there. Hold on. You say you held niggas up against the wall and niggas was shook.
Yeah.
Nigga, who the fuck talking about that?
Yeah, that's why, because niggas is talking shit and I got the messages. You want me to pull this shit up? You want me to pull it up?
And I said what
You want me to pull them up? Do you want me to pull the messages up?
I said what I said, nigga.
All right, that's cool. It's cool, bro.
Nobody say nothing about
doing that for views.
It's cool, bro.
Hold on.
Listen,
y'all
bro,
wasn't doing that for views.
Yeah, I know. I know y'all want to argue. Calm down now.
Y'all bring this
As soon as I come in here, it get crazy.
Like, bring it down to a conversation, bro. Like,
man, it was just mighty. Okay, we calm. It was just mighty.
No,
It was just mighty.
you being emotional right now.
We calm, right? It was just mighty funny that out of the blue, y'all niggas came on our channel, started hating on us for views, dog. That's really
Let's stop right there. Hold on, Snap. Hold on, Snap. Hold on, Snap. Hold on, Snap. Hold on, Snap.
Rob Bourne, he ain't say that earlier.
I'm gonna let y'all get y'all shit in. Yo, we ain't never said nothing against y'all niggas on live. You came on there wilding out, Rob Bourne. This shit just look mighty weird that you came on that motherfucker when wasn't nobody really
I came on there talking.
Yo, let him finish. Go ahead.
I let him finish, bro.
No, go ahead.
I came on here talking to Unc. And when I came on there, and then when I came back, I said I addressed Unc. The same situation is when I came on here, you just jumped out. Same thing. This is what always happens. I addressed Unc. Then I addressed all of you and said, whoever want to have this discussion, come see me. It gets quiet. It gets church in here. I'm about the information. I want the smoke. I tell y'all all the time.
Scared of you or something like you?
Yo, son, see, look at you.
I had niggas hemmed up. I stabbed niggas up. All this.
I didn't say I stabbed nobody up. I didn't stop that, son.
What are you doing?
Yo, can I finish? Can I finish? You said we do this for views. You said we do that. We got videos on our channel with 20,000 views, 15,000 views. What I'm arguing with you about a view? We don't care about no fucking views, bro. Are you serious?
Why you come on there tripping it? Why you
I
come
came
on
on
there
there
tripping
because this is what. Yo,
this
hold
must
on,
be
fam.
Kent, yo.
Hold on, fam.
Kent,
This is
yo.
hold on, fam. I knew Unc since 2015. Since the day I met that brother on 125th or on Facebook first and met him on 125th. You look at the video with me with the red jacket and on the infamous video with all the pseudos together. You see us right there, and we argue. You know, Rob Bourne, stop there in New York. This what me and him do. So I personally messaged him like, yo, let's just do this one-on-one thing because you know we're gonna keep going back. I don't want people to think it's no team shit. He didn't think it was gonna turn into this, but this is what it turned into. And you in it. Now you in it. We're not beefing with you for no views, attacking you. I came on there talking to Unc, bro. And I said it. Word, I said, I'm here to do battle with
talking about niggas agents. You came on that motherfucker talking about niggas agents. You came on there calling niggas bitches and shit. Come on, bro.
I called you a bitch on your show.
Not
I
me.
said you was
the
agent on your show.
Not me, but you went and did a show. Hold on. You didn't call me a bitch, but you went on there afterwards talking mad shit. Talking about man, them niggas is agents, COINTELPRO, all kinds of shit. So why you mad?
I did it.
Hold up, since then why you mad that we saying yo them niggas is hating on us for views? Why are you mad now?
Because
why
it ain't
in
true.
the hell
It's some
would
shit.
I hate somebody from the Pseudo Killers about views?
I'm gonna answer your question.
No, Alan, let me talk to this guy real quick.
I'm gonna answer your question.
Hey,
dude.
Hold on,
I'm gonna answer your question. Let me answer his question. Everybody get their turn.
All right, yo, I fall back.
I'm gonna answer your question.
Like one person on the Pseudo Killers make one statement, and then everybody from the Pseudo Killers had to ride with that statement. Like everybody on the Pseudo Killers is individuals.
I mean, he the only one, but he the only one speaking for y'all right now. You speaking of none, that's different.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
and then
cool.
not only
I'm cool with
that,
it,
bro. You like I said, like Ken just said, bro. All of the COINTEL talk and the tough talk and the niggas police talk and this and that. And then when I see
who police? Who I
talk,
call police?
So we feel with
who I call police?
COINTEL is police. That's what the police is. COINTEL.
Yeah.
If from where I'm from, in the Midwest, bro, when you call somebody COINTEL, that means they the police. That means they the police, bro. I don't know what y'all mean in New York.
I advise you to watch my video for you even
well,
talk. You didn't watch my video, so you can't talk.
I watched your video.
No, you didn't. If you did watch did you watch the sons and daughters of the COINTEL program? Did you watch that video?
I watched that.
So how do you get that I'm calling?
Why is you speaking about me? Why is you speaking about my platform? And then you talking about the COINTELPRO in the same breath.
I'm gonna tell you
that's
why.
All I'm saying.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Like that's what, like I said, in the Midwest, I don't know what y'all do on the East Coast, bro. In the Midwest,
I'm gonna tell you why.
In the Midwest, when somebody talk about COINTEL and then they talk about your name in the same sentence with COINTEL, that means they talking about you, the police in the Midwest. That don't mean
okay.
It ain't a riddle. It's not a riddle in the Midwest.
It's not a riddle because I'm direct. So I'm gonna tell you this again. I pointed it out and I said we are the sons and daughters of the COINTEL program. I said I am a participant.
But you weren't talking about you weren't talking about MBK. You were talking about the Pseudo Killers.
Now I know you didn't watch the video, bro.
They don't.
I did watch.
I watched it, bro. Like I said, I wouldn't even mention. I wouldn't even mention Rob Bourne's name. Listen,
are you gonna let me
not mention your name?
Are you gonna let me answer you?
I would never mention. Listen. I done heard you. I'm finna say one thing and I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna shut my fucking mouth because I don't know what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, I would never mention Rob Bourne's name and then start talking about COINTELPRO. That's all I'm saying. That's a no-no in the Midwest. But go ahead. Y'all do y'all thing.
If you watch my video like you did not watch my video, I call myself a victim of it. I call the conscious community a victim of it. And then I began to show you how it functions and how it works, which is why I said we are the sons and daughters of it. Rule number 1, tear down Black organizations to the Black community. What the fuck is going on Facebook? What is going on in all of our groups?
Then you said that's what we was doing.
Man, that's
what we was doing. Let me finish, bro.
Like all the riddle shit, all the riddle shit is connected to me.
It ain't no riddle.
It don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing.
Can I
about
finish?
the riddle to me.
Can I finish?
What means something to me is what's happening in real life.
Man, like I said, in real life, Your platform. I'm talking to you now. Your platform. This is what you did the whole Black History Month. This is what you do. Until you show me one presentation where you're bigging up a black person or black people without saying, we're going to redo this book. We're going to redo that book. We're going to redo. That's how I see it, because we all do it. I did it. Listen to me. No, listen to my video. I burned the Bible, bro. I said I burned the Bible. I did this.
I don't give a
I'm
fuck.
participating.
I give a fuck about the people who subscribe to this channel who want to hear the shit we're talking about.
That's fine. That's
you
cool,
see it
bro.
your way, and
cool. That's cool.
See, the problem
when you
is,
niggas go in front of the temple, when you go in front of that temple when the NOI, make sure you let me know.
Man,
I want to see you niggas calling niggas a cult and telling niggas they didn't do nothing for black people. Do the same shit you did online in real life. I want to see you go tell them black people that they don't do shit for that community and have a fucking sign up doing all this shit you do
at the end of the day. At the end of the day,
you ain't gonna do it because you ain't built like that. I'm gone. Internet niggas, goodbye.
We pseudo killers.
5%. That's why you hurt.
We point out.
I know. You can call me whatever you want.
Yo, this shit getting ignorant, bro. Like,
because your religion goddamn got called
Kid,
out.
bro. Like,
I
bro. We gotta bring it back.
We know.
That's real shit. That 5% of shit. That 5% of shit.
Chill, bro. We gotta bring it back to intellectual dialogue, bro. This shit's so.
I know. Epidemiology push you in that.
Hold on, can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Hey, yo, I want to talk to Kent, yo. I want to talk to that guy. Yo.
Talk to me then. Talk to me.
I want to talk to him. I've been waiting for him.
You talk to call Ken on his phone. This is our platform, though. How come we can't talk about what the fuck? How come we can't point out disinformation? We the pseudo killers. We not the fucking.
Hey, yo, Concrete Core, you can do whatever you want to do. You can do whatever you want to do.
Listen, hold on. I'm talking right now. I'm talking.
We the pseudo killers. I've been quiet. You know I ain't disrespectful. I'm not disrespectful.
Listen, hold on,
you
bro.
been talking.
I'm talking right. I'm talking. We the pseudo killers over here. We not the fucking Kumbaya team. When what we do over here.
All right, then. So take the criticism and live with it, then.
Talking, bro. What we do over here is we look at pseudo information and we correct it. We check it. Pseudo killers. That's all we doing over here, bro. Y'all doing y'all thing on y'all platform. That's the way y'all do on y'all platform. What we do is what we did. We found a niche that we like, and that we have an audience that listens to us about, and that's what we do. We look at this information, no matter who doing it, whether they black, white, Indian, Arab, Chinese, Mexican, whatever. It don't matter what color they are. Over here, we know that racism is a social construct, and that's non-scientific to us over here. So like all of the shit about the comment that Aunt said about Black History Month, we welcome all of the comments over here, because ain't no comment not welcome over here. Is no point of view not welcome. If you want to say fuck Black History Month ain't shit, then we want to hear you say it over here, but have something to back that up with. That's welcome over here, bro. It ain't all about, hold everybody's hands and pat everybody's ass and wipe their ass for them. If they fucked up, they fucked up. If Farrakhan putting out bullshit, he putting out bullshit. If Malcolm X and them did some good shit back in the 70s, that was back in the 70s. But right now, we in 2021. And what we can do over here, we can scrutinize shit. We can see that shit ain't all good over here. It don't matter if you black or white or what color you is. Like I said, that shit is non-scientific, and we realize that on this platform.
Ain't nobody got no problem with that. Nobody got no problem with that.
You will have to create. Real quick, guy. You will have to create these arguments that nobody's having. We can move the goalposts all we want, but it doesn't deal with the issues that the God suggested weeks ago. Stand on what you said weeks ago. If the issue is what the NOI did for black folks or didn't do for black folks, then stand on what they didn't do for black folks. When the God showed what they did for black folks, you must answer that question. To dismiss the God as if he started something.
Nobody said they ever did nothing. Nobody said they ain't never seen nobody and gave somebody from the NOI ain't never seen nobody on the corner and gave them $2. Nobody ain't never said that.
You gotta
What
do that. You
what
gotta
he
do
said
that. Hold on,
was
hold
that
on.
shit is outweighed.
You gotta
as I
do
said
that.
We talking
before,
about today.
because when I was over talking you,
And
you
then he made a
corrected me.
comment. He made
Because when I
one
was over
comment.
talking, because
He
when I was
made
over talking
one
you, you
comment.
corrected me,
One
and you told me
comment.
that you was
He
talking,
made one
and I
comment about the
acquiesced.
NOI. And look what it's
So
turned
when
into.
I
That's what I'm
showed
talking
you,
about, man.
so when I
Why are
acquiesced and
y'all
let
so
you
emotional
build,
about that, though, man?
why are
Unc
you
made
so,
one
brother?
comment
Why can't
3
you just be
weeks
quiet
ago,
and let me
bro.
speak?
He
I
made
let you speak.
Who's
one
moderating?
comment 3
Ain't
weeks
nobody
ago.
moderating
And
because
here
it's
we
y'all
is
joint.
talking about. Here we
But
is
when
finna
this
break
brother
up
was
with the
when this brother
and
chastised me on
everything else
being quiet,
because
I
of
be
one.
quiet and
Now
let
I'm
him
also
talk.
in the mix, but I'm just trying to see who moderating.
I'm just saying when the
Hold
brother
on,
was
hold on, hold
alluding
on.
to me
Let be
speaking,
real. Let be
bring a
real.
little decorum. Bring a little
Hold on.
decorum.
Let be
Everybody
real.
freeze.
You can't
Everybody freeze. Let the
moderate me
Easy
on my
talk.
channel.
Let be
no,
real.
yo,
How
because
you gonna
Nah,
moderate
let the
me on
it's a
my
Easy
channel?
rip.
talk, man.
Run
Everybody be
as much
quiet.
as I want to. I
Please.
just go
Hey, yo,
on and on and on and on.
you
I
obviously
don't get on
can
y'all
talk as much as
channel
you
and tell
want to,
y'all
but
when y'all can
I'm pretty
stop
sure I
talking.
have been gracious and
I don't
courteous as I've been
interrupt
on
you
your
and overtalk
platform.
you on your channel. I don't do that over there on
Brother,
your.
you
We don't
just
even come on these
chastised
niggas'
me
channel,
on
yo.
when I was
That's
over
We
what
don't
I'm.
come on
talking
y'all
you,
You
channel.
and
don't
I
even.
stopped
I don't even.
talking,
I never
and you
even been a
began to
guest
talk.
on
That's
your
that
channel.
crazy
Never even
shit.
been a
Can
guest
I?
on your
I
channel.
thought
We
pseudo
ain't
killers
never
was about the
came on these niggas'
information, brother.
channel.
Hey,
Can I?
everybody
Go on the
be
Hey,
channel,
Kent,
quiet.
bro.
yo,
Start
I've
with that.
never did that.
Start with the big
I
bro.
don't
Hold
get
on
on
a
your
minute, Ken.
channel and
Hey,
cut you
Kobe,
off
hold
while
on.
you're talking.
Let
None
the
of that
Easy
shit.
speak.
I
Do I?
don't even come on these
And
niggas'
then I
channel,
don't even
dog.
get on. I don't even get in my feelings
Can
about
I?
it. I ain't even heard about it.
Hey,
Like
Ken, you
it's
hear me,
crazy
right?
to me
Let the
that
Easy.
somebody made a comment. The thing about it is y'all worried
hey,
about
Concrete Corey, I listen to you every
the
Sunday.
Chanel.
I
he said
understand
he
your
gonna talk while
perspective.
I'm talking though, but I don't do that on his channel
Corey,
though.
chill for a
But
second.
no,
Corey.
hold
Yeah.
on. I'm still
Nah, Chanel.
because I've been unheard. I done heard these niggas come on my channel and tell us about how we supposed to act on our channel. It's just crazy to me. But what I'm saying is, I have not never came on a channel and done that. And what I'm saying is, Unc made one comment 3 weeks ago. One comment. The NOI don't get no respect in Black History Month. Now here we go. Here we is fighting because don't nan motherfucker in the NOI give a shit about nan nigga on this panel. They don't give a fuck about me, Rob Bourne, or the next nigga. They would not get on no panel and talk about MBK. They would tell, as a matter of fact, they would have negative shit to say about y'all.
I don't know if I believe that though.
So I know you don't believe it, but I do believe it. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's my belief. I believe that they don't give a fuck about and one of you niggas. I really believe that in my heart.
Man,
wrong on that.
So what I'm saying is y'all talking about to us about the NOI for 3 weeks after Unc made one comment. He said he said who gives a shit about what the NOI did? This is Black History Month. And now here we go. We got to prove whether NOI had a Longin Terrier or not. I don't give a
Hey,
fuck
brother,
about
you don't got to prove that. You don't have to prove that.
Right,
If you
hold
paid
they had a
attention,
Longin Terrier. I don't
if
give
you paid
a
attention to our content, brother, we kept it moving. Hey, Concrete Core, we kept it moving,
hold
brother.
on, Shanab. Let Hisi speak. Yo, we being rude.
Go ahead.
My fault.
Go ahead, Hisi.
I've been sitting back just observing. And I'm gonna tell you, Chanel, that was disingenuous what you did. I'm gonna show you how. When Corey was speaking, this is early. Corey was speaking, you came in and cut him off and continued speaking. And Corey ain't said nothing. I'm talking about this was like an hour ago. Corey was speaking, you just came in. I'm sorry to disrupt you, Corey. And then you just kept speaking. Corey ain't got back into now. And what I was gonna say also, maybe we need to draw the line when we talk about the Nation of Islam and specify the Nation of Islam that is being taught by Minister Farrakhan. And that would kill a whole lot of stuff. Because the argument is going back to 1930, 1975. But what we're talking about is right now in 2021. All the arguing shit, that's some bullshit.
Can I?
Hey, real quick, brother
building,
Richard. I'm just saying, if I disrespected brother Nahisi or anybody on this platform by my interjection, that's my fault.
No,
but I thought we were building back and forth.
over here, yo.
No, Corey was
Oh,
speaking.
we don't cry. I don't take it as disrespect. I just got in where I fit in at. That's
I
what we
mean,
do
and
over here.
I presume
I'm
that
not
that's
gonna
what I
make a
was
video
doing. But
about
that
you
if
and
it
tell
was
you
a
how
point
to
of order to where your brother felt like he needed to express it, then I'm gonna make sure
Well,
that
it's cool. He just wanted to point
some
it out.
reciprocation.
To point out your error.
Corey was
It ain't got
speaking.
nothing to do about your feelings. Or our feelings. He just pointed out.
I mean, brother, I was also quiet on this platform and didn't speak.
But I'm just saying, this is at the beginning. Corey was speaking.
But I'm blaming you.
just
But I'm
came
blaming.
and said,
I wasn't on this,
and
brother
then you
Nahisi.
spoke
I
for like
wasn't on this,
45 minutes.
Brother Nahisi. I wasn't on this platform when it first began. So you have misconstrued.
Yeah, you did. You cut me off.
I wasn't on this platform.
That was an hour ago, bro. It was an hour ago. I let you do it because I was watching my son's basketball game. So I wasn't
everything
really
in peace and all.
Go
Everything
ahead,
peace and all. But I'm just saying, the throwing the rock and hide in your hand, talking about niggas is COINTELPRO, trying to throw up the Sinetta shit about Chef. You know what I'm saying? How Sinetta, tried to expose Chef as a police. Like all of that talk. You know what I'm saying? Now y'all want to act like, oh no, it's all love. We were just talking about. Come on, man. Y'all throwing the rock.
Hey, I ain't say nothing about being about no all love.
Hold
I don't know what you talking about.
Rob Bowen did that. Rob Bowen did that.
I don't know what you mean about something being all love. Nobody never said that.
Nigga, the police.
That's something you created.
We don't know when the nigga called someone.
If someone points to a certain set of characteristics that are similar to someone during Black History Month. Listen, if you throw a rock into a grump of hog and someone snort, that means you the
crazy,
hog.
man.
All of that's what I'm
we
saying.
Crazy.
Like,
I get it. Listen, I get it. If you feel like you the one
we don't
that got hit with the rock, then you the hog. Then
y'all killing me with the poetry. You killing me with the poetry, bro.
Can I?
Like you can call it whatever you want to call
all
it.
of the esoteric.
Listen, real quick. This is be clear.
When you calling a nigga the police,
ain't nobody ain't mentioned nothing esoteric about nothing that we talk about.
It's an esoteric meaning.
And you can say whatever that you listen, my brother. You can say whatever that you want to say. You can say whatever you want to say. Ain't no topic in which we discuss on New Black Knowledge and that you are prepared currently to speak to me about. I'm not talking to you, Corey. I'm talking to your man Ken. I'm being specific.
I don't talk to rats.
I'm talking to your man. I'm talking to your man.
I don't talk to rats and that.
Can I?
Coattail half-cock scholarship. I'm talking to you, Ken.
Yeah, okay. I don't talk to rats.
I'm talking to you. Just say what you said right now. Don't hide from it. Listen, bring your private conversation to the forefront. You don't even listen to our content for you to be making a opinion or to surmise about a topic that we talk about. You don't listen to our content. Anytime Pseudo Killers, Mossy Clan, any of you guys are on, I share your content, regardless of what I think about your content.
When?
Look at Facebook. I don't need to substantiate my support of Pseudo Killers by my sharing of your content on Facebook.
Then why do you support your brother? Then why do you support your brother?
I share your content.
Hold up. Then why do you support your brother when then why do you support your brother when you talking shit about our content?
This is a learning moment for you because you talk too much. The first Pan-African journal that we established in the conscious community, my articles is in it. So watch what you say. So I participated. I got your brother Kofi stuff. When they running their campaigns, I support it. What are you talking about? What you mean? And that's a member of your team. What you mean? And what you mean? So now Kofi Pieside team is and.
No, it ain't.
They and now. They and now. So we not pushing. So we not saying spirits flying,
right?
Man, come
so
on,
y'all
man.
not saying spirits flying. You're not saying spirits flying right now.
That ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about.
Yeah, we're not bringing it up because I'm giving you facts. I'm giving you facts.
And what I care about that?
We're giving you facts right now.
And what do I
you
care
emotional. You emotional. I know you do. I can understand that you the win. Yo, show me the information right now that you distribute with NBK. We can handle it right now. You don't have none. You just talking.
I refute the information.
Right, show and prove right now. Put the link right now. Let's do it right now.
The part where he say Chef is the part where he say
Chef is. Let's do it right
now.
Put it in the link. I ain't say Chef was police. I ain't say nothing about Chef was police. I ain't say nothing about that.
Your brother.
I ain't say nothing. Me and you right now. All that talking you got. Show and prove it right now. Can you do it?
MBK did. It's in your video.
Can I?
Can you do it right now?
Can
I?
Man, ban the
Guys
guy.
are weirdos, man.
Can I?
You guys don't read no
Can
black history, man.
Can
You
I?
don't read no black history, man. What you know about your own history? Who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to hate yourself?
Hey, brother,
weirdo.
Brother
this
Kent,
nigga, man.
Brother Kent,
Yeah, you hear me? I'm on your platform.
Brother Kent, Brother Snap.
Who taught you to hate yourself, bro?
Brother Kent,
Nobody.
Brother Snap.
I love myself. I love that I'm African.
You don't love yourself, man.
I love that I'm
I don't even know your. I don't even know
African.
your real name, nigga.
You don't need to know my real name. Just
What's
know that
your
I'm
real
African.
name? Yeah,
My name is
you
African.
hate yourself. You don't even like your real
My
name.
name is African.
What's your real name? What's your mama name you? What's your mama name you? What's your mama name you?
Brother Kent.
What's your mama name
I'm gonna tell you. Don't worry
hate
about it.
yourself, nigga.
You got to mute them all.
All right.
You scared.
I got me.
Scared to be yourself, nigga.
Whatever you want it
Scared
to
to
be,
be
it's
yourself,
gonna be
nigga.
that.
Brother
Be
Kent.
Snap that. I call you Snap, your fake name. I call you your fake name.
Hey, everybody freeze for a minute. Hold on, everybody freeze. Everybody calm down. Calm down. Listen, I don't mind the shit talking. I'm just saying, just one at a time, because we can't even hear the shit talking. So I'm just trying to make a point here. So I didn't even watch the video because, you know what I'm saying, after I heard they called my man Sean a bitch, that was Raw Born did that. I'm like, this shit then turned into some different shit. Because ain't no bitches nowhere. I don't even hang around bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a rule of mine. Don't be around bitches. So if it was bitches on the MBK, I'm not fucking with bitches. If it's bitches on the I'm not fucking with bitches. If it's bitches on the street, I can't fuck with bitches. Because as much shit as I talk, I might end up in a situation because some niggas is some bitches. And they think it's more than that. And by the way, I don't have to stand in front of the Nation of Islam temple. I've talked to the niggas that grew up with me. They know how I came up. I know how they came up. And so we just know what it is. So it was a very respectful conversation when we talk to each other. I'm not standing in front of their goddamn building egging on some shit. That's ridiculous. Come on, bro. You're a funny dude. Just stand in front of the Nation of Islam and tell them, really, nigga?
You did it with 3 weeks, my
bro.
nigga.
That's ridiculous, bro. Come on,
You did it for 3 weeks, though, Unc. I need to see that bullhorn. I need to see that bullhorn come out. Put that army hat back on, nigga, and get out there.
I'm not doing it, bro.
Niggas, they a cult.
Let me finish my point, though. Come on, man. I'm not doing it. I'm just saying for me, right? I know what it is. It was a statement made. The statement wasn't even based on the conversation was, what is these niggas doing to us right now? And I talked to the niggas I needed to talk to. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a no argument for me. Right? But like I said, bro, you called the nigga a bitch. I don't hang around bitches.
Yeah.
Your aunt, can I ask you a question real quick?
Oh, no, you trying to get in, Shanab? Hold on. I'm just saying, yo. Like, I've never called anybody in MBK bitches because I'm not gonna be around bitches.
Yo, fam, listen. This is some personal shit. That's personal, my nigga. And it was personal. And to my personal messages got put out in the public. And that's what it is. And that's why I said what I said, and that's what it is. And I'm gonna leave it at that. What this whole thing is about, is information, bro. Period. Always has been. Have I ever cursed you out, on some like, yo, have I ever did some real wild shit? Every time I ever had an issue with you, it's about what,
Yeah, because we see each other in person all the time.
Yeah, but it's always about what, information, bro. I try to tell you this multiple times, years, and I'm like, yo, son, how come all these dudes is around that I can't even, like, yo, this shit is crazy. So for me, I'm done with the click shit. That's what this is about, bro. This ain't about no one message. This is a continuation of something that constantly goes on and on and on, bro. It ain't no hard feelings. It is what it is. But to the brothers,
this got nothing to do with y'all.
that's what it do. That's what the video say. It's a 39-minute video that just got put up, man. And to point out one thing and say that that's what it's about, then if you want to make it that, how did MBK brainwash the community?
You gotta ask Chef, yo.
Hey, MBK, Rob on. That message was a month ago.
Yeah, it wasn't even about.
We weren't even thinking about you, dog. Like, why bring it up now? Bring it up now?
I already, we did for 28 days, son. We did 28 videos discussing Black history. We specifically said we're not dealing with this until after. I even put it in the chat. I will see you guys March 1st.
But you're making it seem as
No,
y'all
I'm not.
ending the MBK. Y'all are ending the MBK because the pseudo
No,
killers
we're
said.
not ending the MB.
Then
That's
why
your
put that
saying.
in your video?
Fam,
Like that's just crazy, yo.
You need to watch. You just said you don't watch MBK videos, so you obviously didn't watch that video.
I watched that one because it had our name in the motherfucker, dog.
Your name ain't in the title of the video. What are you talking
But it's
about?
in the screenshot.
The name of the video. What are you talking
It's
about,
in the
bro?
screenshot. It's in the screenshot.
Fam,
Right?
the name of the video
Right?
that we just put. Yo, hold on for a second, bro. The name
Go
of
ahead,
the video we just put up is MBK. New Black Knowledge is dead. What the hell were you talking about? All of the reasons is there. It ain't just that thing. What you just said you don't watch it. And then
if MBK is dead, then why do we need to be a part of that?
Why do you need to be a part of it? Because it's a continuation thing coming from Brother Ankh. And it's stated in the video.
So Ankh is the reason that y'all are deading MBK?
No,
is that what you're saying?
It's the whole entire weird ass conscious community click link up shit.
And I told you we not part of it. I told you we not the conscious community. In the last joint you came on. We not the conscious community, bro.
Listen, obviously we know you're not. We obviously know you're not because of what you take. You talking about a video that you did not watch. You did not watch the Sons and Daughters of the COINTEL program. And let me enlighten you on something. I did that video a year ago and I reposted it because I wanted to get the message across. If you watch the video in its entirety, there's no way you would say what you said. I pointed out the state of the conscious community who is operating on COINTELPRO actions.
That's not true though, yo. But hold on, bro, born. Like we don't operate off that because we say y'all in the motherfucking cult with a goddamn e-meter, yo. How is that?
I think
Sam, listen to me.
Listen to me.
No, listen to me. Listen.
They got an e-meter for the last 15 years, bro.
Yo, listen, listen. I ain't never been. Listen, I don't know what it's like to be a cult in a cult. I don't know what it's like to be in a religion. I never was a Christian, none of that. I don't know what none of that's like.
You ever heard anybody call the nation and gods on earth a cult? Have you ever heard that?
No, I never heard that ever in my life because
reason why, Rob Bourne.
I don't know nothing about that.
No,
that's what y'all got that experience.
It's hard. It's hard for Harry Christians to sell flowers outside. It's hard for you to tell another community that's not a motherfucking cult, no matter what businesses they had in the community. It's hard. Scientology got businesses too. It's
hard. Yo, fam, my brother, this is what the problem becomes. And I don't want to keep pulling up messages. People ask you on the same Facebook post, are you saying that the black community, that the NOI never did nothing for the black community? Your response was no. Don't make me pull up the Facebook post, bro.
Did what? Say it again. What? Pull it up. Say what?
They specifically asked you, did the NOI did anything for black people? You said no.
And I'm still saying it, Rob Bourne. I ain't
but now that's my debate with you. Then you turn around and go on you turned around and you went on the YouTube talk. Let's deal with the information, You turned around and then went on the YouTube talk. You went to Hawker Bay channel.
You never want to listen, Rob Bourne.
I'm listening.
I just want you to know the way a cult is fueled, it's based off of people giving them monies. So on the outside, to the everyday old person, the Nation of Islam is black. They're doing something for the black community. And I'm telling you that all roads go to Rome. They've gotten millions of dollars from the black community. They got $250,000 from the United States government during the AIDS epidemic in the goddamn 80s. What do? They set up clinics. They sell the product. They double price the shit, right? Some shit you get on for $25, they sold it for $50, $60, $70. Right? And they act like they was curing AIDS. So to y'all think they was doing something. Every school they built, every business they built, it was to fund their cult, bro. That's all I'm saying. Listen. You can't make me get off that position.
Listen, I wanna speak perfect English to you, bro.
Yeah, you're not.
The question was asked.
No.
Did the NOI help black
And
ever
I'm saying
help
that,
black people.
I never helped black people. They got niggas
Listen.
stuck on e-meters, bro.
Okay. Yo, son, you are
You think they
dealing
just
with
started that tactic, Rob on?
Yo,
Hold on. Oh,
brother,
wait.
listen to
Rob
me,
on.
brother Unc.
You think they just started that, yo?
My brother Unc, listen. You are doing time jumping again.
No, I'm not.
Organizations, listen to me, Unc. Organizations go in a timeline, and we can see through the historical record what they did. There was no Scientology in the 50s, in the 40s, in the 60s. There was no AIDS in the 50s,
knows
in the
about
40s. Listen to me, Unc, listen.
You bring up some shit like that, though, Rob.
Unc, when you say they never did anything for black people is the problem.
Okay, so do this for me, Rob. Do this for me. The next time you dive out the window like that,
I don't dive out the window.
Listen,
you did.
Hold on. Wait. Since we want to play time periods, which is fair, that is absolutely fair because you're talking about two different leaders. Then can you be specific with the time period? Because I wasn't.
Well, three.
I
really.
was because the question.
Three, when you talk about Wallace, Silas, and
hey, Richard, I ain't gonna have to fight you to get you quiet. I just kick you off, Richard.
I'm all right with that.
All right, well, let me finish, Mr. Richard. I'm simply saying it's fair for you to bring up time period. Now, I respect you saying time period. Now, he been said this shit, get the time periods. So if we start breaking down shit in time periods, I'm a bang on Elijah Muhammad for coming up with that ridiculous ass anti-African rhetoric. Simple as that. I gotta go to his head about sticking needles in the black people. The black baby.
Okay, all right. Hold on.
I'm not, hold on, wait, Rob. I'm not wrong. Rob, I'm not wrong. But you're gonna say if they did have the fisheries, they did, halals. Okay, I'm not tripping off that. I'm just simply saying, by the time we know the Nation of Islam, this generation we talking to now, bro, nobody don't even know about a lot. They just know about Farrakhan. They know about the AIDS epidemic. So I'm just simply saying, whenever I talk about the Nation of Islam, all I can see based off me being affiliated with a cult, that everything that Malachi York did, it may have looked like he was out there helping people, giving money to all these black organizations. He did all that, bro. But by me being in it, I know that all the monies that was collected, dude, was going back to his fucking pocket. The same thing with the Nation of Islam. They're not building no serious institutions. Y'all crazy as hell. They building what institutions they building for black? Okay, so they built a nursery school around the country. Thanks a lot for that. So I'm gonna say it right now, Rob, since you want me to say it. Nation of Islam, we appreciate for all the work you did in the community. Now get the hell out the way with that dumb shit y'all on these days. So there you go. I gave them that credit. Get the hell out the way. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate what they did. Now get the hell out of our way because you're killing us. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna end it on that, bro. Come on, yo.
All right, so
Can I ask a question? Can I jump in now? My bad. Go ahead.
This is what I'm gonna share my screen. This is what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm gonna let the information.
I'm not gonna turn this into a raw born promote.
No, I'm not. We don't do talking over here. You did a lot of talking.
No, I didn't do no talking.
I don't want to promote nothing. I want to challenge your man Kent since he got so much to say.
Y'all need to get out
Yeah. Ken had to get it off his chest, yo.
Yeah, what up?
That's fine. I just feel like if the brother has an issue with any of the content that we put forth, let him express that now.
Man, dog.
Because when I was on your channel,
I'm gonna tell you directly what I got a problem with.
I just started talking. I literally just started talking. When I was on your channel and it was piece this and piece that, bro, I see what you're saying. It makes sense with what you're saying. I see what you're saying. And then afterwards, subsequently, I didn't see that same piece. Now what you suggesting now, what you saying now, after we had already seen what the internal chat was, what you saying now, put yourself in front of the chopping block.
It was done and over with.
I'm talking about what you saying. I'm talking about what you saying right now, brother. Forget the chat.
Because y'all dropped the video.
You saying
today,
you
right?
saying right.
You
saying right now that a brother. So will you be out of order, brother? If I sat and watched your brother speak and I didn't say nothing, and you saying something now?
Bro, didn't y'all drop a video today? Did y'all not?
Of course you dropped a video today. What they gotta do with me explaining to you the context of the video?
Okay, so last time you came on,
did we say you were COINTELPRO?
Last time you came on our channel,
did we say you were COINTELPRO?
What? Can I
Hold on. No. Let me finish.
Bro, I'm trying to get it out here. You keep asking me questions.
Hold on, Rob Bourne. Last time y'all came on our channel, it was all peace, right? Even brought true
Last
story on the channel.
time I was on your channel, it was all peace. First of all, let's make sure we telling the story straight. The subsequent night, your leader goes online and continues the same masquerade that was continued previously when we already.
Who's my leader?
I'm talking about I'm thinking about Unc in the comments that was made.
Unc is his own man. I'm my own man. What you talking about?
Can I continue? I mean, if I'm saying something that's wrong after I get done speaking,
you said something that was wrong.
You gonna stop me now?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna stop you when you say something wrong, but go ahead.
Okay, cool. So again, your leader gets on Facebook and continues to say things that was contrary to what we spoke about just.
I ain't saying them about y'all though, Rob. I mean, Sinead, what you talking about? I beat up the Nation of Islam. Every time Rob Bourne talk crazy, I beat up the Islam even more. Every time he do it. Now the mom do it.
Anytime that we feel like the content goes across the line. All right, my brother, I'll be quiet.
So y'all did that for me to
be
please be
quiet. So since you're gonna be quiet, hold up. So since he's gonna be quiet, since he's gonna be quiet, hold on. Let me get this out.
Ken, I'm gonna say this to you one-on-one.
No, you said you're gonna be quiet though.
That you want to build on.
But you said you was
any
gonna be
aspect
quiet,
of Black
bro.
history,
Man,
I'm available for you at any point in time. No matter what you want to talk about, I'm here for you specifically.
You ain't about what you're talking about.
I'm gonna walk with you. No matter what you want to talk about with regard to Black history, I'm gonna walk with you.
Now you want to change the subject.
Yeah, I want to know what this has to do with the vaccine complex of the NOI.
Now you want to change the subject.
Anybody hear me?
I'm changing the subject.
Now we can hear you. Let Cedric go on. What's up, Cedric?
I thought you. So you don't want me to show you this, right?
I just want to know what any of this got to do with the fact that this pseudo organization in a pandemic handing out flyers, anti-vax flyers. How is that helping Black people?
I'm waiting. We waiting for you to make your pamphlet and do organization, and you go do it. That's how you.
Yeah, in my community, I'm on Facebook fighting anti-pseudo, fighting these pseudo sentiments every day. In my community, people picking up what the NOI say and bringing that information to me, selling me, look, the whole anti-vax
it's convenient. It's convenient to sip on 2021 juice and sit back in our armchair and say the organization not winning.
I'm from the Caribbean. I'm from Dutch Caribbean. I know nothing about no NOI, none of these things. All I found out the last couple of weeks is that this organization was giving Black people pills, claiming they curing AIDS, and now they handing out anti-vax flyers in the community. Tell me what you're defending.
Yo, listen. I don't listen.
Tell me why.
I don't defend Louis Farrakhan.
Yo, listen.
And it shouldn't be a question of anyone here to defend Louis Farrakhan.
Yo, listen.
I got
one last statement, Rob Bourne.
Yo, I just want to get this information out. How y'all the pseudo killers? And as soon as information get on the screen, everybody want to start talking.
From Africa, West Africa. I don't know nothing about no Asiatic black man. I don't know nothing about no tribe but Sebas. All I want to know is how you going to defend the organization 2021 giving out anti-vax flyers. I'm a biochemist, by the way, so explain that to me.
That's real.
I am talking
who pushes anti-vax information. No, we saying the same thing.
Who don't know nothing about this. The
whole
saying
the same thing.
business,
we don't support any organization.
Real Black atheist. I didn't follow it, Rob Bourne, and was on the dagger spots.
Man, can I get the mic one last time, man? I'm gonna log out.
Again, we don't support no organization that pushes anti-scientific information, like we said previously.
Go. I'm a pseudo killer. I don't want to hear no.
Okay, so he said he don't support.
Yes, sir. We don't.
None.
Yes, sir. We don't approve. Yes, sir.
None.
We don't support no organization. We don't support no information that's anti-scientific.
I seen it, Rob. I seen it, Rob. I didn't see it.
Never say he don't support it, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How you gonna talk over Cedric?
I'm answering the elder when he's speaking to me. I'm giving him response. I'm not ignoring him.
You beat him, let him finish, yo. Let him
Seneb don't support NOI. That's what he just said right just now. Right?
No, I've been listening, and the reason I got on this is because I hearing all the slick talk about how we shouldn't be discrediting them in Black History Month. In my community, I black all year. I don't have no Black History Month. I ain't got nothing to do with that nonsense, period. So all my history black all the time.
So Black History Month is nonsense, yes?
I'm sorry. I do Black History all the time.
Say it louder so we
now,
can hear you.
if we're gonna highlight something in Black History Month, shouldn't we highlight all the pseudoisms in our community that is bringing us down?
I might as well bring in Malachi
that the NOI was giving sugar pills about curing AIDS.
But brother, brother
Cedric, NOI talking about curing.
But brother Cedric,
no, you cut him off, man. Let that man talk. He been getting cut and paste. So let him finish him out.
So now I heard a couple of weeks ago that the NOI was giving sugar pills and talking about curing AIDS. And in 2021, we're still having a discussion about NOI. Are you people serious?
Yeah.
I don't.
If there's something wrong with the Black community that we are not allowed to not chastise our elders, but correct the information. At a certain point, you're outdated, sit down. Nobody uses a floppy disk anymore, right? Because the technology outdated, we put it down. So some of these pseudoisms just need to get put to rest. All this Blackology, I know nothing about it.
But,
everything is all of a sudden black.
Yes, sir, I feel you.
I have pitch black Indians in my community that are the third-class citizen in their community, and they ain't black. I black, I'm an African, they Indian, regardless of the skin color. There is so much things. I watch religiously. I've been following Ankh from way back when. I've been following Raban since the Sunday Caveman show. I've been telling Mama all the time he's pseudo-religious. Because when it comes down to being completely scientifically literate and anti-theist, most people hit that block where they still stumble on their belief.
Yo, fam.
Real quick. Let me talk to him. Real quick.
Give me 1 second.
I ain't got no 5%.
I
am a biochemist. I've studied in Europe. So tell me, I know all the white man science.
Yes, sir. I don't mean disrespect.
So I'm fluent in biochemistry.
Hey, one question. Hey, Rob Bourne, one question. Why y'all try to call Chef the damn police though, right? Like, what's that?
I don't know what you talking about. You ain't watched the video like you said.
I did watch the video, man. You
don't know what you talking about, bro. I didn't call Chef Friend no police.
Y'all ain't gonna be real.
Hey, brother Cedric. We don't mean disrespect.
No, man. Why y'all can't get? I want to talk about information, man. Stop this shit. Yo, I was trying to talk to
brother Cedric.
I want to talk about information. I want you to pull up the pamphlet. Let us discuss the anti-vax pamphlet
can you
and the information in that pamphlet. And I want to talk about the pills that the NOI was given to
Black
cure
History
AIDS.
Month.
Bring that information.
You just called Black History Month garbage because you're not from our fucking country.
I am Black History Month from January to January. I ain't got
that's fine, whatever, son.
Black
you don't know the history of it.
June 16th. That's my birthday.
Bro.
That is Black History Month.
Now y'all ain't calling people COINTELPRO.
Why y'all don't never want to deal with no information? Why y'all all keep talking, bro?
Who you have?
I'm not gonna disrespect. I don't see a need to disrespect. And go at him like
that's
that.
The information
he has the right
you
to
need
feel how he
pull
feels.
up there so we could debunk it and let our people get vaccinated.
Yes,
Rabban, I'm
we
all about the information. That's the only information I want this because that's the only information on the Pseudo Killer Squad. I ain't want to talk about no church, no organization do for black people telling them that they come from a tribe of Shabazz and that their eyebrows is the real hair that is supposed to have, and none of that nonsense. No tribe of Shakur. I don't want
the nation
none of
ideology.
it. I just want to see We want to do the information. Do you
Hey.
have the flyer? I didn't see the
Hey,
flyer.
so
I
if y'all
want to see
condemn them,
the information
y'all
on the flyer
condemn
so
them,
we could debunk that.
Yes. Yes, sir.
if y'all condemn them like we condemn them, then why y'all tripping? Why y'all tripping if y'all feel the same way? Hold up. If y'all feel the same way, like Seneb just said, hold on. Seneb just said, sir, we don't rock with
first of
nobody that's
all, I would like
anti.
to
Damn, you ain't gonna let me finish,
appreciate.
bro. You ain't gonna let me finish, bro. If y'all
I
feel
mean,
the
you
same way we
creating a
feel,
narrative that we're not saying.
because if y'all don't feel the same way we feel, or if y'all feel the same way we feel about the NOI, then why y'all feeling so like what's the problem? You just said y'all don't rock with them cats.
I think the beauty. Can I respond to you? I think the beauty in our community is we're not a monolith.
Right.
So I don't necessarily have to believe everything that you may suggest to about an organization within our community. But one thing that is undisputable is the impact that said organization has on our community.
Yeah, it's undisputable.
One way we can yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
One way we can easily distinguish
that they're brave enough to put out flyers telling black people that the vaccine gonna kill them. They have us scientifically illiterate enough that black people actually talk about a cure for HIV. That's their contribution to black people, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that their contribution?
They definitely
How much universities do they have? How much PhDs do they produced in science? For example.
No, sir.
None.
No, sir.
None.
I wouldn't suggest that. I wouldn't suggest that the argument that I'm making is indicative.
And when they open a shop, where do the people work to make money to spend in a retail store? What actually producing? I heard something about a Fez factory. I ain't buying no Fez.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but I'm not insinuating with regards to the job they provided then with regards to right now in 2021. But I'm only highlighting. Yes, sir.
So when you talk about all of this stuff they do to the community, they brought retail, but the people still have to find money somewhere to go to those supermarkets and shops and whatnot, right? So where did they actually employ people? Sir. How did they educate them so that they could get jobs to shop in the community? Let me talk real things now. Where's the NOI hospital? Where they in that hospital telling people, come get your vaccines, because we got the good stuff.
Well, I think we're conflating things. So
that means like just like in the islands here, I got to combat the nonsense people talking about bush tea. So y'all probably got some bush tea that the NOI selling to people to cure the corona because that's going to produce an immune response like a vaccine. So what's the alternative?
Yo, you in the island?
Yes, sir.
And you talking about fuck black history month? You telling us black Americans the fuck black history month?
I got island. My leaders all black.
Excuse me, sir. I don't mean to be no disrespect to what you were suggesting.
No specific month to identify myself as black. I
yes,
know what
yes, sir.
Hold on, Robert. Hey, whoa. Hey, Robert Rand, look, everybody stop for a minute.
No, but he's bugging, man. He's telling us that we can't.
I have to deal with a living in a colonial island. My identity is European. You know how it is to be my
identity. And we celebrate Black American history. What are you talking about?
Stop, yo. Relax. Everybody chill. Everybody be cool. It was so many people cutting into what he was saying, yo. He hit y'all with that plain old motherfucking logic. He was simply saying, yo, what's really important to us.
You read my name. You read my first and last name. One is Anglo-Saxon and the last one is Spanish. I'm an African. You want to talk to me about identity? I carry a European identity and I speak 4 European languages fluently. You want to talk to me about identity? Yet I know who I am. I ain't confused about no NOI. I ain't got to speak.
No, sir. We didn't. No, sir. We didn't want to. We didn't want to engage you.
Man, you cutting them off, man. You cutting him off.
No, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure he understands that. I just want to make sure he understands that I wasn't intending on disrespecting anyone's origin, where they come from.
No.
I just want to make sure that
I am not taking no disrespect. Trust me, I a pseudo killer. I am right at home here. I could bang with the best of them. So don't worry
I just
about
want to
my
make sure that we
sensitivity. I
clear.
got
I don't
7 kids. I
want
got
anything
7
to
kids,
get
4 of them in
misconstrued
college
from my
right now.
grandma
So
wife.
don't worry about my sensitivity.
Can
What
Yes,
I'm
sir.
trying to say is your point is mute. Look at me, look at my circumstances, and talk to me about black history. I grew up in an education system that telling me about Columbus and Pete Hang. So for me to understand that I'm an African is miles and miles and miles ahead of anything are you people talking about. So I just was watching, listen, I am black history. I don't need to identify it specifically at any time. And I'm not going to use black history. I'm not going to use black history to hide the ills of an NOI, to hide the ills of a church, to hide the ills of a religion. And if NOI,
hold on for a minute. Hey, Richard White and Robert Rand, let that when that man hitting that nerve right now. Let that man
I don't think he hit a nerve. He's repeating himself, but I don't think he's hitting a nerve.
L. Ron Hubbard, I read those Dianetic books. I read those Dianetic books before there was a Scientology.
To show information.
Listen to me. I've been watching you guys do it for weeks and weeks. Robert, listen to me for a second.
My time right now, bro. I can't upset something.
Do you have, Robert?
I tried to address them.
In politics, it's called
something I'm not talking about, bro. I want to address all the information. I don't want to hear you talking.
Pamphlet.
You talking.
Can you share the screen when you have the pamphlet so we can discuss the information?
You are
Other
talking
than that,
shit to me. I don't want to talk to you,
all right,
bro.
okay, good. Yes, fine. You want to talk about the information? I want to talk about the pamphlet.
I don't want to talk. I want to show it.
Let
need
us
to
debunk
show
that
something, and you cut me
quick.
off, and I kept letting you talk, and you keep saying the same shit over and over again.
Right. You are.
What
you
the
are,
fuck, man?
Cedric, you are doing that.
Hey,
You're saying the same shit over and over again.
Hey, no, he not. No, he not.
Yes, he is.
No, but you know how many times you got Richard Wright, you got Robert Rand, you got
So I want the people to know that you scared for me to show the information to debunk the bullshit you just said, and you want to keep passing the mic while the conversation changes. I want to address you when information.
You can't address me.
That's what I thought. You don't want to
debunk my opinion. Oh, you don't debunk an opinion.
Stop talking, bro. This is a
You can't debunk an opinion, Robon.
Yo, I don't have an opinion. I'm showing facts.
To debunk.
Can I show my facts?
You don't got no facts, Robon.
All right, I'm showing my facts right now. Let's go.
Can you show us the vaccine
Duke, I'm not talking about what you're talking about.
We want to see the
You
pamphlet,
can't even have a conversation with me. You off topic, bro. You off topic. On my screen right now.
What's the date on that paper, Robon?
On my screen right now.
When that was?
On my screen right now. Yo, Duke, could you shut up? Shut the Yo, son,
I was born in 73, Robon.
You make me want to curse you out, bro.
Why don't you stop him just so that
what this the fuck, man? What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Yo?
Man, I thought MBK was dead. Why y'all still on the fucking live, man?
I know. Y'all niggas don't like information. You like to just run your mouth. I know.
Who? Y'all run y'all mouth, man, because y'all talk all that trash.
You don't got one presentation on your channel. You don't got one presentation on your channel.
Okay.
So what year that is?
All right, everybody, let's get serious, yo. Let's see. What's
talking.
the date on the newspaper, Robon?
All right, we get to it when I'm done.
No, nah. We want the date.
No.
Somebody just called me.
No.
Now
somebody called him.
1920, yo. What's the date, yo?
Dude, I'll give it to you when I'm done. The shit is labeled on now.
When you're done?
Wait, have you found out what your dispute is with the information with the guards?
No, man, these niggas.
Yo, you bring us a newspaper, yo, from 1920, yo. They don't even read newspapers no more, yo. I hope you know newspapers is out.
Robon about to come with the final call, man. With the nation, with the damn 5% of shit. Come on, bro.
I think
this is the final call.
I don't to the God. Newspapers are extinct, dog. You tripping, yo. They don't even look at YouTube before they read the newspaper.
Hey, look, man, we ain't have a problem with y'all.
All of y'all.
Listen, man.
All right, go ahead, Robon. Then Robon read the paper.
What's the date?
Are newspapers and the time frame considered as a primary source? Researchers, yes or no?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
What debate?
Like
the pamphlet is primary research.
Yeah, it's called the
ain't no debate. Yo, let's just be clear. Ain't no debate.
Man.
Hey, Rob Moore, calm down, yo.
That's your own man's
man.
cutting you off. That's your own man's cutting you off, bro. Come on, man.
That was your man, yo. That was Shanae, yo. Shanae coming with the voice. He coming with the.
Never.
Yo. Go ahead, yo. You funny, Shanae.
Anyway,
with that, yo.
back to your back to Africa.
Did he tell us a year?
Final goal.
No, he ain't gonna tell us till later. He gonna come. He gonna be nice.
Final. No, I'm not. I'm gonna show it to you, bro. Relax, man.
All right, go ahead.
Final goal.
Go ahead.
Man,
Black Muslim, not me. Nope, can't be.
Yo, Rob, they don't have that West. They're trying to get information right now, Rob. That's why they keep interrupting you.
Hey, come on, Rob.
And this is why I'm separating myself from you niggas. I ain't never talking to you niggas. You come on my new channel, I'm blocking you niggas. This is why I don't want to talk.
Be confused. Be confused from right there. We got a problem. Final goal for Black Muslim. What's a Black Muslim?
You gonna put me in with everybody though, Rob Moore?
That's why I don't want to.
You gonna put all the pseudo killers
Anyway,
in?
here's your back.
Come on.
Have you ever heard of Mauritania?
Yo, here is
like
your back
Black
to
and Muslim. That's
One of these basic factors, the autonomous Negro nation has not been fully understood. He says he explains the two alternatives. First, let us go back where we came from, Africa. But if we can't be sent back where we came from, why not let the government set up some territory or state for ourselves? Help us produce the necessities that we are not able to produce for ourselves. This nigga didn't say let's go back to Mecca. He didn't say let's go to Arabia.
Who is it though, Rob?
He said, yo, let me finish, bro.
I know who's talking, Rob. Damn.
Elijah Muhammad is talking. You see the you see the.
I don't believe him. But go ahead. I don't believe him.
You don't gotta believe it.
I don't believe him, dog.
Yo, fam. Yo, whatever you say, debate the source. I don't care about your opinion. Pull up a source.
No, go ahead and finish. I ain't got
to shut up.
I'm gonna pull up a source.
First, let us go back.
I'm gonna pull a source up. I got you.
Africa. So now you want to know the source of the newspaper. Let's go.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, brother. I said I got your motherfucking ass. Read that stupid shit. Go for it.
I'll just read it.
While you read that, I'm gonna read this. Go ahead. I'm gonna show you.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah. Go.
Now we in this book. Now we in the book.
So wait.
Right here.
Elijah Muhammad said you ain't give us the date of the paper, yo.
Hold on, man. Hold on, man. This shit crazy.
Definitely in the 20s.
Hold on, man. The fuck, yo.
Go ahead, yo. Go ahead, man. Hold on, because I got you. You're going to play source for source. Hold on. We're going to do it. We're going to play source for source.
Yo, why my shit didn't renew?
That's some bullshit.
Why your man leave the Nation of Islam, yo?
Here's the newspaper, Alexandria, Louisiana, Monday, July 10th, 1963. That's what I just read.
That's a good.
That is not a Nation of Islam newspaper. Now, hold on. Now we're going over here.
All right.
So now, this is the Bandung Conference that was done in Harlem. This Bandung was in 1959 at Hotel Teresa. The success of Asian and African independent movements during the 1950s validated the Nation of Islam eschatological vision of the end of global white supremacy. The group was encouraged by the emergence of the non-aligned movement as newly independent nations refused to align with their major power. These early years were marked by the gatherings of these people in Asia, Beijing, China. In 1957, Elijah Muhammad sent a telegram of support to the Egyptian president Gamal Abdel Nasser and the Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Conference. In return, Nasser extended an invitation to Elijah Muhammad, and Malcolm X, serving as his emissary, made his first trip to Africa and the Middle East during the summer of 1959. The anti-African is writing the Africans in Africa. But Malcolm's first trip to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Nigeria, Ghana, Syria, and the Sudan point toward a deepening relationship between the Nation of Islam and emerging nations in Africa and Asia. Writing from the Qadar Palace Hotel in Saudi Arabia, Malcolm declared, Africa is the new world. the world with the brightest future, a future in which we, the so-called American Negroes, are destined to play a key role. This is 1959, under the leadership of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. Why didn't he mute this man about talking about we got something to do with Africa? Why didn't he do it? Since he's anti-African and is not working with people, talking to people on the African continent. Now let's keep moving. Now let's keep moving. Now let's keep moving.
Right, yo, okay, how many you gonna read though, yo?
Nope, I'm just gonna read one more. That's it, and then you can have the floor. That's addressing your anti-Africa claims. Next, we're gonna deal with the civil rights claims. Let's get it.
Let's get the civil rights claim. What's my
let's get the civil rights thing out the way.
What's my civil rights claim?
Hold on, let's get it out.
Get in real time. What's my claim? What am I claiming?
Let's get it out. Let's get it out. You said them niggas didn't work with civil rights leaders. Them niggas was against Martin. Them niggas ain't do shit. That's what you said. That was your words. In August 1961, after another disturbance brought 200 police officers uptown, veteran civil rights and labor organizations, A. Philip Randolph telegraphed Malcolm X to invite him to an ad hoc working committee on a program for Black unity and action in Harlem. Randolph was an elder in the movement. His work stretched back to the founding of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Ports and the March on Washington movement during World War II, which prompted President Roosevelt to issue the order number 8802, establishing the first fair employment practices. Let's keep moving. Randolph's proposal for an all-Black coalition was hailed as a potential beacon of light for other communities. The Evelyn Cunningham, one of several journalists in the organization, called it an unprecedented move, that the Nation of Islam would welcome and participate in such a coalition should be not surprising. In fact, the first documented use of the phrase Black United Front came in 1958 when Elijah Muhammad spoke at NOI's annual Savior Days convention at the Tabernacle Church. These people are working with A. Philip Randolph. They're working with multiple people forming a united front to deal with a problem that is in Harlem, not just for Muslims. And I can keep going, source after source after source. So here is your civil rights movement. They didn't work with them, dead. Your back to Africa shit, dead by him saying we going back to Africa and specifically stating what he stated. Now let's go.
Bro, born.
Now keep going. I'm done.
Work with the Nation of Islam trying to get a panel together, yo. That's gonna be the evidence.
Let's go, yo, son. We talking about the history of the Nation of Islam and what they did for Black.
Would you just
and I remain with the same question.
Come on for a minute. Listen. Are you telling me what you just read meaning they was in support of the... Dude, they wasn't in support of that. You know they wasn't. Yo, they was separatists.
Like I said, bro, yes, they was a part of stuff, but you said out of your mouth they did not work with... So you
gonna do one meeting and you working with them?
No. They have multiple meetings. There was a united front. Hold on. There was a united front for Black employment in Harlem. Do you want that source too?
Okay, then
because we can play source up and shut up.
No, stay focused, yo. Civil rights.
You stay focused. Those are your claims.
It's not the civil rights movement, yo. Let me help you out.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, you made that up, yo. You just talking right now on that.
No, you just talking.
All right, let me do this, Rob. Let me debunk all that. Now, hold on. I'm going to go to page 21, 29 of the lessons. And we're going to see what the doctrine is that predate that shit Rob Bourne just read. So really, when you want to deal with any organization, you got to deal with their doctrine. Because their doctrine at the end of the day will tell you exactly who they are and what they are and who they're actually fighting for. It's just that simple. We know for a fact that Muslims, at the end of the day, we know that their holy land is Mecca. They're not going to be flying fucks about Africa.
No, they enslaved Africans.
It is not complicated.
Yo, my man, that stop. Yo, you can keep going. Yo, Duke, stop side living when he talking. Let him talk.
Page 29, here you go. The question is, how long did it take? They talking about the devil, just their doctrine. The answer is 600 years he was endrafting the devil or making him from the black man. All right, so they give you the history of the black man right now. And they think this is real. This is not mythology. No, it's what they say is real. This is their science department right now. 26. What year was that? It say it was in the year of 8,400, which means from the
I want you to say that again, Unc. No, Unc, I'm trying to understand what you just said before you keep moving. You said that is the history of the black man. That's what you just said?
That's what they saying, bro. They
No, it's not.
They tell me how the white man, come on, Rob. It's a black man. Yaqub is a black man, bro. And this is how he made the white man. This is their historical scientific account.
Go ahead. Go for it.
Now, or about 2,600 years before the birth of the prophet Musa, whoever it is. All right, here you go. Now, 27. What was the name of the place where they manufactured the devil? Now, answer. Pilim, the same that is called Patmos in Revelations chapter 1 and 9. All right, so they got you in the Bible. Versus an island that is substituted in the Aegean Sea. Situated in the Aegean Sea. Watch this. Now it starts to get ugly. Right, 28. And what kind of rules and regulations include all laws enforced while manufacturing the devil? So here are the laws put in place by this black man, Yaqub. Let's see what kind of laws that the black man is putting in place. The answer, Yaqub's first rule was to see that all his followers were healthy, strong, and good breeders, okay? If not, he sent them back. All that he found that was not good and multiplying, and that they should marry at an age of 16. So he got people married off of 16. Well, I mean, you know, that's what some people is doing. Next, Yaqub gave his people the law on birth control. So let's see what this black man did for birth control to be enforced while manufacturing the devil. That was to destroy the Adlike. Oh man, destroy the Adlike, man, and save the unlike. Well, if you talking about Yaqub being black, that would be any baby that looks like Yaqub would be an Adlike, and save the unlike. That would be anybody that's not jet black. Which, now here you go, which means kill. That word is K-I-L-L. Kill the black babies. He's saying kill the black babies. Oh, that's interesting. And kill save the brown babies.
Okay.
This law was given to the doctors, the ministers, the nurses, and the cremator. That's some interesting shit right there. We're going to keep moving. See how much they really care. This is their doctrine. Okay. The doctor's law was to examine all that married. And this was his law, that anyone desiring to marry must first be qualified by the doctor, and in turn, he qualified and disqualified them to the minister. Okay, here we go. Watch this. Let's come to the next page. We at page, that's 29. We won't go to page 30.
Yaqub was killing black babies.
The minister would marry only ones that were unlike. The nurse's law was, say it again, the nurse's laws was to kill the black baby at birth by sticking a needle in the brain of the baby, or feed it to some wild beast. Let me run it back to y'all. Let me do it slow. The nurse's law was to kill the black babies, that's B-L-A-C-K, babies at birth, by sticking a needle in the brain of the babies, or feed it to some wild beast. Throw the damn black babies in the field somewhere and let a wild animal eat them. And tell the mother, this way it gets sick, y'all, and tell the mother that her baby was an angel baby and that it was only taken to heaven. And someday when the mother dies, her baby would have secure her a home in heaven. So once we kill your baby by sticking a needle in their head or feeding to a beast, is gonna go to heaven, and the baby be waiting on you when you get to heaven, mother. But save all the brown ones and tell their mother that she was lucky. So you lucky if you brown now. And her baby was a holy baby. So the black baby is unholy, obviously, because the brown babies are holy baby. And she should take good care of her baby. Educated, and that day it would be a great man. So the brown babies would be great men. All nurses, doctors, and ministers, Yakub put them under a death penalty who failed to carry out the law as it was given to them. Also, the cremator, that's the one that burned people up. Who would burn the black babies when the nurse brought it to him? Are you serious? Let's see. He also had other rules and laws which are not mentioned.
Makes sense for him too.
Man, yo, so let me, I'm just like really wow.
This is the group that they trying to they trying to. This is the group that they trying to beef with us over.
Let me know when you're done, huh?
I'm just asking, is this the book?
Let me know when you're done, huh?
You can't mythologize that, Rob Bourne, because
man, let me know when you finish, bro.
The nation.
So who's all the hecklers? Be quiet, man.
I mean, and listen, you can have whatever opinion of the nation that you want to have.
That's not Senad.
No, let him go, because he just killed. Let him go.
I'm just saying. Right.
Let him go, Senad. Let him go. Let him go, Senad. He just killed himself. Let him keep going so I can diagram him and get off.
I'm saying keep going. This is not mythology to the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, keep going.
This is exactly how they think white people came into existence.
Okay.
That's their origin story, you're saying.
Okay. No, nigga, they really think that's real.
No, I said but what you read is their origin story.
No, I'm saying they think it's real. We in 2021, yo.
But what you said, what you read is their origin. Is that not their origin story?
White, you got one more time.
I understand that. I don't have no problem with it, but I'm asking you a question: is that their origin story? For the Nation of Islam,
Richard going hard.
I'm asking you a question. Is that their origin story?
Damn question. Their origin story kills black.
I got that. I just want to know if that's their origin story. I just want to know if that's their origin story.
It's their scientific story of how
history.
But that's how they came into being.
Right.
That's an origin story, right? That's their origins. All I'm saying.
That's their literal history. They literally.
That's their history. With that,
can y'all let Unc finish, please? So I can just Bobby this guy because he's way off topic.
I'm not way off topic. You gonna show me a news clip? I'm showing you what the nigga first said about black baby. It don't make no sense. I don't want to hear about which. I'm saying that the origins of your cult clearly states stick needles and throw the baby to the wild beast, dog. So whatever you say after that about black people, I don't believe it, and I'm not listening. It's all fodder.
That's fine. Okay.
Hey, Rob Bourne.
Yo, hold on. I want to finish this with Unc, and then y'all can have whatever y'all want.
Hold on, bro. Listen, right? I'm saying I'm trying to give y'all a clear message here.
I got you.
That no matter what you think the Nation of Islam was doing for black people, it was all for the cult to feed the crazy ass notion that stick a needle in the fucking head of black babies is fucking ridiculous to me. Anything after that, I do not believe you. You're trying to con me and get my money.
Done. Okay. End of discussion.
All right. So check
after you read that, there is nothing more to
man, you need to be quiet. Yo, son, I'm having a conversation. Please be quiet. Please, I'm asking you nicely. Fam, here's what the discussion me and you are having right now. You made a statement. First statement, the NOI did not work with the civil rights movement. I have proved you wrong by showing him working with A. Philip Randolph and 3 other individuals and showing you said that they were anti-African. I show you him saying that if we can't go back to Africa, we should build our own country here. I show you him writing people in Africa through their actions.
I lied. He never did none of that.
Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Yo, fam, I didn't cut you off. We are not here to talk about. Listen to me, Unc. We are not here to talk about theology. Listen to me. Stop cutting me off,
reality. I want to back.
Fam, you Jamaican dude, please be quiet, bro. Let me
no, I'm Dutch Caribbean. You confused,
why y'all dudes
man.
keep jumping in here? Yo, man. Be quiet.
Because you come in with all this stuff, start preaching Let's talk about the vaccine.
Wow, I can't have
Why
never
don't
have a
you pull up the
conversation with
flyer
you
for the
without
vaccine?
niggas
That
jumping
started
in,
the
yo.
whole discussion, right?
Tell this nigga shut the fuck up.
Didn't this whole discussion about the NOI
Damn, man.
Let that man talk, Cedric.
Of them being anti-vax?
Let that man talk.
Wasn't that the subject matter from the beginning, the anti-vax issue?
Yo, we not talking about fucking vaccines right now, yo.
Hold on, Cedric. Hold on, Cedric.
Man.
Go ahead, Rob Bone, man. Stop cussing the old man out. Go ahead, bro.
Listen, you're talking about theology. I'm dealing with your claims of the Nation of Islam not working with being anti-African. I showed you they wasn't through their actions and what they're doing. So since you said that this is their doctrine and how they see the black man in this, the first lesson is who is the original man? The original man is the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, father of civilization, God of the universe. That's what the first lesson is that teaches you who you are. God of the universe. That's what it is. Don't talk about none of that other stuff. We're dealing with that. This is what we're dealing with. So if you're gonna make a theology claim, you can't jump through the 140 without going through the 114, then going through the 136 that talks about the slave trade, then going through the 114 and all that other stuff. You just can't do that. That's not, as you say, proper methodology. But what we're doing is we're talking about no. I'm showing the screen. So now we get back to the original point that you keep trying to run from and you keep trying to hide from. Here is you. Here is you right here. You're on the screen right now. The question is asked to you. Did the NOI help the black community? May I wait? Hell no. Help us into their cult. That is the problem. Now,
God damn, you finally admitting that though?
Hold on, let me finish. Now, this is ending this here. The NOI businesses employed people from the community who were not a part of their organization. There is no book that you will ever pull up that will say that their economic plan was strictly robbing the people to advance the cult. Yo, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. There's no book. So when you look at Henry Clark, when he first talks about in his video about Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad, he said the blueprint of the Nation of Islam is the Marcus Garvey program, which deals with self-economics. And he specifically tells you what they taught us to do. He uses a timeline. And when he gets to Farrakhan, he shoots that nigga and says, this nigga trying to bring us to Islam. That's how you tell a story. But let's go look and see what they did.
Now I want to see where they say they employ black people, Rob Bond.
Since they didn't do nothing for the community. Hold on. You said they didn't hire people from the community. They didn't do none of this.
Black people at, yo.
What you said?
Show me where they say they employ black people at, yo. Let me see.
I'm about to show you right now.
Non-Muslims.
I got you.
Yeah, let me see.
Right now. You get it right now.
Yeah, let me see.
NOI businesses also offered a wide variety of employment opportunities for inner city residents, including serving as managers, clerks, secretaries, bakers, cooks, butchers, waiters, accountants, mathematicians, technicians, plumbers, and carpenters. Muslims and non-Muslims were employed in NOI-owned businesses. In 1958, for example, the NOI operated a dry cleaning plant located at 63rd Street in Chicago. The plant was managed by Herbert Muhammad, one of Elijah Muhammad's sons, and directly employed 5 NOI members full-time, although the plant had 2 delivery trucks. Non-NOI members also were employed, often using their own vehicles to assist in the pickup and delivery of dry cleaning in exchange. Yo, listen to son, listen to your rhetoric. You are dying on your show. You can't kill this God. I told you can't kill this God. You said that, son, you said that don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. You said that they're
employed you one, bro.
Yo, fam, listen. It's all in context. The NOI business offered a wide variety of employment opportunities for inner city residents. That is bakers, cooks, butchers, waiters, accountants, and mathematicians. You want the sources? All 5, 7 different sources is right here down on the bottom. And if you want me to pull up
Yeah, let me see the
individually,
sources,
and if you
Rob Boy.
want me to pull up these books
Who wrote the book,
individually,
Rob Boy?
I will
Rob
do
Boy,
it
who
for
wrote the
you.
book? Who wrote the book, Rob Boy?
This is the first, where that statement comes from is the original man. The other one is Black Nationalism and Usam Odar. Do you want me to pull up those books too?
So you saying the name of that book is who, bro? The book you showed
One
me?
book is called The Original Man, The Life and Times of Elijah Muhammad by Edward Curtis. You should know who he is, scholar, because he is a non-Islamic, non-Islam person. The next person, stop. The next person is Usay Edom, Black Nationalism, A Search for Identity in America.
All right, so now, put my statement up there again, Rob Boy.
Can I raise another point before you get the relationship
we're not
to
listening to you.
Yeah, but I just want to again with
you're a Muslim. Are you a Muslim?
No.
Well,
that's what I just told. No, I told you we were raised under no religious persuasion.
What are you now?
I call myself an African.
5%, man.
They don't count.
No, I don't know. I never,
I like that book behind you. I'm messing with you, yo. Hey, Rob.
But let me do this in relationship to that period.
Rob, wait. My statement say, Rob, born to the nation. What? What I said?
What happened, son? What you want?
I said what on the Facebook post? The Nation of Islam did what?
You was asked did the NOI help Black people? You
I
said hell no. They only help people get in that coach.
So you know I stand for that though, right?
That's fine. You can stand. You can stand on. You can. I don't have a problem with you calling them a cult. I don't know why. I don't have a problem with you doing that. The fact of the matter is, Elijah Muhammad was called for his drug program. He helped people come home from jail. I witnessed it myself. These dudes even tried to give me. I'm a part of the Nation of Gods and Earth. They don't like me because of what we teach. Those dudes offered me somewhere to live, bro.
Who, Nation of Islam?
Yes, because from 2001 to the time I go home, I'm teaching the class. As a kid, I'm doing this. And those dudes, because let me finish.
What you teaching a class of? Spookism?
Yo, son, could you let me answer the question?
A class of what you teaching? What degree you teaching? What were you teaching?
Bro, could you just be quiet?
Yahoo business. What you were teaching?
He got a point though, Rob.
What were you teaching?
What
were you teaching? Slow down. You talk now. You talk like you've been to jail. You talk like you've been to jail. You talk that slick talk.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Let me answer you. You mad, son, because your man is getting killed and you trying to help him. Shut up and listen.
But he did ask you a
All I
valid
have
question,
to
Rob.
do is to see that pamphlet what the NOI is handing out. So all that jazz you talking, I am a university graduate, so I could stay on topic and stay focused to
which comes out of white supremacist system.
Before 1973, because I was born in
Hold on, Richard.
So what you're going to do is bring some factual, up-to-date information. All I want to talk about is the NOI people in a pandemic. That's the only thing I want to discuss. All that jazz you talk about is irrelevant.
That is not my conversation with Ankh, though. That's your problem. I am the nigga who helped Ankh during the vaccine debate, you dumbass. Shut up.
Hey, Rabon. Do you denounce the 5%?
Pull up the damn.
Hold on, bro. Reggie, hold on. Hey, Rabon, do you denounce the 5%ers?
No.
Why not? They teaching bullshit, right? They teaching pseudo shit.
I don't know about them teaching no bullshit. You talk again.
They don't teach. They don't. Hold on. Do they not teach pseudo shit?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
They don't.
No. And I'm gonna tell you why.
You just fucked up.
Let me explain something to you. Let me let me explain something to you, Kent.
You call
let me ask you a question.
God.
Look. Let me ask you a question. Look, listen. Yo, man.
Everything right there.
Yo, fam, Kent, listen.
I'm a human being. I'm a homo sapiens.
Yo, can I Yo, this shit
I'm a
is
homo
crazy.
sapiens.
I like how y'all getting off the subject,
family.
bro.
I know God. So if you're talking about your God, you confused.
Yo, okay, I'm confused.
So what you were
whatever
teaching?
You say, bro. Whatever, my nigga. Whatever you say. I want to answer Kent. So you see that story that Unc just read about Yaku? Do you know how most of us on the Nation of God's Earth see that story? Do you think that we take that story literal as it says? How do you think we view that story?
They take it literal, yo. I done talked to
Yo,
I'm talking about the nation of
follow
God
the
and
one?
earth.
You
I'm
take
talking
it
about
in
the
a
nation of God and earth. Yo, fam, you don't even live in America. You don't even have no say in this shit, bro. I'm talking to Kent.
YouTube global son. YouTube global
Okay,
son.
okay,
And
Kent. Yo,
Zion
listen,
got no
Kent, let's
color.
get back to
Hold
it.
it down.
I'm
You still
listening.
ain't tell nobody what you teaching.
Hold on,
You
Reggie.
still ain't tell nobody what you teaching.
Yo, Dread, where was you at 94 when the Nation of Islam had the national convention in Ghana in 1994? Where was you at?
Nah, don't
National
nobody care
Statement Day
about
Conference
that
in
Robert
Ghana
Brand.
in
I ain't care about
94.
nothing about that.
Robert Brand.
I don't care nothing about that. I want to see the damn the only thing I care about.
Yo, that's bugged out, man. This dude is bugged out, man. He don't got
Hold
no
on,
shit in
y'all.
the matter, man.
Hold on, y'all.
So you're gonna bring up, so you're gonna pull up the vaccine. You're gonna pull up the pamphlet. You don't want to talk about the anti-vax nonsense. You don't want to talk about the sugar pill for AIDS. Then what the hell you doing on the pseudo killers? Explain that to me. Cause we don't do pseudoism here. Bye then.
We talking about history, and what me and Unc is talking about is actually a good conversation. Again, I am not an anti-vaxxer. I don't know nothing about this HIV pill or none of that. You the niggas that need to pull up how many niggas they killed from these pills since you keep bringing it up. And if it's true, and if it's true that they killed thousands of people with this, you need to put that information out, and I'll be on the front line with you. I will go on the front line with you.
Let's get on that 5% shit.
I don't want to talk about that. Me and this brother is having a conversation based off of his statements about the history and what they did for the black community. Your vaccine argument is a different argument. Do you comprehend that? Does that make sense
with
to
the
you?
vaccine
Does
argument.
that make sense to you?
Talking about the history. I watch every program silently in the background. You ain't gonna fool me. Stay on point. It started because called out the NOI about the vaccine pamphlet. Let's stay on point. That's why I bring it back to the original point. I don't have to go all over the place.
I know you all over the place. Get back to
No, but you did. But you said you fuck with. But you said you fuck with the 5%. Hold up, but you said you fuck with the 5% of teachers, though. You know they teach that pseudo shit, though, right?
What pseudo shit do they teach? Please tell me. Enlighten.
It's the 120 lesson, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so there ain't nothing pseudo in that 120 lessons.
Nothing pseudo. What do you mean by unscientific? What is unscientific there?
So they don't teach the. They don't teach the whole goddamn the what's your boy name? The Caucasus Mountains cat. The big head scientist. They don't teach that?
Yeah, the story of Yaku. I'm on Sinetta doing the build. I want you to I want you to listen.
I'm asking.
Yo, listen. Slow down. Slow down and let me explain. Or don't cut me off, bro. I'll let you answer. I'm gonna answer your question. When you deal with us, bro, we deal with the science that is within those lessons. This is the same thing that Malcolm did when he first saw that. He was like, yo, what is this? That forced him to study genetics. So when we study genetics, we find out there are 2 genes that are responsible for the color of white people.
Where you study those genetics?
Hold on, bro. Matter of fact, let me do it like this. So this is
who came up with the 120
genetics?
lessons?
My baby. Yo,
fam, hold on. Listen. You can't ask me questions about what you don't know about. So if you
asking you questions about what you saying, son.
Yo, man, I'm talking to one person. Let me answer this, man. What is wrong with y'all dudes, man?
Yeah, you gotta slow it down.
This shit never happens on our when we had our shows. Niggas never go through this. If you talking about DNA, I want genetics. I want to know where you studied it. What was the research? Pull up the paper, cause I don't want your word for it. So you did the research. You know you got 2 genes, right? Where you do the study at? Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna show you right now. I'm gonna show you right now.
So you're gonna give me some scientific information and your post hoc rationalization, right?
You claim that you watch me. But somehow you miss me.
I watch you from back in the day on the cave ranch, and I said you was always pseudo religious.
I was never religious. I'm not religious, nigga.
You religious.
I never believed in the fucking
and you
God,
don't
nigga.
even know it. You call yourself God. You're religious. You have no scientific
Mike,
understanding, and you
gonna let
confuse
this
the
nigga
things
keep
all the
talking
time.
without letting me answer these questions, bro? Are you gonna let this nigga keep talking, bro?
Go ahead, Rob Bone. What you about
So
to
you
pull up?
asked me a question.
What you
Here's
about
my
to try to pull together, man?
So you saying Yakub is a real nigga or not?
No, let him go. Let
Here's
him
my
go.
notes.
Let him
Here
go.
are my notes.
What's
The
that
modern
you got right there,
humans.
yo? What you got?
Here's what I subscribe to. The
No,
modern
what's that?
humans who
What's
came
that, bro?
out of Africa originally settled Europe 40,000 years ago, presumed to have dark skin. Studies showed they lack versions of two genes, SLC24A5, SLC4852, that led to depigmentation and therefore pale skin in Europeans today. And also two more genes and the third gene, HERC2OOAC2.
Post hoc rationalization. You did not come
shut
up with the information. It's
Yo,
called
son, are you
post
gonna
hoc
shut the
rationalization.
nigga,
You don't even know that you're making
I'm done
logical
talking to
fallacies.
you, bro. I'm
Stop
done
it,
talking to you,
please.
bro. I'm done talking
Wow.
to you, bro.
Rob, what you reading, Rob? What you reading right there, man?
What I'm reading right here is on the screen. What
That's
you mean?
Elijah, man.
National
Hold on.
Geographic.
It says Elijah.
No.
Everybody,
Is that National Geographic?
Man.
come on, man. Let them rock. Hold on. This is the wisdom of Elijah. Hold on. That's Destination Gods on Earth thing, yo.
Yo, listen.
No.
Yo, can you? Yo, man.
No,
you
Rob,
niggas
I'm
is
asking,
disrespectful, bro. That's what make me want to say, like, yo, when we face to face, I don't have this problem with Unc. I don't have this problem with nobody. None of you niggas would be jumping up. Yo, you wouldn't do it if you was
I
here.
don't have to
So
sit
don't
down and
do it
listen
now,
to your
bro.
post-hoc rationalization.
So don't
You
do
go
it
to
now.
science and you take science and you retrofit it to your nonsense to
I don't
justify it.
retrofit
It's
it to
called
nothing.
post-rationalization.
Hey, yo, let me help you. Let me help you, retard. Yakub is fake. It's a fucking myth. Let me fucking help your dumbass. Are you fucking crazy? What it does?
You slow, eh?
What it does? It makes
rationalization.
What it
You go
does?
to
It makes you
science
study
and
science.
you
I'm not gonna keep
retrofit
going
it.
through this, bro.
Science came up with the information and now you're retrofitting it.
Yeah,
fit your
whatever,
earth
my
and God
nigga.
nonsense.
Okay, whatever you say, bro. Like I said, man.
guess
Hey,
it.
Unc, are you ready to
Yes,
finish dealing with
post
this conversation we
rationalization.
having, yo?
I said it before you began to preach.
Yeah, I don't
said
preach,
it before
nigga.
you
I show
began to
information. You ain't show nothing yet.
Predictable.
Hey, yo, listen.
Post
Listen.
rationalization.
Listen, let me help you.
I knew you were going to go to a science journal to get the accurate information to retrofit it to your Yakub story or whatever story you're coming with. You didn't do the science yourself, and it's called post hoc rationalization. I can come up with a post hoc rationalization to fit the evidence that science came up with. Mute point. Don't bring it to the table when you're dealing with somebody who could actually put you to bed, son.
Let me help.
Don't do it. Don't waste my time.
You ain't pushing the bed.
Don't waste my time.
You looking right
You
now?
knew what you want to do.
You looking right now?
I knew what you want to do. You know why? I know because I'm scientifically literate. So I knew what you want to do before you did it.
I got about $5,000
You're
right
slow.
here. I will give you $5,000 if you can show me one video where I
No,
teach
you
anything
can't give me
pseudo.
$5,000.
I will give
You
you
need to use that
$5,000
money
right now
and go
if you
to
can show me
school.
one video
Take
where
that
I
money
teach pseudo.
and go to school.
That's what I thought.
Your
nigga.
pocket change ain't gonna do nothing for me.
Nigga.
Oh,
That's
pocket
what I
change.
thought,
You
nigga.
hear?
That's what I thought,
Your
nigga.
pocket change ain't gonna do nothing for me.
That's
I
what
a
I
island
thought,
boy,
nigga.
dude.
Man, get your dumb ass
I
out
a
of here,
island
yo.
boy, dude.
That's why I
Your
don't fuck.
pocket
That's
change ain't
why
gonna do nothing for me.
son.
But
I don't fuck
watch.
with you bird ass
Post
niggas,
hoc
bro. You's a
rationalization.
bird,
So now
son.
go back to the
Yo,
science.
Unc, you gonna
The
keep this nigga
science
on here,
that
son?
came out
Yo, Unc, are you
in
gonna keep this
into
nigga running his mouth?
2000 to fit it to your
Are you gonna
story
keep this
that is
clown
from
ass nigga running his mouth?
1943. Go do it. Go
I'm
do it.
done. I'm
Go.
going,
All right,
bro.
Cedric.
Go
Hey,
do
Cedric.
it.
Going.
Hey, Rob Bourne. Do you hear what he said, Rob Bourne?
Just know what you just did, Unc. You let my discussion with you. This is what caused this whole problem with us from the jump. Me and you are having a conversation, and
Pseudo Killer battle.
you needed time to go do Google searching to deal with me. So you let these niggas run their mouth talking about shit that don't got nothing. I came on here single-handedly and killed the Pseudo Killers. The same way I went on there and battled you and your whole goddamn squad.
Pseudo Killer.
And now I'm
With
out
your
of here.
pseudo
You
nonsense.
dead, nigga.
With your
All you
post-hoc
niggas is dead.
rationalization.
I killed you. I killed all you niggas. Goodbye.
Man, come on. Yeah, now he gonna run. Now he gonna run. That's what he do though. That's the funny shit. That's the funny shit, yo. He run. You know what I'm saying? Nah, he ran. He ran. He clicked on. Now he clicked off. Ain't no even addressing him because he clicked off. But that's the funny shit. That's the funny shit. That's the funny shit.
Hold on,
they talk they shit on they. Man, go ahead, man.
Listen, listen. I don't know what Raw Born. We always have two separate conversations. So I'm gonna say this again. Based off of the doctrine of sticking needles in the fucking head of black people, based off of the fact that that dark skin and the curly hair is a goddamn curse. Anything after that, I don't believe it. Anything after that, I know it's a ploy to attract, to attract. It's like candy. It's like the Pied fucking Piper, yo. It's like you take some candy and put it in the face of babies and you bring them, lure them into your trap and your web. And just because you came to a couple meetings, don't mean you were supporting the fucking the meetings with Martin Luther King and them. The civil rights movement. It don't mean that. It means you gotta always stay relevant in the game. You gotta mix it up with black people to make them something. Because at the end of the day, dog, you just trying to get them in your cult. It's called fishing in the cult. When you fishing out people, yo. That's what Malachi York did, yo. He would say some intelligent shit. The black man is intelligent. We love the black people and fishermen and fishermen. Yo, it's called fishing when you study cults. So they gotta stay up close to the black community because ain't no white people going in their shit. The only people gonna go in their thing is black people. So they fish and they catch one here. Out of about 30 people, one person gets subjected to that bullshit. They keep doing it. So dude, they wasn't on the front line in the civil rights with Martin Luther King and them. If they was, Malcolm would have sat down with Martin. They didn't. They only met one time. You cannot consider yourself part of the goddamn civil rights movement when you ain't even fucking with the leader of the civil rights movement.
I just, you can construct whatever narrative
Richard,
you want
right?
to.
You ain't right. Hey,
White.
Richard, right. You ain't right, Richard.
Huh? And correct me if I'm wrong.
Hey, Richard.
But the Muslims, weren't they separatists? The Muslims, weren't they separatists?
Yes.
So if you have a civil rights movement, what is talking about unifying, but I'm a separatist, it goes without saying that I wouldn't unite with that movement.
But just because you see yourself and create yourself as your own nation, and that don't mean that you can't create alliances or working relationships with others. This
We're
not
nation, talking about alliance. We're talking about a united front. But if I don't have your philosophy, I can support you, but I'm not standing on the front line with you.
And if you go to the 72 convention, which the Nation of Islam was at Gary, amongst other groups that was a part of that convention, where they created a united front. That's why I say, well, you have to. For me, I hear y'all, and because I done went through this here process at another time, so I understand this. I understand, the whole thing of the bait and switch, or the creating, people getting emotional from their projecting and trying to get their point of view in. I understand that. We do that. We did that before the internet. So, but
hey, Richard, put your camera on, man. Let me look you in your face real quick, man, because you think you're playing with an amateur. Raw Born be acting like that too. Put your camera on for a minute, Richard. Let me tell you something, man. You ever been strung out on drugs before, yo? Huh?
His mic muted.
Your mic is muted.
No.
You ever been strung out on heroin, yo?
No.
Alcohol, yo?
No.
Okay. So to have a conversation with a person about some drugs, right? And how it feel to be strung out is a crazy conversation for you. Now, you wouldn't understand what it means.
You got
fucking corona. It feel like you got fucking corona, yo.
Hold
on, Richard. When you wake up in the morning, yo, and you ain't got, and it don't hit you right when you wake up. It hits you as the leftover aspect of the drug is starting to run out your system. It get worse and worse as the day go on, bro. It's like fucking corona. All right, you can't debate me about that.
And I'm not trying. That's the point.
Yes, you've been in.
I'm not.
Have you ever been in a cult before?
No, well, the cult of America, probably.
No, man, no, Richard, we're not playing that little stupid.
I say that, and that's what I'm saying. You just because you deny it, don't mean that it's real, not real, right?
Work with me, bro.
And wait a minute, you got to work with me though. Just because if I believe it,
never been in a cult.
Wait a minute, hold it. If I believe it,
you can't believe some baby powder
If
It's
I
heron,
believe
bro.
it.
No one's listening to that, Richard.
Okay, I got that. I got that. But if I believe it,
Richard, I'm gonna say it
man.
again. Just because you
Stand
believe,
down, Robert.
just because you
I'm
believe,
sorry, yeah.
just because you believe
right,
that baby powder is heron,
right.
nobody who's had heron is fucking listening to you.
And that's cool. You don't have to.
I
All you
believe I could fly. So what?
all you can say is, that this person is
Richard, right.
making
I'm
something
trying
up
to make a
that's
point.
not real. Go ahead.
Richard,
I agree.
Richard. So if I sniff some motherfucking some aspirin,
Right,
because niggas, I used to burn niggas with aspirin.
right.
If you sniff that shit, it's not gonna take the woolies off of you. When I say the woolies, it's not gonna take you illin right now because you starting to, the heroin is getting out your system, you're having withdrawals. Sniffing aspirin is not gonna change that, right?
Right.
So just because you keep saying America is a cult, it's not gonna change the fact that I was in a real motherfucking cult.
I got that. And that's what you speaking.
So I don't know why. Listen,
your adamancy
hold on.
and your
But
passion is from that experience.
That America is not a fucking cult, no matter what you.
And that's
there might be a lot of other stuff, Richard.
And it'd be between the both of us.
Keep the conversation on.
But between the both of us, you don't believe and I do. You have facts from your vantage point.
It's
I
not
have
a
facts
matter
from
of
mine.
belief.
But I'm
It's not a
accepting.
matter of belief. The pseudo
Hold on,
killers.
Cedric, I got him. Cedric, I got him.
Okay.
Richard.
Yes.
I'm gonna say it again. If I got a heroin habit and I
got
wake
you.
up in the morning,
I got you.
I got that heroin and I sniff some aspirin up my nose.
Right.
It's not a belief that the fucking aspirin ain't. It's the fact that aspirin does not do that.
Right.
I'm simply trying to tell you, you can apply the word culture anything you want, bro.
Right.
Listen, because it's a debate.
Right.
And scholarly approach. Some people say Christianity is a cult. Dog,
Right.
get that. But I am telling you, the cult that I am talking about.
Right. The one you were in.
There's one leader and they got these weird ass motherfucking ideologies.
Right.
Sticking a needle in a black baby's fucking head and then saying you love black people. It's fucking, hold on, Richard. It's fucking bizarre.
I mean, but then you was reading.
Hold on. Hooking black people up to an E-meter, bro, it's fucking bizarre.
And that's why I was trying.
So hold on. So when I say the Nation of Islam,
Right.
you got an idea. This nigga is talking about those type of cults.
Right.
So
But
I'm
you-
saying, Richard.
But-
So I'm saying, every time you and Rob Bourne say, yo, they had 30 stores, they had that. I said, I know. Hold on, Richard. Do you think I'm arguing they didn't have the stores, Richard?
I know. I mean, you arguing that they're a cult. I'm
arguing that the reason they got the stores is because of the tricks they played.
I'm
saying, they need, Richard, you need the Hare Krishnas, nigga. You ever ran across one of them to sell roses?
Yeah.
Be out that motherfucker from sun up to sundown. Are you
Right.
sure you know that?
Right. Yeah, I know.
You got some of the biggest motherfucking churches around here, dog.
Right. Right.
Rick, listen. So don't tell me that this flower sales, I'm saying, is to help people so they can take roses home and it's Valentine's Day and shit. No one wants to hear that that's been in that home. They're gonna say, wait a minute, Richard, you make a point. They're gonna say, bro, they sell these motherfucking flowers, nigga, because they take the proceeds and they feed the pockets of the fucking cult leader to help keep their motherfucking enterprise going.
And their belief,
listen,
and they're feeding their belief.
Elijah Muhammad proved the point here.
Right.
Fucking Farrakhan just didn't have Malcolm X, my brother.
What'd you say? He
Push
just
that
didn't.
shit. They ain't had Farrakhan. What wasn't Malcolm X? Malcolm X had that shit bubbling hard.
Right.
Everybody loved Malcolm. I refuse to get up here and say that. Wait. Malcolm proved that he not only loved Muslims, but he loved black people. So much so that he had the FOI. That's what it's called, right? The quote unquote army. Malcolm got mad when a black Muslim got knocked out or shot up by the police and murdered, that they didn't do nothing about it. That made him start to realize, hey man, that's a little different. So I'm saying, listen, no matter what you may think the nation did for people, and I'm sure they got black people off of drugs, who's denying that? But I'm saying they did all that as a little evil, diabolical cover.
I mean, and that's what you're saying, and or that's what
it's
y'all.
not what I'm saying.
Wait a minute.
It's what my Rich.
It's still you, right?
It's 2021, Rich.
Right. But it's you, right?
Hold on. So if the shit they was saying was that legitimate, don't you know they would have? They could have brought a motherfucking town, dog.
I mean, well, I'm not.
Rich, do you know that they could have had a town of Islam? Do you not know that? with working lights and infrastructure, and nobody would have fucked with their ass.
You're in Baltimore, right?
Bro,
You're in Baltimore, right?
You bought acres of land.
You in Baltimore, right? You in Baltimore, right? You are in Baltimore,
more, nigga. They ain't
right? Okay. Well, let's use Philadelphia. Philadelphia at one point had 70% of the people living here. 70% were black. 70%. Should we have had a black Philadelphia town with 70% of the population being black?
I don't know, Richard. I'm just
wait a minute, hold on. No, wait a minute. You can't say you don't know that, but you know that the nation should have had a nation. Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. Don't get woofly on me, man.
No, I'm saying brother Unc don't want no black town, my nigga.
Wait a minute. But I'm just saying, just like you said.
Well, you don't know the same motherfucking thing that the white man got.
Wait a minute. Well, the white man said that. Well, I don't want to get in there because you don't want to touch that. But my question is, I want to do with equal.
I don't want no little motherfucking town.
I just want equal.
I want my kids to have every goddamn thing. Every American is afforded based off of fighting in World War I, World War II.
I got all of that. I got all of that. And if you have 70% of the population,
the motherfucking Iraq war, based off of their father serving in the United States motherfucking Marine Corps, getting every goddamn shot available to humankind. Nigga, I put my life on the line. I don't want no motherfucking town. And as a matter of fact, I want my damn money that's owed because we had free labor for 500 years. So you can see what the little Philadelphia little town. We don't want a little town, nigga. We want everything that's afforded white Americans. That's what brother Uncle.
And that's a great vision. That's a great vision. I didn't say all through the side.
So back to the nation Islam.
Wait. I wanted to make equal because you
thought they did, bro.
You were making. I want us to make equal equivalency because you don't know if they have a Nation of Islam town. We don't know right now. I don't know.
They don't.
I mean, and if they don't, that's fine. So we don't have as far as, and I'm only trying to use it as an example because at 70%, you saying that we went to war, we paid taxes, we work in some place that we should have had control of the government, control of all those things, those resources that would have been able to afford us to be able to say, black people in Philadelphia run this town. But
it wasn't an organization though.
Wait a minute, that's the point I'm making. Because, wait a minute, the point I'm making is, because what y'all saying is that black people, a group of black people, even in the cult, should have been able to be effective in their organizational outcome to be able to
they were promoting that. That was their objective.
Wait a minute. I mean, right. And so you're saying black people as a whole don't have an objective to be able to control themselves as
segregate.
Wait a minute.
Segregate.
I'm trying
to. It's not the same objective. Don't have an organization and don't have the bylaws.
I'm trying
like the Nation of Islam has.
So when we live in a corporate entity called a city or a county or a state, that don't have bylaws?
But they are individuals that don't have the same thinking pattern as the Nation of Islam.
Wait a minute. Okay. And when we're the majority of the population,
and those bylaws try to separate them from who?
Wait a minute. When you're the majority, I didn't say 100%. I just said 70%. That was the demographics. Now, the demographics in Philadelphia has changed now because it's 49%, right? But I'm saying when it was 70% of the population, and it did have, using another element you just had, it did have bylaws in the county.
There was no organization of 70% of the population wanting separation.
So here you have 70% of the black population living that had public schools, at one point even had public hospitals, and in this here in Black Anglo-Saxon, they're talking about in 1960 when the nation said they wanted to be able to get 2 blocks to be able to put a hospital and whatever, which is what I was going to add to Ron Bohr piece. And the black, with Nathan and Julia, in this case is Nathan here, which I understand is a black sociologist. When Nathan here wrote about black people acting like white people.
Man, let me read this. Buffalo Soldiers. Who are the damn Buffalo Soldiers? The Buffalo Soldiers originally were members of the 10th Cavalry Regiment of the United States Army, formed in September 21st, 1866 at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. Okay, the nickname was given, watch this, the nickname was given the black cavalry by the Native American tribes who fought in the Indian Wars. The term eventually became synonymous with all of the African American regiments formed. Now let's go to the Indian Wars. You tell me they don't supposed to give us our shit. Want to hear that shit? It say in 1866, in the early 1890s, these regiments served at what? A variety of posts in Southwest United States. You see that shit? That's what the Indians did that.
Right.
Watch this. And the Great Plains regions. It says they participated in most of the military campaigns these areas and earned a distinguished record. It say 13 enlisted men and 6 officers from these regiments earned a Medal of Honor. Okay, during the Indian Wars.
They was killing Indians.
Campaign.
We should be proud of that.
Served a variety of roles.
We should be proud of that.
So what I'm trying to tell you is they get the Medal of Honor for killing damn Indians. Bro.
And now take them back, take that same regiment. Wait a minute. Go to that same regiment when Teddy Roosevelt took them to Mexico.
Bro,
right? Is that in there? Is that in there too?
They murdered the Indians. Bro.
Right. But did that same regiment,
bro,
under
we
Teddy
were fighting since the Indians.
Let me fucking finish. Damn, y'all beating me and Rob Born up. That's funny. I'm simply saying that we murdered the Indians to take this motherfucker. We got Medal of Honor. I'm not giving anything back. I'm not leaving. I don't want to fucking go to Africa. Listen. I'm trying to make it clear. I'm not want to hear all that rah shit. I study history too hard. I don't want to hear about the Pan-African Union. I don't want to hear about none of that. I'm an African goddamn American. We died in every single war. We stole this motherfucker. I'm saying, give me mines. Just
who you saying that to? Who you saying that to? Are you saying that to
my back page? Hold on. Who
are you saying that?
And watch the African Americans.
Who are you saying that to?
Who is not got their goddamn money taken from them, bro?
Who are you saying that to?
I don't want to be a separatist.
I got that. I got all that. I understand that.
He helped steal this joint together. I don't want to talk about that shit.
I understand that. But who are you? Let's be clear. Who are you saying that to? Who are you saying that to? Who are you saying I deserve and I want what I deserve? Who you saying that to?
I don't want to hear the Nation of Islam messages.
I understand. I got that.
That's bullshit. I don't want to be separate, bro. Because everybody I know died. I got niggas that died on the street wars right now. We're not giving anything back.
Right. I know you stopped. You're wrestling me with me. You're wrestling with me. You're wrestling with me.
I don't want to hear. I don't want to be separate.
You're wrestling with me on this.
Look, don't treat me like we didn't fight the wars. Don't treat me like we wasn't in World War I, World War II. I don't want to hear that, bro.
But who are you saying got to give you that? That's all I'm asking as a question. Who has to give you that?
Anybody who want to run around here and act like we ain't fucking African American.
No, that's not.
Like
those who say
government of the United States that we was in partnership with.
Right. And who was in control of those resources that should have given it to you that didn't?
We all know the answer to that question.
I mean, wait a minute. I don't want to, whether you do it in general or whether you do it in historical narrative.
It was the United States.
Okay, well, who was sitting in those? Because either we can go down specifically and say who were sitting in those seats that had control. Because when you brought up the Buffalo Soldiers, if I'm not mistaken, Teddy Roosevelt took them.
What's your point?
That
you want to hear the white man. So what's your
So let me hold on, say that. I want to just be clear. I got what you said. Say that again, Robert.
Make your point. You keep asking questions.
Yeah, and I'm not getting an answer.
Just make your point.
I'm asking. The point is the question.
The white man.
Make sure that we're talking.
The white man, we know the white man. We know the white man.
The white man.
Right. Now, if we're going to say is that any different than what the nation is saying?
Kick your ass off here, man. Nah, I ain't listening to you, man. Look, it's 10:30.
Wow.
I can't listen to you.
Wow, man.
Like
the
a
logical
dope
fallacies and the
fiend, yo. I can't
reasoning
listen to a
mistakes.
dope
Wow.
Richard think he just shut it down.
Hey, where you at, Corey? Corey, let me ask you a question, Corey.
I'm right here.
So Corey, do you understand? You know what fishing is, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm trying to explain to these people, and I know there ain't nobody gonna listen. That all they did was fishing for black people, yo, to get in their cult. Like, why is that hard?
Like missionaries.
Atheists to get that. You think that's what it is, Corey?
Yeah, that's they aren't hearing that part. Some things when you convinced to something, you know they're not gonna concede that in this conversation right here. It's gonna take time and more things to come to their attention for them to understand what you're saying. Or I mean, they understand what you're saying, but for them to actually see that in the NOI, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just plain to me because like I've never been in a cult and I ain't, you know, I already know I stay away from the charismatic leaders and the follow one man or follow one doctrine. I've always been a free thinker. I'm an advocate of free thinking. So I'm not an advocate of some box that I need to put my brain in and then that's the way I need to think. So, you know, I don't understand none of it though. Tell you the truth.
What I'm saying is any institution that have you believing in Yakub and in talking snakes and donkeys is not being no positive contribution to the black community, period. These conversations we have sometimes it's back and I'm embarrassed because they are primitive. We're supposed to be talking about science, technology, and move forward. And we hear discussion Elijah Muhammad and Louis Farrakhan, Caleb Singer from Guyana. Please give me a break. Where is the NOI University that is rolling out the PhDs? How are they contributing the body of science?
Hey, Cedric, hold on. You said something deep. You said they fucking primitive, and there you go. You just killed it.
Well, I mean, white folks
it's
said
primitive.
I mean, it was
talking donkeys and snakes. They're going into books that have talking donkeys and snakes to give black people a foundation in 2021. I'm sorry.
Hey, let Robin speak. Go ahead, Robin, real quick.
But I'm trying to figure out why is the dread being so dismissive when I explained to him by 1974, it says right here, blacks in 46 cities could send their children to NOI elementary schools, and in some cities, secondary schools. And it says the NOI became the most potent, organized economic force in the black community. Why is that being dismissed? I mean, it's like, it's a, wait, no.
Why do I want to go to the NOI school? Why don't I want to go to the school with somebody else? Because I want somebody else learning. I don't want to go to the NOI. Like, why is that special? Because they had an NOI school. Who came? What science? What science or technology did they develop in the NOI school? Or what institution? What economic institution did they develop in that school that we can't live without right now today?
And what scientists?
I know black people. I know black. Hold on, bro. I know black people that went to the schools that everybody else go to that have done science and technology and economic things.
Thank you.
And passed legislation that we can't live without right now.
Right, but look at
but I don't know nobody that did that. Hold on, bro. I'm still talking. I don't know nobody that did that went to the NOI elementary school. So who gives a flying shit who about that your kid could have went to any? I mean, what who can't your kid go to?
I bet $5 one free. But hold on. Hey, Robert Rand, was it free?
I'm listening.
Was it free, sir?
That I'm not sure. That I'm not sure.
There you go.
But look at the.
Hold on, hey Richard. if it wasn't free, then I'm not listening.
I got that. I'll accept that.
You gotta hear me now.
Okay, I'll accept that. So let's look at the.
If the aspirin don't take the woolies off me in the morning,
I got you.
Then I'm not listening because
I got you. So the question I have for what Cedric and Corey is raising, we did go to the public school. So the question comes: how many scientists did we produce?
Many of them,
bro. Whoa. Wait a minute. Now do the numbers.
Look at me. Look, I'm one. I'm one.
Do the. I got you one.
I'm one.
Yeah, you won. Okay,
right
you're okay. I'll give you that. You won. That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. That wasn't my.
To Europe.
That was not my.
Richard, you jumped out the window on that one.
Yeah, no. I'm just trying to get a comparison here. I mean, I understand there's a difference, but when we're talking about right now of the body of Black people, because right now that's what they're asking. And when we ask the comparison between the money that's spent to lock a person up, and I hate to do that because that's shifting from where we are, right? So what I asked is how many scientists that we have created in the fields of biochemistry, genetics, archaeology, anthropology, how many is in those fields? Because when you go to those numbers, and I've seen some,
most or if not all Black scientists didn't come out of an NOI school.
That's not my question. And I'll use you.
We only 13% of the population.
I got that. And let's use that.
So
let's stay within that
not going to make up 60% of the scientists.
I got that. So we stay within. We stay within our matrix. Let's stay within our matrix of 13%, and let's say half of those are school age.
Yeah, but we can't.
So how many of that? How many are we producing?
The thing is, we have to do everything else. So we have to produce congresswomen and congressmen. We have to produce doctors. We have to produce lawyers. All these people have to come out of that school. Not just biology.
And with regards to
hold on, bro. You always ask a question, then start talking. With the little numbers that we got, we're not going to make up a major percentage of any discipline in America here, because we only do 13% of the population.
And that's why I wanted to deal with.
And we're talking about elementary school, right?
Right.
Catholics have elementary school, Adventists have elementary school, but when we get into secondary and tertiary education, those things fall off. So the NOI isn't doing nothing special in that regard either.
I accept that. So I want to suspend that. Let's suspend the NOI for a minute, because so we can make some comparison about Black people in general, not those, because that's a small population. That's a part of the nation. If we start taking out these cult groups, as you say, they are really.
Richard, I'm sorry if I'm not impressed with nursery school, dog. My fault. I just ain't impressed.
I mean, I understand. You know, it's babies.
With the freedom plains that they had, and the farmland that they had.
Are you arguing for paid nursery school? It was their business, yo. They made money, yo.
Well, right now, when you look at
how's you doing that for me? How you doing something for Black
because
people?
When you bring up something, you bring it up as an absolute. But when you look at going to daycare right now,
they read it. Raw Born, the famous Raw Born.
No. I'm just saying. You see, I keep taking it outside of that to make comparison, because what right now parents are taking children to daycare. Don't they pay for that?
Right.
Those children that go to daycare, don't they have to pay for that?
Helping the Black community.
Huh?
We saying it's
not everybody.
For the Black community. Go ahead, Nahisi.
Not everybody paying.
My mom's on a tax program.
And when it's on that,
government is giving them.
And do you pay taxes?
Come on, Rob. I know you hear him talking right now. Go ahead, Nahisi.
I'm just trying to.
All of them don't pay for it. You know, the lottery does a lot from the government giving back. So what they saying that the Nation of Islam, you paying them, but they're not giving back to the community.
Right. That's what we say.
If I'm running a business, I'm running a business. But if I'm helping the
community,
I'm helping the community.
They're not giving back to the community. They don't have their own territory space. Wait a minute. Let me make sure. I just want to try to. I need to think through this.
Show me where they did more than Bill Gates did, and I'll shut up.
I mean, I'm not touching
I'm gonna
that.
get them really
I'm not touching that because you talk about an exploiter. You know, to me, Bill Gates is the major exploiter. It was Bill Gates that went into Africa and cataloged all the plants. Right. So that's why I say I didn't bring that up. So I didn't want to
expect Rob on to pop up now. Where's Rob on at? What? Bill Gates did more for Africa than this.
And he did.
And he robbed more too.
Hey, Robert Rand, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Did Bill Gates did more for Africa than the Nation of Islam?
Yes, he did.
I don't know about all that. I ain't taking that. I don't know.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, if y'all say that, I'll accept what y'all say, but I ain't going there.
Y'all heard me, Chappie.
I'm not going there with y'all. I'm not going there with y'all with that one.
He did more for mankind in the last 5 years than anybody did.
Shut up.
How about that?
Shout out the wisdom of Shanti, but shut up. We mentioned Rob on name. We can pop back whenever you want to. Back on
the man money helped save my life. Thanks to the COVID vaccine. I'm immune compromised and I can get it so I don't have to fuck with COVID one day in my life. Thank you, Bill Gates.
Okay. So you got your
Bill Gates.
Hold.
So you ain't taking that vaccine? Tell the truth. You sound like you ain't taking the vaccine.
No, I'm not. Now this is what I.
He's done. Richard White
is done. You're anti-vaxxer, right?
Done, Rich.
We're not anti-vaxxers over here, bro.
I'm not anti-vax. I don't trust. I said, wait, hold on. I just don't. I mean, they want.
He just wants safer. He just wants safer advice.
I'm not. But when I come to the what I said of what I and that might still not work, but it was two things that come up because we may all have to take the vaccine if they're going to say in order to fly out of this country that you're going to have to show that you took a vaccine. So that is a possibility.
You know, right now, if you want to go to Africa, you need to get a malaria vaccine or you can't go. The vaccine passport already exists. It's nothing new.
Right.
So what's your point?
Right. Because I don't trust I don't have confidence.
I don't have confidence
in not just the government, but this technology, what's that? mRNA.
Can't even pronounce it, right?
I don't have confidence.
If you want me to teach you the science, break it down.
So between the two of them,
you don't need confidence in science. You need to just follow the science. So if you need to understand the science, we could do that all day.
Wait a minute, hold on.
But what is your disbelief based on?
One thing that the reason why I started listening to y'all, even though I don't agree with the perspective that you come from, is because you were and continue to at least, and it's got narrowed down to the vaccine, and I understand why, but because you which I agree with scientific literacy, and I agree, and I does make this point, especially with Africans in North America as far as history, that we brought a science with us. We didn't come here as they told us that we were empty vessels, right? So that whole thing of the smallpox and what that person brought to what is his name, Cotton, whatever.
No, Cotton.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, I mean, and I've read that, that is the works and and whatever. So I understand that, and even more. So that I don't want to get it. Matter of fact, I'm just looking into, because I was thinking of the Black Plague in Europe and the question of, and I was just looking at an article raising the question of, well, did they have a plague on West Africa in the 1300s? Because if they did, and when I looked at the dates, it coincides with the date that Mansa Musa, the plague that was in Europe, and with the person, this is speculative as far as this article, in that 1380, which is the late 80s, 1380s, Mansa Musa, that's when he did his pilgrimage. So I'm wondering, you know, right, and it's all, you know, just fanciful thinking right now. What's the correlation? But the question is, I haven't heard anybody say, like Europe when they had the black, because when I looked at the numbers of the effect of the Black Plague, it took them a couple, I think it was 100 years before the population started to grow again. So the question of, well, what happened in West Africa at that time? And if they did have it,
I'm gonna tell you though.
Go ahead.
They wore face coverings, they practiced social distances, and they burnt bodies. So they were still ahead of motherfuckers, yo.
In West Africa.
Yeah, they did social distancing, and niggas
so,
wasn't how about I ain't gonna wear no.
Wait. I'm just asking for the references. I mean, I'm interested in that because that would show. Go ahead.
I have a question. Put them on the slave ship.
Say that again.
Did you know that? They also vaccinated slaves before they put them on the slave ship.
No, I still didn't catch something muffled.
I'm sorry. I said they also vaccinated us when they put us on those slave ships and brought us over here to America.
So you talking about the Europeans or the Africans?
Yeah.
But what I'm asking is, because if there was a plague in the 1300s in West Africa, that means that at that time the scientific development of dealing with virus, and because, you know, even though the transition of Islam was coming on in that area, that means Africans had created some kind of inoculation to deal with that. Could have. And I'm not, that's what I'm looking at.
I'm trying to tell you that they had high medical science, bro.
Huh?
They had high medical science.
Right.
That saved the world. I say it's the greatest science. I say that the West African inoculation is the greatest invention known to mankind.
Right.
I say there was with that, bro. That's what
there's a book. There's a book from Wilbur Smith. There's a book from Wilbur Smith. It's fictional. However, it's based on what he found in the seven scroll and in the 7 Sea Scrolls. Wilbur Smith. In that book, he explains how the Egyptians discovered inoculation from the wildebeest to the horses. They defeated the Hyksos by getting their horses infected, because they realized that once the horses that got better, that healed from the infection they got from the wildebeest, never got sick again. So the principles of understanding immunity was there from way back when. Now this is a fictional story, but it's based on historical fact. But my point is, my next point is, but we are in 2021. Science has continued to advance. We don't even make vaccines the way we made them 15 years ago. We don't require them to grow in eggs. We don't require them to grow in animals. We can use technology, PCR technology that came out when I was in college. They advanced to the point that we can actually replicate messenger RNA. We now have developed the delivery system straight into the cell by creating the soap, kind of the lipid shell. We know that in the cytoplasma is where all RNA is reproduced. Only the spike protein is produced. It's then expressed on the cell, and the body does its magic.
Now I'm
so why are we looking back 700 years?
Well, because one, it's a historical curiosity of mine, but two, for the lipid cells, the reason, one of my concerns is the translation effect of the messenger RNA, because the messenger, that messenger RNA is, as you just say, if I understood the term, and I am ignorant, is a replication. It isn't a actual, because it's a technology, right?
It's the exact coding. It's the precise coding for the spike protein. No mistake. No byproduct. The exact coding. What your body does is produce the actual spike. There's no mistake possible.
But from what I understand, and again, I'm speaking out of stupidity, once the lipid and the translation, it doesn't have to do the translation 100%.
Stop. Do you know how a soap works?
Soap.
A soap is used to make a little piece of grease.
I got that.
Dissolve into water.
I got that.
The soap itself plays no role.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Okay. The lipid shell allows for the cell to be open so that just like soap, it dissolves the cell a little bit so that the messenger RNA could enter into the cytoplasm.
Right.
In that cytoplasm is already every possible piece of mRNA to create to produce the proteins that the cells need.
And now, and
they can't mutate during that short period.
Right. I'm not.
No, it can't.
I'm not saying.
Naturally, the cell breaks down all mRNA once the ribosome has completed translation.
That's the part. That's the part that's a little scary. But I'll leave that alone because I'm still exploring that translation. From what I understand, the translation
ribosome translation
does
just
not
like
have to
Ang
be
was having the discussion the other day.
Right.
All mutations happen via ribosomal translation.
Right. And
there's mutation that happen all the time. 99.999% of them just disappear.
Okay. So
now we have a spike protein. We have a single spike protein.
Right.
In the event it mutates, whatever it mutates to, it's going to be foreign to the cell.
Right.
The immune system will respond same way, so that argument is null and void.
No, I mean it may be, but
it will treat whatever comes into the body as foreign. Whatever that mRNA. Let's say you're right. The ribosomal translation takes place and it's mutated. It doesn't produce the exact spike protein.
Exactly. There you go.
It still produces a foreign protein to the body.
Right.
And what does the body do? Recognize it by via the immune system and eliminates it same way. What's your point?
No, there was a work order you wrote up and you handed it in, but you didn't tell who.
I don't know if I'm interfering enough, but I'll
I
think that's the one you did.
So
that whole point that it's gonna mutate is null and void.
But I mean, I didn't say. I don't know about. I don't know.
Mute your phone. We can hear your private conversation.
If I turned it
in. Mute the mic.
Mute your mic, bro.
Mute your mic.
So I'm not the translation part. I understand. Well, I'm not going to go to the mutation. I'm still stuck at the translation and the mistranslation. I'll leave that there and come back because that's what I'm still to your question.
Now,
what's my problem? What's my problem? That's where I'm.
You have a specific piece of mRNA.
Right.
It's supposed code for the protein. Something goes wrong with the ribosomal translation.
Right.
You're going to produce a foreign protein to the body.
That right there.
This new protein, whatever the mutation is, it's still foreign to the body.
Right.
And the body is still going to react via its immune system, recognizing that protein and eliminating it same way.
Or at least
you can say that in the person that this mutation takes place, if it does take place, that person is no longer protected against the COVID virus.
And so we don't know, if from at that level, on that person, we know it's just that person, I accept that. We don't know, in order for the body to adjust to that, it has to produce something in order for it to survive. And you can help me out with the
antigen, normal antibody. There are several systems in immune. There are several systems that take part in the immune system. First, you have the regular macrophages. You're going to get the T cell production. You're going to get IgG, IgM and IgG production. You're going to get the cytokine production. You're going to get a couple other steps you're going to get produced. What is going to happen? Your body's going to produce an immune response the exact same way.
Right.
So there's no difference.
Right. But the question of that new material and the response to that new material.
Which new material?
The messenger RNA.
You're going to produce a new protein.
Right.
You're going to produce a new protein.
Right. That new
This protein is going to be foreign to your body.
Right.
And what is your body going to do when it recognizes a foreign protein?
Now, from what I understand,
it's going to create antibodies.
But from what I understand,
there you go.
That from what I understand, and that antibody, what that's going to produce is still up under review. That's what I understand, or I think I understand.
No.
That is
it's not under review.
It's been happening.
A hypothetical discussion that we have. I'm explaining you the mechanics of the system.
Right. But
no, there's nothing on the review.
No, what I'm saying
happen is that a protein is going to be produced.
Right.
That is singular, is not connected to any virus, and it is foreign to the human body.
That's what I'm saying.
What is your body going to do?
That's what I'm saying.
It's going to trigger an immune response.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what's under review.
Different pathways.
Right.
No, there's nothing under review.
But when I'm saying, and I might
know
be wrong,
how the immune system is triggered.
Right.
I can explain to you the exact steps of how the immune system reacts.
But when I say
we're not going to go into that.
Right. But when I say
so nothing is under review. Stop.
No,
nothing is under review.
What I'm asking,
we know how the immune system is going to respond.
All right. We know how it's going to respond. Okay, I got that part. And we know that it's
good.
And it's
so
novel.
Now we have a new protein.
Right.
We have a new protein
now
that came into existence by means of a mutation.
Right.
It's a singular new protein that is going to be expressed by the cells.
Right.
What is your body going to do?
That's the
question.
It's
going to trigger an
immune response.
It's going to do what?
It's going
to trigger immune response. That's
right. But that's
the answer.
But it's that trigger and that immune response is also, and I don't want to, because that's where my concern on one level, that's the biological level, but then it becomes a philosophical level. And I don't want to go there yet because I need to be clear, like you're saying, of the language. And I appreciate that y'all are
so your body is going to trigger an immune response as it would if it was infected by any other substance. The fact that we injected this protein, means that it's on the controlled environment. It's actually going to trigger our immune response just as a vaccine would. So what are going to be the side effects? I'm going to get a headache. I'm going to get a fever. I'm going to get a stuffy nose. I might get diarrhea. My eye might swell up, but that's going to be an immune response triggered. But will my body ever encounter that protein naturally? No. It's a mutation that happened by a ribosomal transcription. I'm covering all your bases. However, the body is going to respond as it normally does via the immune system.
And that is actually showing you when you have that immune response and your nose go to running, you get a headache, that's showing you that your immune system is working.
Wait a minute, but y'all, wait a minute, but y'all are giving a few responses. I guess that's the right language. A few responses. But because it is foreign, and because say that again, the antibodies is triggered to something new. We don't know if that's the only responses that are going to be getting. Right now, we know that it's a headache.
We know. We know that
I can't say we because I don't know.
The immune response is geared to cleaning up the foreign agent. Once they're gone, the immune response goes to bed. It doesn't go, I'm gonna now chop up your liver and take your eye out.
No. I'm not because the new antibodies that were created to deal with the mutation is new. That's all I'm saying.
But immune response also can cause an allergic reaction.
Have you talked to anybody that had the vaccine?
Have talked to, yeah, a few people I know that's taking the vaccine. Yeah.
He turned into a monster yet, yo?
That's not, I mean, that's not. I like I said, I have a broader concern.
I want to get X-ray
Well, let me
vision
ask you. This is what I want. This is the question I wanted to ask y'all. Because this is where I'm at now. I'd rather take Cuban interferon.
Hold on.
I'm more comfortable with taking that.
Hey, yo, hold on for a minute. Listen. So do you know why the Pseudo Killers was created?
I know.
Listen. Hold on. Let me say this. The Amaral Squad was created for something different, right? To kind of, appease the African American community a little bit, the African, but the Pseudo Killers, you know what I'm saying? It was a collective coming together. It wasn't just to me. So when people say I'm the fucking leader, that's the bullshit. Fucking Corey the motherfucking leader.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's do it that way. If we want to just do it. Kent the fucking leader. Chef is. John, you know what I'm saying? Like, stop it. It was created to deal with people like you.
Yeah.
Because let me watch this. Don't cut me off. You a hell of you like a shaky Jake. Cut a nigga off while they talk. What the hell is you saying? Listen, yo, you African centered, you love Africa, you're Pan-African, ain't you?
Right. Yeah. Marcus Garvey, conservative.
Marcus Garvey and all that. How old are you?
67.
Okay, yo, you extinct, bro. The shit you saying will get us killed in 2020 when they on Mars, bro.
Right.
Listen, viruses based off of global warming, them bitches is coming. We ain't got 10 years away to no fucking vaccine, nigga. You think we do?
No, that's not my you know what my question is, but it's a philosophical question more than a biological question.
Interferon, yo.
Huh?
You know, you just said you're gonna take
Yeah. I said I'm considering that.
And how old are you, yo?
67.
What? Nigga, do you not know that if you don't catch coronavirus this year, you will by next year, nigga?
And the question of whether, the question of whether. Wait a minute.
Not a prophet. You gonna get your shot at it, champ.
Well, yeah. And the question is,
don't be laid up in that hospital.
Like I said, my brother.
Go back to my family.
You got him on the road. You got him on the road. Hey, Richard,
I don't think.
Richard, hold on, Richard, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Where did you get the information to take the interferon from?
No, I'm listening to all of this. That's why I said I'm listening to y'all. I'm listening.
But where did you get? You would rather take
Brother Jefferson
interferon,
right? Only because I trust Cuba.
You didn't get that from us.
Hold on.
Right, I understand that.
Wait, I ain't hear you. Hold on, listen what I'm saying. Where did you get the information that you rather take interferon from?
That's the conclusion I've come to when I have to make the choice of what I would rather take. Now, I might not be.
From who?
No, what you mean?
Who gave you that information?
No. I'm like listening to y'all. I'm listening to other people too.
We never said interferon.
I know you. Wait a minute, hold it. Did you hear me what I said? Like listening to y'all, I'm listening to other people too.
Yeah, but who gave you the idea of interferon? You rather that than the vaccine. Where did that idea come from?
Just say.
I know. I'm trying. No. The nation is dealing with something else. I have been a part of interviewing Dr. Halim and.
There we go.
And wait a minute. But that's a different. But that's a different system. But that's
the danger. That's the danger.
No. Wait a minute.
No, he's done, yo.
Y'all are unfair. Y'all are unfair.
You're on the treadmill right now.
Yeah, wait a minute, but y'all are unfair because you asked me where did I get that information from? I said,
Dr.
but no, wait a minute. No, he's not the only one. It's a Dr. Jefferson too. Wait a minute. The broken beaker. I mean, they're doing research too, and plus I follow. Listen, and I'm also following what's coming out of Cuba. I'm following what's coming out of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe. I'm following
this question. Do you know you only got one life, yo?
And because I'm 67, and because I'm at this point, the question, huh? No, I mean I eat turkey and fish.
You're gonna be. Listen, man. Me and you, yo, I'm 53 or 54, one of them. Nigga, we need to get in that line, yo. You tripping, yo. You gonna argue us about some sign?
Huh?
Listen,
can I ask you one question?
I'll be in that line tomorrow.
I mean,
Prevention.
Prevention versus 1,500 hours.
I'm immune compromised. There is no discussion about it. I have lupus, skin lupus. There is no discussion. Prevention versus treatment. What is your choice? That's simple. Let's start there.
You say prevention versus treatment? At this point right now, I have to ask myself whether I've been doing enough prevention for this virus.
No. Back up. Like the Caribbean
truth in that damn chat.
Ounce of prevention is what a kilo of cure. So I'm gonna ask you again, straight up.
Oh, you saying in taking the virus? I mean, taking the vaccine as a prevention, as a means of prevention. Again.
No, we didn't reach that point yet.
Okay.
I'm asking you, prevention or treatment? We breaking it down.
Prevention or treatment? Prevention or treatment. And
prevention, right?
I think I'm on the side of prevention.
We're dealing with a viral infection. We know we can't cure.
Right.
We can only treat the symptoms of the disease it caused.
Right.
However, we can prevent it.
Right.
So how do you want to treat the symptoms that might kill you, or do you want to enter into discussion how we prevent us from getting sick? What discussion are we having?
That's interesting. I'm trying. For some reason, I can't process, but I think at this point right now. I'm at the first one, not the second one. Me personally.
Whoa, now
the first one was
I'm gonna
what?
ask the question again. I'm gonna ask the question again.
Please.
We understand that prevention is always better than treatment.
Right.
Or curing. We're gonna prevent. We always want to prefer to prevent.
Right.
At this point,
what
are the options to dealing with viruses, whereby we're going to have the discussion of prevention? What are the options over here? Prevention, nothing else.
Prevention. Right.
There are vaccines and what else?
All of those. I mean, all those.
No.
I know. I mean, I'm trying to get and a healthy living style.
We're talking about prevention. Stay with me. We're talking about prevention.
I mean, a healthy.
So we have vaccines.
Lifestyle. Right.
We have vaccines, and what next to vaccines is going to enter into the discussion about prevention?
I don't know. What you tell me?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nada. Zip. Zero.
Okay.
Nothing. There is no alternative.
So the question
comes, Richard, we can have a good diet. I'm gonna talk to you because I'm 52. You up there? You 60 something. We got children at 30 and 40 years old. You feel me?
Right.
So we can talk prevention, but eating a good diet.
Right.
Not going to prevent you from getting it. Your body going to fight like hell to kick it off.
Right.
Or you have it easy. But what we talking about is preventing.
Right. Totally. Right.
That's all we talking about.
And the concern that I have at this point right now is in being a carrier to somebody else. In dealing with myself, the question comes, well, am I really want to live or do I want to die? You know, am I ready to die? That's the question I personally have to ask if I'm going to deal with prevention, right, versus actually cure. But that's a personal.
No. You can't cure.
Right.
You can't cure.
So the question of prevention that comes down to personally. What am I prepared? Even if I'm lying to myself, what am I prepared for? But the question I have to ask as a social being, in me making the wrong choice, am I harming someone else? Because if I go out here and don't have no mask,
you know what? You made a good decision. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you a secret.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people out here who eat real healthy.
Right.
Their immune system is good.
Right.
And they walk around asymptomatic.
Right.
I don't know if your mother's still around.
No.
You walk around your mother or elderly person.
Right.
You feeling good.
Right.
But you have it.
Right.
You pass it off because you didn't get the vaccine.
Right. And didn't get tested on a regular basis to see if I have it. and you know, so these or didn't use the proper, at least what they tell us as far as masks, in order to be able. So
we're way beyond that discussion right now.
Right.
We're dealing with the fact that we have a preventative measure that exists.
And I personally don't trust.
And now we're having only one discussion.
Right.
We have a preventative measure.
Right.
Why are we discussing whether or not we should take it when all of us have over 15 vaccines?
Now, because I think, you know, and y'all, when you raise it to the Black community, which y'all raised earlier, why is the Black community?
On time limit, yo.
Okay, I'm gone.
Because you and this motherfucker, yo, you taking interferon.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
No, Joe, you come listen.
That's why I try to kill that conversation.
Hold on for a minute. Hey, yo, listen, bro. I ain't telling you what to take, what not to take.
Right.
But yo, did you realize you just said interferon, yo?
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Yeah. That's where I'm at.
What the fuck is interferon, yo?
I don't know. And like, I don't know what messenger RNA is. I mean, right? I mean, it's just, I mean, if I didn't listen,
we tell the truth, though.
No, if I didn't read or listen to y'all, I would either be doing it because somebody said I got to do it, or be not doing it because somebody said I shouldn't do it.
Do you realize you just proved that point, yo? The Nation of Islam be talking that interferon shit. That's why we saying they out their mind, dog.
Well, I mean, but the point, the thing that I hear also, that might be true. But the thing that I hear though is that the person has to have to make their own
interferon.
Right.
That shit sound like some shit they give you when you go to Mars. Yo, take the interferon.
It's for HIV treatment.
Right.
Interferon is the drug they use to treat HIV, which is used to regulate your T cell production. How? What?
Hey, look. Now, but you know what? The other thing
is this what the Nation of Islam is teaching?
But it's not about.
At first, it was used for cancer.
But what y'all? I because y'all are singularly focused. I can't really go off into a tangent, and I won't. And because
not singularly focused, we saying you want to get off the conversation. I get it.
No, I don't want to. I mean, I really want to go. I would be glad to move because what I've been looking at.
You said earphones, yo. You switching earphones. You must have paid $5 for them. They just cheap ones, ain't
they? Yeah. What I've been looking at.
What is that? Let me see.
Biology.
What's that?
Okay. Let's see.
Okay, them good.
That's a good
right
book.
There. Them good books right there.
Yeah. Do you know what the hell you reading, yo? Are you reading this shit?
Yeah, but how are you reading it though?
Rich, are you reading?
You have somebody teaching you?
Oh.
Because you could read that all day and not understand anything you're reading.
And that's why I'm listening to y'all, right? That's why I'm listening to y'all, right? I mean, and other people, right? Because that's how you learn when you don't go to the academy. I call it the Academy of Scholars.
No, but we show you the experts. And that's
right. That's what I said. That's what I said.
You can't listen to what we say. You
wait. But y'all are saying, you're not just saying, you're not your look. As you say, Cedric said that this is his field of study, but the rest of y'all saying we're looking at the actual scientific. I read Science. I read Science magazine. I follow science. I've been following science for the last 40 years. So and I've been following science. Because
Rich, we're not believing that, Rich.
But
don't take you 40 years, Rich, to understand.
I said following. I ain't saying
science wouldn't have led you to
No, well, I mean,
not interferon.
The reason, but see, y'all are not accepting also, and this may be why such a large part of the Black community, as you say, because people keep putting out there. I don't know if it is just the Tuskegee experiment, because that's only a propaganda slogan. Why Black people are, and the people over here, when I go to the laundromat, those people are willing to take the shot. So it's a certain group of people
It's you, Rich. It's you.
And people like
and
me.
the white people.
And it's people like me who's saying, you know, maybe dealing and for this discussion, maybe dealing with it was somebody, a psychologist that said, like, I mean, you know, African American, I can't think of his name right now, who said, you know, some of us, you know, need to take ourselves out of existence because we're the problem, you know, and no,
he said that.
no. It's,
Richard, you and I gonna get a shot together.
Oh, here you go.
We going on the same day, go get the shot. Gonna live up that sleep like big boys, like when you were in the sixth grade, stand up in the line, put the shoulder out, and you're not supposed to flinch because all your classmates gonna hit you behind the head. We're gonna take the shot just like that.
And because I hear and I do respect that you know you one want to, and two definitely may need to. I respect that you will. So I mean that's a personal choice, and that's what I'm wondering about, and that's the part of the American cultism. Yeah, because you don't have to take. I mean, there's people who choose.
You don't have to.
You know,
but if you understood the science you've been following for 40 years, you would understand that you're taking a very selfish position right now. In terms of your own community and what your vaccine means for the rest. Herd immunity. For example, if I was not able to take the vaccine, just let's say for some reason immune compromised people like myself wasn't able to take the vaccine, and I'm out here advocating you to take the vaccine so you could help protect me, and you're telling me, man, you know what? I don't give a shit about you. You're on your own.
Right.
That's what you're factually saying when you say it's your own choice.
To a degree, I agree with that. Yeah, that's why I said it. I mean, that it's a personal.
Kind of survival herd immunity.
Yeah, that's true too. That's another option that I'm looking at. Like if
that's
y'all,
not even, no, it's not.
If enough of y'all take it, and they say, well, look, you know, which they're pushing, right? If we get 80%.
Walking around with microscope glasses on, yo.
Microscope glasses? No.
Yeah, well, you can actually see the virus.
No.
You got electron microscope glasses on, yo.
No.
Yo, we gonna all catch it, yo.
Yeah, and in some cases, it's like some cases, as you said, I might be already having.
Hey, bro,
so I don't know.
Bro,
yeah.
The immunity only lasts for 4 months, 5 months.
No, I've been checking up on the research. The latest figure shows 8 months. And the problem is they were doing PCR from the beginning and not antigen testing, so they don't have reliable immune results over the last 2 years. But they have been studying it over the last 8 months, and natural immunity seems to last about 8 months. There's still a dispute about reinfection or people just relapse. So because they weren't using immune testing and only focusing on PCR, we're not actually looking at what's going on in the body.
What I say, 6, you say 8? All right, we're gonna take that.
Yeah, and it's still counting. It's still counting.
Okay.
So, but I put myself in this fire in order to be able to learn, and that's the way I'm looking at it. I don't
take, this shit is crazy.
You know,
I'm like, what the hell?
But
Richard,
you know,
why you doing? Hey, Rich, I'm glad to have you over here, though, bro. I'm just telling you, man, don't go with the interferon, dog.
I can, you know, it's like, you know.
Why don't you do both, though? See, be smart, do both. Hey, come on, yo.
Well, listen, when I get to the what has to be, what has
can't afford a misstep at 67, dog.
Well, I mean, the question is, and I ain't saying I'm no. I'm
life
saying I got
expectancy. Listen, the life expectancy of Black men and Black women in America have fell by 2.5 years.
Right.
Because of coronavirus.
Right.
Listen.
Right.
You're more afraid of a vaccine that ain't killed nobody, but you ain't afraid of a virus that killed 500,000 people.
Yes. Yes. Well, the question is, am I afraid of dying?
Survival of the lives of Black people all over the globe. Yes, you would say, hey, man, get the goddamn vaccine and call it a day.
Right. But
Think
the
about
question,
that, yo.
yeah, the
Wait,
question
you ain't
I'm
even
wrestling.
thinking, yo. Really, what white people you know want all black people did, yo? Then they had to do all the work, yo. Ain't that why they grabbed?
Well, I'm hoping that some.
Ain't that why they got us in the first place? Who they gonna beat up on, yo?
I'm hoping that
who they gonna mistreat, yo? If they killed all the black people, they be looking at each other, right?
I'm hoping that at some point.
Come on, yo.
And the virus,
I see
and if so, the virus been doing its thing. The
Yeah.
virus been doing its thing. There's no need to come up with a vaccine.
Yeah, why not just let everybody stay unvaccinated, yo? You ain't even thought that's a good point, Cedric Richard. Why not just say don't get the black people nothing?
I mean, well, I would like to have seen that we went through a process to be able to say whether as a group we're going to do it or not. But right now it's at an individual choice.
As a group,
yes.
Science, immune system, there is no group.
No, I said the process to decide.
They put us in trial groups to satisfy our ethnicity thinking.
Right.
Yeah, so they have blacks in the trial, Chinese in the trial.
Right.
But the science doesn't make any difference. mRNA works the same way in my body as it does in yours, as it does in the Caucasian. We're just one human species. One.
Can I ask you a question, Richard?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I don't want to. I'm not trying to get in your pockets.
Okay, go ahead. I'm a poor man. So.
How much did you pay for the interferon?
No, I didn't get anything. The question is what would I take? I haven't taken it. No.
Oh, so you ain't looked at the price of it yet?
No, I haven't decided whether I'm doing it. Like.
Okay, that's
you wear a mask, Richard?
Yeah. You can't go into a store without one. Now around here, they got white folks now. They building stalls in the street so they can be able to have lunch and dinner outside in the cold. Because they still want to be. Still want to be like they ain't going in a restaurant.
Where you located?
In Philadelphia.
Oh, you're in Philadelphia. Okay, that's why you said Philadelphia.
Really?
No, I just asked him where he was located. He said Philadelphia. I'm like, okay, he said that earlier. My bad.
Hey, Rich. Hey,
yes, sir.
Look, man. Look, we've been joking tonight, yo. But
I mean, I'm like I said, I went through this process a long time ago.
Interferon is some shit you take after you get it, yo. It's too late. That's the joke. And Cedric just did it. Just explained it. Like, listen, man. You've been vaccinated before, dog.
Yeah. I mean, I just went to Morocco last year, so I had to get
what
shot.
The hell?
What?
It was vaccination to go to Morocco.
You got vaccinated. You got the vaccine passport. You've been through the whole conspiracy wrapped up right there.
I'm like I said, I try to be a realist, right?
Yeah,
if they force it, I got to do it.
Ask yourself, yo. You went to Morocco. Did you get vaccinated when you went to Morocco?
That's what I say. I had to get a shot. I forgot what shot.
You gotta ask yourself, who the fuck is promoting this information? You did it already. You went to Morocco. It's your group you've been protecting for the last goddamn 2 hours. The Nation of Islam, dog, is promoting the interferon.
Right.
Islam is promoting, don't take the vaccine.
Right.
You took the vaccine. You didn't die. Let me see. It looks like you might got the hat. Did the hat grow on your head from the vaccine?
No, but the hair is gone, so the hat is on there. And I don't have the courage like you to take it all the way down and just live with it yet.
Oh, you running, you gotta cut it off. Yo, let it go. Yo,
cut it off. Just
yeah. I mean, I had locks. Last year I had locks. This year, because the middle left.
Oh, you was all the way back here with the live show?
Predator.
Leave me alone.
Hey, man, you cannot have the locks back here. Yo,
No, it was just like this part.
Hey, but Rich, a grown man conversation. Hey, man, do what's right, man.
Hey, I like you. You know what, Rich? I'm glad you called up, man. You know what I mean? That shit was y'all crazy, yo. You said hit the firm. You made my day with that shit, yo.
Yeah. That's where I'm at now. Yeah.
But Cedric, go back and listen to the show, yo. Cedric was kicking that shit tonight, real hard.
Yeah, I think that and Cedric, that piece that you as far as the translation is where I'm not as clear as I want to be yet, in order to understand. My thing is to understand, because my quest came in from when they said Africans were non-human to in the science to this. That's how my evolution of understanding.
That wasn't science, yo.
I mean, I know, but that's what that's what they were promoting it as, science. But the point is, in looking at the history, that that's how I got. But at the same time, looking at the understanding of, I do believe that our body is our temple, and I recognize that I'm not disciplined, and I know most people, young people and older people, you cannot tell. If you ask them where is their liver, their kidney, and their colon at, something that they live with every day, they could not point to it, because they can only see what's outside themselves, but not what's inside themselves. And it's important.
And I appreciate that you're engaging in the discussion. I'm in my community. I'm been since about a year ago, been active in COVID awareness and talking about the vaccine. Now I'm battling in my own community. Again, I live in the Caribbean. We have the vaccines on island. We have tourists, white tourists, coming to the island and going to get the vaccine because my own people are reluctant, whereby we all are vaccinated. We're on an island. To leave this island and go anywhere, we need to be up to date with our vaccine shots.
Right.
And so it makes no sense to me, this discussion we're having. I'm seeing people confusing treatment versus prevention. 500,000 people dead in the US alone. I'm not looking to treat nothing. I can prevent. Let me break it down in Caribbean English. Your mother that tell you an ounce of prevention is better than a kilo of cure.
I hear that. Well, I better leave Ankh and y'all alone. I really appreciate y'all. I did feel like I did get more out today, got more in and more out, because this whole thing of the NOI thing. So I appreciate being able to get that, that be engaged in this discussion about this. Cedric, I appreciate, in this moment, helping me out with the elliptic and the translation. And I'm going to follow up a little bit more on that, because I think it's important about that mutation. I'm not clear. I'm not clear as you.
What you need to understand is that if in the event there is any mutation taking place, it is only the spike protein that will mutate. The messenger RNA, there will be a mistake in the translation via the ribosome translation.
Right, ribosome.
And you would get a mutated spike protein, which will result in two things. And this is purely hypothetical. Your body is going to create an immune response for that specific new spike protein, whatever it is. And the negative effect is that you probably won't be protected against COVID. And that will be the anomaly. Again, we have almost 60 million cases to study. Next month or sometime soon, the results from the trials are going to be out. These are non-issues. We can look at efficacy. It's almost 100% of keeping people out of the hospital. The other thing I hear people say is that it doesn't prevent infection. For my immune system to work, I must first be invaded, aka infected. Now, what you're gonna get is that because I have a more advanced, a prepared immune system, it's gonna deal with this invasion more quickly. The likelihood of going into viral shedding, that the virus grows to a point you actually start to shed virus via your saliva and your respiration, that number is going to increase. The chances thereof is going to decrease. So transmission eventually will also go down, creating herd immunity. I hope I answered a multitude of questions.
Hey, I want to add something to what Cedric is basically saying about the actual vaccine, because we've been here before with Richard on previous shows on another channel. I think this is you, Richard, brother Richard.
I watch all your shows.
Dealing with man, appreciate it, man, appreciate it. Dealing with specifically the whole
immune response thing, because at first it was a big deal about he was saying it, but what is this? Is it some type of synthetic? And you know, I tried to use the analogy of, you know, your oil is not using real oil, right? You're not cooking your food the same way. You remember that, Richard?
Right.
And then so what I'm saying is technology has evolved to a point to where we are now, that we can look at this vaccine science and be very critical in our analysis, because we try to be forthcoming with all the available information that we have. And now, you know, after listening to all the explanations, we've come to a point to where this data is critical for the survival of people moving forward, because some people are catching critical illnesses, and some people aren't having critical illnesses. They're recovering, and then we say, well, it's a 97% recovery rate, and then you don't know the statistics of, you don't know the healthcare issues that 97% actually. So you don't know what long-term, so you have people say, well, what is long-term COVID? So when you're looking at them like, what is long-term COVID, or what's the long-term effects of this actual vaccine? Well, they actually still studying vaccines from 30 years ago. So we have to make sure. That's why we get to the point to where we are today. Now, why not
That's
HIV?
Why we know chickenpox leads to shingles, because they continue to study it for 30, 40 years. And they realize once you got chickenpox, the likelihood of you developing shingles later on is from the chickenpox. That's a 30, 40-year study.
Exactly. And that's a great point, because that leads back to the point that I just made. Man, they are going forever study these vaccines, because they're looking at the disease and what the disease may create or cause down the line. So we're doing the right thing, right? We're doing the right thing by trying to hash out the information, the skepticisms, and things of that nature. We just have to do a better job at managing the information as it comes. So with the trials, with the Johnson & Johnson trials, and I don't know if anyone is familiar with that data specifically, they test people, you know, they had 5 people, I think, in the vaccination group and the placebo group that had HIV. You know, you had pregnancies in that vaccine group. You had people with hypertension in that vaccine group, type 1, type 2 diabetes, right? You had people with liver, kidney issues. So they're testing people with pre-existing conditions, and they had 0 deaths. Zero deaths related to the vaccine. Everything was natural in the world. You can't help but to say, all right, okay. But see, that was Johnson & Johnson. Now, if we go back to Moderna and we look at that same data, you will find out that, okay, they're getting even better. You know, this science is getting even better. We're talking about a year away. Now, granted, 500,000 people died. 500,000 people have died. But look where we've come during that time. Because it could be more. It could have been more.
I have a question. Actually, I got 2 questions. One for Cedric and one for Sean. First, Cedric,
I'm out of here. I'm not gonna be here at 12 o'clock tonight,
nigga. Okay, no problem.
I'm trying to get out y'all.
Give me the control. I don't work tomorrow. Give me the control.
I'm gonna give you the control. You're gonna do a 12-hour
one.
Nah.
The first question is to Cedric. Do you think that it is possible that if individuals do not get vaccinated, or even if the majority of the population gets vaccinated, that a variant or mutation, the spike protein, could mutate to a point, and with this coronavirus, that it could attack the immune system, and the immune system react tremendously to where it does cause death, because that particular mutation is something so different that it kills something.
The variants that are out today.
Not today. I'm saying, is there a possibility that because everybody doesn't fight it and kind of stamp out the COVID, and it has the opportunity to mutate, could it mutate to a point to where it is able, still a new one is able to attack the body and start killing again, rampant? We have to readdress another vaccine for it, try to hurry up.
Oh, you saying that the vaccine won't work on it? That's what you're saying, basically.
Vaccine. What I'm saying is the variants that exist today, the Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson has been testing on the South African variant and the British variant. The vaccine seems to be working. The numbers and until the trials are out, I can't say for sure, but it seems to be working. However, if just like SARS-1 developed into SARS-2, if we get a mutation that actually develops a SARS-3, thereby being the genome is that different, then we're starting this process all over again.
Right.
Because although we're dealing with a coronavirus, we know that it's within a group. There are several other coronaviruses that hasn't crossed over yet. Right. We don't know when that cross is going to actually happen, but this is a reality that mankind has been dealing with forever. What the advantages are is our ability to decipher the genome, the speed in which we can know and replicate the complete genome, the speed at which we can know the active component of the virus means that we can always be a step ahead of where we were just 20 years ago. Because when I was doing my programs last year on Facebook, I was saying conventional wisdom, minimum 2 years before we started to see a vaccine.
Right.
When I realized that a vaccine was out within a year, I went back in and I started to do the research. What the technology that is being developed and the prognosis that it has for cancer, what we're seeing is that there are certain receptor cells that produce an active ingredient that destroys the whole cells.
Right.
Of the spike protein.
Let me put a pin. Let me put a pause right there.
Do you understand what this means for cancer?
Yes, it's possibility that we can start curing more cancer.
Right. Like my mind is blown.
Now check this out.
I'm so disappointed as a scientist when I hear these conspiracy theories and someone actually think that Bill Gates can walk into my laboratory and actually do anything other than throw a whole bunch of money on the floor.
Right.
It's ridiculous. I'm upset.
Right.
I'm upset.
Now I want to just put a pause on something you just said. You said we are able to and this is just a question, not even really a question, kind of a comment.
Hey, Cedric, hold on, Shamu. Hey, Cedric, you got the email address, yo?
CFA Ortega. CFA Ortega at gmail.com. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, put it right here. Let me grab it real quick. You gonna put it in the chat right here, right?
Let me see if
all right, so what I was saying was,
what phone you got? Yo, like you got a phone that make the picture like you from the phone.
Yeah, I just jumped on. I just jumped on the phone because I saw the link in the chat. I've been listening for years, and this discussion I had to get on there because what the NOI is doing, it's sickening. I'm dealing with folks relaying this information that they get via. They know nothing about the NOI. They know nothing about the Black conscious community, but they fly saying, this group here don't take the vaccine, gonna do this, and it's people from America.
Y'all can't accept black people don't trust white people.
Black conscious,
that's how it's
nah, we can't accept that. Hey, you see what I just put that in the chat, right? I'm talking about the chat.
Yeah, okay. I found it.
Put it right here.
Send to okay.
Can I reclaim my time?
Yeah, I'm trying to get his email, man. Come on, yo. Relax. You got your time, yo. You're a Nation of Islam supporter. They saved your life. As a matter of fact, Shazmu, you was a daggone preacher, yo. Stop it. You ain't go to Islam.
Why do you bring up straw man arguments. Because you know my history, and you was a Nuwapian, so you need to stop it.
He was a preacher last week.
He was a Nuwapian like 2 days ago.
Oh shit!
See, let's not even do that because that ain't even the game.
Were you a registered Muslim?
No, never. No, I just like you and all of y'all on here, we have all supported the Nation of Islam. We know that.
No, I'm a registered Muslim.
Oh, okay, then you more so then. But I'm saying we all have supported the nation as far as standing up black men. Okay, you different.
No, I have no affiliation with the Nation of Islam ever in my life.
You never bought a bean pie. You never gave them money for a paper.
Nope, they don't sell them on my street.
Yo, man, I appreciate what you're doing. They never supplied it
outside of the U.S.
They never supplied
outside of the U.S. I heard about Malcolm X.
Okay, well, let me get back. I didn't really want to go. I mean, I know that's what the show has been about, but I wanted to ask Cedric one thing. You do when you said we can sequence the virus now, but you know that was China that actually I mean, I know we're globally now. I know you were talking we as in all scientists around the world.
For example, in Iceland, the companies over there, they repurpose their technology and they have sequenced the genome from every single infected person. So they know every exact mutation that exists within the population of Iceland. When I say we, the Chinese or whoever, I'm talking about science. I'm talking about the ability to use PCR to reproduce the exact genetic.
I just wanted to be clear on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I say we, I mean science.
Right. Okay. So Sean, I'm sure you're familiar with the difference between the Moderna.
Got that email right, Cedric?
Yeah, I sent it.
No, I sent you something.
Okay, I'm gonna see it in just a minute.
All right. All right, Shazmi, go ahead with that Nation of Islam apologies.
All right, well, Nuwapian, I'm try to speak your language for a second.
I ain't getting
Malachi Z. York or something, I don't know. But anyway, Sean.
I ain't even learned from Malachi York. I learned from Brother Bun, yo. I talked.
Well, whoever you learned from, the shit was still whack. But
no. Actually, Brother Bun kind of opened me up to read.
Oh, so you a supporter of the Nuwapian movement?
No, I support Brother Bun, who actually kept me out of that shit for real, unbeknownst to my dad.
Oh, so he's no longer in the Nuwapian movement?
No,
hey man, can I just do you know what you're looking at right here, Shazmu?
Nope, that's the genome.
Hold on 1 second, let me see.
Genome sequencing.
Yep.
Do you know what you're looking at, Shazmu?
Yes, that looks like the sequence of that's the sequence of the virus.
Okay, somebody told you that. So
well, I'm looking at first of all, I know what DNA looks like. So it's similar to DNA. So it's similar. It's similar to, you know what? Never mind. I was trying to be civil with you, Sean, and then you just jumped off talking about. Do you know what
I ain't jumped off. I asked you if you knew what it was.
Yeah, but I was going to ask you a question, and then you just jumped in trying to, make light of the
situation. You was asking me about
Moderna. All I was going to ask you was Moderna and Pfizer. Those are mRNA vaccines. Do you know the difference between the Moderna and Pfizer?
There is no difference between Moderna and Pfizer.
Listen, let me finish. I'm talking about the AstraZeneca and the Johnson & Johnson. Do you know the difference between those?
Yeah, I know.
What did you say,
I can break down the difference between the
two. Let me see what I'm asking.
All right. So you're talking about adenovirus vector vaccines. That's what you're talking about. So you're talking about second generation vaccines. AstraZeneca is a second generation vaccine, just like Johnson & Johnson is a second generation vaccine. They both work the same.
Let me ask you this though. Why would you call it a second? Why do you call it a second generation?
Because mRNA technology
mRNA is the third generation
vaccine.
Okay, I was just trying to get clarity on whether you were calling it like it's something that.
Yeah, no, not saying nothing wrong with adenovirus vector vaccines. What I'm basically saying is the science behind AstraZeneca versus Johnson & Johnson's is totally different. The
old
data
versus new.
Right. And
yeah, the data that Johnson & Johnson has provided over AstraZeneca has been way more confirmed than the AstraZeneca. There's been issues with their reporting in their trials. They were doing something in the trials that, you know, the FDA didn't approve of it, and had questions about its efficacy, as you've seen in Europe and other places. So AstraZeneca has been pushing its vaccine in pretty much other places of the world where they can seem to get a little bit of play because it's an adenovector virus.
Do you know the difference between that?
Virus vector vaccine.
The FDA,
Do you know
the
what that
FDA
is,
said they haven't showed enough data. The data is insufficient.
Correct.
So they
But I'm
don't
not
meet
talking
the
about.
standards.
I'm not talking about what. I understand that. But
So
I'm
what
just
happened,
talking
Corey?
about what
Hold on. What happened,
difference
Corey? The FDA said what?
They didn't like the
They
data.
don't meet the standard. They don't have enough data, and the data that they show don't meet the standards.
How do they develop?
For which one? For what?
For AstraZeneca.
Oh, yeah.
How do they develop?
Want me to
the
break
ad-
down the science?
Please do, Cedric. Teach for a second.
Go ahead, Cedric.
Yeah, I was about
The
to pull it
only
up.
difference between the one and the next, like Sean was explaining perfectly, and Sean explained it already. I watched when he explained it on his program. The difference is the newer vaccines put the mRNA, because we now know how to deliver it via the lipid method, straight into the cytoplasma. The adenovirus, what it does, it puts a piece of DNA, of the spike DNA, into the nucleus. This is the difference. And then the mRNA is pushed out of the nucleus into the cytoplasma. So what happens is it's an extra step.
You know what?
Because of the advent of the lipid delivery system, we don't have to use the adenovirus anymore.
Okay, let me ask you this: Does the virus have DNA? Huh? And I'm going somewhere.
It's genetically modified. First of all,
right?
It's not a virus that is going to affect the human. It is a chimp virus. It causes a cold in a chimp. It's not going to do nothing in itself. It's ineffective, and it has no effect on us as a species. Next to that, it has been modified so that it has no replication power on its own. Correct. It's been rendered a delivery system.
Right. Absolutely.
We have a more advanced delivery system, the lipid system, whereby we no longer have to penetrate the nucleus of the cell. We just have to penetrate the cytoplasm, get into the cytoplasm.
100. Well said.
Hey, that was Cedric's on par. Like, I totally agree. But basically, I asked you, Shazmu, because this website right here, New Strand, actually will show you the sequencing in real time. So anytime there's a new variant, now you're not going to get this anywhere else. You probably, I'm not saying you specifically, I'm speaking in generalities, but a lot of people that may be watching this program don't even know what this is. They are sequencing new variants in real time. And that's why I hit the play, because it's taking you from, look, November 27, 2019, all the way to 2/27/2021, right? So it's 2 days behind, and as it updates, you have a group of people that just deals with this data, and they enter in these detections, and they kind of get you a wide variety of what's going on in the globe. So this is why I actually showed this, because we're dealing with information that we're not really privy to. This is the beauty of science. So even when I hit play right here, you know, I can pause it, and I pause it right here, and then it takes me specifically into areas to where this thing start popping up, and we're just in a particular time of year. See, we're in December of 2019, and you had a case show up in Kenya, Pakistan, India, Nepal, China, Japan. You got Vietnam, you got Australia, and you got New Zealand. So just in a month of its detection, it had already hit these spots. And as we continue to go, we start to see the virus mutating. When it begins to mutate, we will see a and we see a B. The B is lighter. And then we get these variants going all the way across. So you saw it on the upper map. Now we in February 2020. Now we about to get to March.
And
now
I would just say
April.
this real quick. Is thank God that we are sequencing, now, because we were moving slow, especially the United States, as far as trying to sequence all the variants, because they were finding out the South African, the UK, and then they knew the strain that came out of China. They had already known that the China strain had mutated and went to Europe, and then we got the European strain, and on the West Coast, I think we got the Asian strain, but we weren't sequencing as it was developing in our own country. And then the Brazilians started popping up, and then we started ramping up our sequence. Other countries were doing sequencing. Ask your boy Sean. Don't ask me.
What are you talking about? Why would they
Nah, you're not gonna do that. No, you're not. I'm not letting you not doing that.
I'm saying you making it up. Shazmo, you just
Is that? Am I making that up, Sean?
Yeah, the niggas was always on that. That's crazy as hell.
Am I making that up, Sean? Tell the truth. Tell the
what he's
truth.
insinuating is that America was not actually paying attention to actually doing the sequencing in America, testing and trying to keep that data prevalent. He's accurate in saying that the United States of America was not doing its own sequencing and looking and tracing for different variants. They wasn't looking for that. Because we were still under the regime of Trump. Trump didn't care nothing about any of that. He wasn't approving or authorizing anything outside of what he was already trying to do it. So now, because the new regime is in Washington, they have been given the approval to move on doing the additional research and the tracing. He's accurate in saying that. And scientists have been saying that America should have been looking for different variants a year ago.
Is that the map right there? Is that the whatchamacallit map?
So what?
Is that the whatchamacallit map where all the different strains are everywhere?
Yes, this is the strand right here. This is the next strand data from what the scientists using.
Do you see that map, yo?
Evolution in living color.
Are they leaving the United States out of that map, yo?
No.
No.
Okay.
I'm not going to debate something that's already clear.
Jeff, if I'm wrong,
Hey, Sean, I didn't hear what you had said earlier, but did you bring up the part about the part about the bird, them naming the United States variants after the birds and stuff like that?
Yes, we felt it was disrespectful to name them after specific locations. So what the team of scientists in America began to do is they began to name them after birds, because birds don't care what you think about them. We don't communicate with them like that anyway. So they felt the need to just do that to soften the blow, so it's not looking like people are just doing it deliberately in particular countries. You know what I'm saying?
How long ago was that, Sean? When did they start mapping that?
That wasn't too long ago. That was literally like 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, or something like that. 3.
So what you're saying is, when we
about a month. Yeah.
Great Britain had a whole different strand that the scientists just stood there and looked at this shit. No scientist in the United States was trying to look at it. I mean, that's not like they knew it was up.
It's not accurate. That's not accurate. What I hope Shazmo was attempting to say is that we were not doing the actual proper. We wasn't looking for this particular data per se, like we should have been. Like it was slow. It was slow.
Yeah, whatchamacallit talk about that though?
No, listen. And listen. Unc, he will tell you too, because he said it on the show.
No,
he said that we just weren't doing this.
I ain't talking about last week, Sean. I'm saying, you mean to tell me that that one scientist in the United States, no independent group, nobody was saying, okay, that like that's a no-brainer.
No, they didn't.
Doing it on a large scale.
They tell you that China was the one that did it. That's who they got the.
No, Richard, that's not what he's implying. What he's implying is looking for new variants.
Right.
Like different strands. Like, no, they were collecting data, and we can't say that they were not looking toward it. It's just that they didn't have the process in place to where they could start gaining additional data from all these testing sites that will help them look for different strands, meaning that all these testing sites was getting it. They were testing for specific things, and then they weren't looking for other things out of those tests.
But you just proved my point. Shesmu made it seem as if that they just wasn't doing. It was a reason behind that Shesmu.
Yeah, they was kneecapped basically.
We were doing testing for the virus to see where the hot spots were to find it. You wrong. You wrong. Just admit that.
Can I raise another question that y'all raised?
Stop trying to attack me and just go along with the science.
Can I
know what
raise
the hell
another?
I was talking about? Go on, my bro.
Can I raise another question that kind of takes from the technical part?
Don't dive in right now. I'm talking to Shesmu. Hey, Shesmu. Yo, you made it literally seem like that they wasn't doing it.
Sean, you know exactly. I was not saying.
The way the infrastructure wasn't.
I don't know why Unc is trying to play himself into being right. It's not an argument.
Say it right, yo.
Unc like the argument. You just like
said
the
it right.
I'm trying to tell you the way
I said it correct. And Sean, you know, being on the team, I say I think what Shesmu was saying was, but that's just to ease your ego. But
so now you throwing shots.
The stuff was clear.
I'm not
trying to argue.
Come on, everybody just be quiet for a minute. Shesmu, my ego. What the fuck my ego got to do with the health of the people? You stood there and you said they wasn't doing it over here in the United States. Like they wasn't, the infrastructure wasn't even set for them to be able to do it. So they had to collect data from everywhere else until they could get to the point where the stations and stuff was actually doing that Shesmu. Don't make it seem like they wasn't doing it because they just wasn't doing it. Give the whole goddamn piece of what was going on, Shesmu. That's the point I'm making. All right, I said
you win. But the way you win. Let's move on.
Right,
you win. You win.
Can I ask this question?
You got that.
I can ask this question, and I think I heard it here. So the military started dealing with this technology, what, 30 years ago? Is it 30 years ago?
Wasn't no damn military, yo.
No. It wasn't
DEPRA finance Moderna to start looking at messenger RNA in relationship to the cancer and also for the military, from what I think I read, because they were going into places, they knew they would be going into places that had viruses, and they wanted to have already ready a level of vaccine prepared, so that's what they paid. So my question, didn't DEPRA, the research arm of the government, give Moderna and Pfizer money to start looking into the whole thing of developing the messenger RNA as a means of dealing with the virus? And is that
Dr. Shesmu answer that? Dr. Shesmu, can you answer that question, please?
Is
30 years ago was a time where they began to look at trying to evolve, use technology to help, the medical field evolve into something to where it could actually be, evolutionary minded, as Unc say, but actually deal with resolving certain things much faster. They were looking for a faster way to be able to resolve things, right? So when you're talking about vaccine science, depending on the type of virus that it is, it would take, like the Riki virus or whatever, it would take like 20-something plus years to actually be able to make an effective vaccine. So this was areas of cause concerns with helping evolve the vaccine science. So then it went from, some of this stuff went from a long period of time to 10 years, then 10 years to 5 years, and then between 2 years to 5 years, depending on the type of virus that you're trying to deal with. So they invested more money into certain things that was there prior to Trump, the pre-Trump era. And when the funds were no longer available, that halted a bunch of stuff, but the advancements had already been there. The military, as far as the military is concerned, the military is, I don't see where you're going with that, because
I'm just raising what's the tech. I mean, because maybe I'm conflating two things, because I thought they were it was because of the military. Excuse me.
The military is used for infrastructure purposes regarding the mRNA vaccines and how to get them out. That's the only reason that we're talking military today.
No, I was talking about the reason why DEPRA finance for, and that's what I'm trying to make sure I'm clear of, the research in, and you gave me the time, how it conflated the timeline over time, but the financing was because they wanted to be able to make sure they had a vaccine ready in case soldiers went into areas where they knew viruses was. That's the understanding of it. I just want to make sure I got that narrative.
They always
right.
do that.
Right.
I mean, anytime I think about it, all right. So they giving a vaccine to our military. It's going in an Ebola,
right?
Country that's got Ebola, right? So they got a vaccine for that. They got an mRNA vaccine for the Ebola.
Right. So the mRNA technology to deal with Ebola was started from that research prior to that. That's
we can't put that back 30 years. No, because that mRNA vaccine for the Ebola virus is not that old.
No, I know, but the technology for mRNA, that's the one that's, what is the virus, but just that it began there, but before the virus came. But I understand your point. I think I understand your point. I'm just trying to get that. Where I'm going is that there was mRNA was being placed in humans, say soldiers, earlier than this pandemic, in order to deal with other viruses, that technology. So there's a longer history of mRNA, it says vaccine being used in humans to deal with viruses. Not this particular virus, but to be used to be dealing with virus. I'm asking, is that a true statement?
Nah, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that statement wholeheartedly. What I would say is that we need to be more specific in what we're trying to lock it in on, because it's a little confusion, and I don't want to conflate anything that I'm not too familiar with and say one way or the other. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? The only time you're talking about military, right? They vaccinating the military left and right, no matter what's going on. Right. We got a panel that can actually attest to that. Right. You know what I'm saying? Brother Bennett of Mossy Warrior Clan, Black Panther. He's had numerous of vaccinations. He's got a history of vaccinations because he has to continuously go to these foreign places to actually to work. So they knew 30 years ago that they needed to be evolutionary minded and get a grip on certain things, because everybody's, how they predicting tornadoes, how they predicting hurricanes, how they doing all this prediction, for all these other things that occur in nature. They're trying to always predict the next pandemic. They're always trying to predict, they're always studying these current viruses that exist. So it's only right that we try to arm our people with the best safety that we can to go in these areas to actually help move folks forward.
Right. So that's excuse me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just so the question, I guess, for clarification and taking out the timeline, were they was some version of mRNA vaccine being used at some point prior to this pandemic for
one sec,
soldiers?
Yo. One sec, yo. You go, I don't know what you in the rabbit hole right now. I don't know where you at. You on the soldiers. So right here, we're in the dark. The U.S. is way behind on testing for the dangerous COVID variants. All right, let's support Dr. Shed's move real quick. Let me move down here. It says that I think the U.S. is like, let me show you something. It says we are
trying to get you, says more. he can't let it go.
No, I don't never let you. I don't gotta let nothing go.
I understand.
Right? It's about ain't about nobody damn feelings around here. So I'm gonna support Shed's move.
No, it's about facts.
Right. Yeah, if you're right, you're right. So right here in this article, it shows that the United States is about 32nd. They behind, all the way behind in this shit. Hold on, let me see. So I think right here, if I start, okay, hold on. Other countries such as the UK have established robust nationwide surveillance programs to identify the new COVID genes and track the spread of existing ones. It said, but the U.S. has not. That's what Shesby said. It say it ranks 23rd in the world for the number of sequences completed per 1,000 cases, according to the data from the GISAD, global database where researchers share these genomes. So there you go. All right, I'm just supporting Shed's move. So it ain't even about how long you've been doing this shit. It ain't about none of that shit. It's about that we get the information right. Simple as that. Ain't
You know you my man anyway, so I'm not. You know we've been homeboys since Blog Talk, so you know we don't have no feelings. We don't have no hurt feelings or nothing like that.
So
it's all about
facts. Wrong, and it's simple as that. And I just wanted to show the people that this is what it's about. If you fucking wrong, you find the source. If the source don't agree with what you're saying, you don't hide the shit. You let the people know.
Sure.
It's simple. It's simple. But go ahead, finish. I don't know what wormhole we in right now.
But I want to.
With regards to the wormhole, I know that there is an Ebola vaccine. There is an Ebola vaccine. I can understand that it would be only locally administered because it's an epidemic and not a pandemic.
Yeah.
The technology, I do not know what technology, but if they're using mRNA technology, it's got to be the adenovirus, most likely, because this new technology has really been done within the last 10 to 15 years.
And just to build on to that, Cedric and Sean, have you addressed, and I was getting to the difference between, the Moderna and the Pfizer, and then the Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca. With the Johnson & Johnson just being approved, have y'all addressed the fact, Johnson & Johnson kind of, they kind of dropped the ball with the baby powder thing already, and then it's not quite a less effective vaccine, but because they haven't studied them head to head, and we know that it came out 94, 95 for the other two, and this one's like 85, but this one's been tested to me more rigorously, and this is the older technology, the adeno vector, but and that's that's kind of the way we used to do things, and the hesitancy of Black people thinking about which one to take. Have y'all kind of touched on that at all?
Personally,
you
no.
ain't really got much of a choice.
I really,
you get the one that's available to you.
That's
in
available.
Your community.
Yeah,
that's it. That's the only choice it is. But go ahead. Bro.
No doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Personally, I feel, for example, the infrastructure required to house the new technology, because it's not been stabilized at higher temperatures. It's minus 70 degrees Celsius and minus 20. some places where poor infrastructure, those type of vaccines can cause an issue. So the development of alternatives, especially for third world countries or areas where refrigeration and electricity becomes an issue, the alternatives are very good. India is, for example, developing a nasal vaccine, which is a different type of vaccine, a different type of technology. It creates immunity at the site of entry, whereby it reduces this one prevents infection, but it's only in animal phase. It's not even in human trials, so there's nothing to be said about that. Coming back, the only difference between these two technologies again is the delivery system, whereby the adeno vector uses extra step, whereby the spike protein DNA is placed into the nucleus. The nucleus produces the mRNA, and then the same process. The advantage is you can save the adenovirus at higher temperatures, usually around refrigerator temperatures or normal storage refrigeration. That's the main difference.
You didn't hear about
hold on, sis. Hold on, because he made a clear point. And I want you to understand, he's telling you the difference, scientifically difference, on how the adenovirus vector vaccine works versus the mRNA vaccine, because there's an extra step. This vaccine does get into the nucleus. The mRNA vaccine does not. It stays outside the cell.
Right.
There's a difference. There's a difference. So if it gets into the nucleus where the DNA is, it has to then encode via DNA, then into RNA, then mRNA, and then there's the process.
Yeah,
so
there's
there's
a video out there that shows that. And I think yours might have shown it once.
And in terms of the efficacy, what happened was with the AstraZeneca trials, they found out something by mistake. They were supposed to give one-on-one doses in the Brazilian trial. What happened was they gave half a doses in the English trial. In the English trial, and so they gave half a doses at the beginning and a full doses at the end. And in Brazil, they gave a 1-1 doses or the other way around. I'm not sure right now. What happens was the information couldn't compare because the process was different. But what they did realize is that the half a dose first and then a full dose after produced a higher efficacy. So what they were going to do is that whole study over using half a dose and a full dose.
Right. And
so that's why there was the discrepancies with the AstraZeneca numbers.
Right. And they're also thinking about doing a double dose, a double full dose. Just just trying to figure out
a double full dose,
Right. It might be even better than the Pfizer and the Moderna. Your antigens may increase even higher.
So you got somebody in the chat whose wife is a part of that second dose trial with Johnson & Johnson right now.
Okay.
And so that's why the AstraZeneca is getting sort of a bad rap, but their mistake is only led to them extending their trials and putting more components to it. So in the long run, the efficacy of the adenovirus is going to give the results required. And again, the advantage of using the adenovirus still, the adenovirus delivery system still, is the ability to keep the infrastructure required. Certain third world countries, smaller islands, for example, in the Caribbean, that's not able to store at -70, but already have the infrastructure dealing with normal vaccines, can store these vaccines more regularly. So the advantage of developing the adenovirus vector is that we're going to cover a wider group of people easier.
Did you hear that Moderna, I think it was either Pfizer or Moderna, I think it was Pfizer, said that they want to ship their vaccine at standard temperatures but you can only hold it for about 2 weeks.
Yeah, look.
I don't know if that's a money thing, but they want to, well, you know, I'll stick with the science, right? Stay with the.
I ain't gonna stick with the science. Minus 20, minus 20, minus 70. We got our shipments in, and we prepared all the infrastructure required to get them here at minus 70 and keep them at minus 70. So I played safe. It's rather safe than sorry.
Right. And did you also hear about the AstraZeneca, the report, I think it was Newfoundland, where the elderly were having issues with the vaccine. They were actually dying.
And that's pretty much working itself out. It wasn't necessarily that they were having issues with the vaccine, because there's still elderly people being vaccinated today. It's particular. It's a particular type of elderly that you're talking about, frail people who are actually on their way out in nursing homes. So we gotta be.
But I'm just saying, you don't hear that. You don't hear that with the mRNA. It kind of seemed like you're hearing that with the adrenal.
No.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the body is still going to use mRNA to produce the spike protein. When the conclusions came in, when all the autopsy reports, all the studies came back, those elderly that died, they died from natural causes. They would have died anyway.
I don't know. It seemed like it said 16 of them were vaccine related.
No.
They sequenced
Zero.
And then
Zero.
It was 18 that hadn't
What
been.
happens is anyone in the trial phase of vaccine, if I get a cold after getting the vaccine shot, I need to report it. I get a cold. They're gonna do the research, and they're gonna ask me, did you take a shower? Did you get wet? What happened? Oh, so you just caught a cold naturally. Yes. So it's gonna be eliminated. Everyone was reported. They did the investigation. Those 16 elderly folks in first it was, help me out here, Norway, and then in Germany, and then in Spain. They did all the research. Only in Germany, there are still 15 cases pending the results, but up to now, 0 deaths attributed to the vaccine. 0.
Yeah, so real quick, I want to answer a question from a different chat, because the show on the other channel didn't shut down. But the brother asked LeWare Smith asked a good question. He says, I've answered it, but I'm gonna let talk about it. He says, what about people who test positive even after the vaccine? Now, there's 2 ways that you could test positive, right? Pre-exposure before being vaccinated, and in the middle of your body building antibodies, because it takes a process. So that process usually is after vaccination, 10 to 14 days. If you encounter someone that transmits the virus to you, or you come in contact with the virus in the middle of that, your body trying to build its antibodies, right? You can be infected. Now, what if it's further along, right? You can test positive and not even have a reaction. It reduces the severity of a response, like a negative response to it. So being vaccinated, asymptomatic. So it has tons of benefits being vaccinated and then being exposed to it. Now, what if you've came in contact with it and you tested positive and you still got the vaccine? There's data on that. It's data on that telling you that, hey, then your body's going to recognize that you built antibodies. So when the vaccine is given to you, and I use this as an example, Malcolm as a brother Malcolm as an example, this is a clear case of it acting as a booster shot to the antibodies that's already built. But we know natural immunity, the antibodies don't last long. They fade. That's why you face reinfection. So, Sergio, I don't know if you want to add to that, before I wanted to mention this study, but you got it.
Okay. Now there are two ways that we can detect COVID using PCR, whereby we use and we go and we look for actual virus that is shedding from the viral load, or we use antibody testing. So my body is going to produce in the first phase IgM specific to COVID, and in the second phase, once my body has now acquired its immune response, I'm always going to be positive for the IgG. See, what happens now is, now that we're getting into use of vaccine, we're going to go over into more serology-based testing. So once I've been vaccinated and I do a blood test in about 3 months, I'm supposed to test positive for COVID IgG antibodies. So when they say you test positive, what did you test positive for is my question.
What about have we those antibody tests, have we gotten them better than 50%?
They've been better than 50% a long time. What has been happening is that the World Health Organization has been promoting the use of PCR technology and not using the examining the immune response of the body. That's why we only got data from the last 8 months. So we know now that natural immunity lasts at least 8 months. 6 to 8 months is the number right now. And as we continue to test, because of the vaccine trials, we're going to get more information on that. What happens though, when I'm infected, my body's always to produce an immune response. And it's been a while since we can determine your Ig levels. So if I get vaccinated and I'm tested, especially a blood test, because that's what we're going to actually have to test for now. We're going to actually start to test for antibody response. Because I'm not COVID infected. Testing me for PCR doesn't make any sense. There is no active viral load. There's only the spike protein that has been injected. So it's only the spike protein we could look for. So it's going to be antibody based. So what you're going to see now is a lot of more people are going to have a positive test result for COVID antibodies, the IgG antibodies, but that's a good thing. We want to test positive.
Yeah, great point, because you're right. They're gonna have to get into the blood to do the test to see how long, and they want to see how long this vaccine is actually helping create those antibodies. And you're saying 8 months,
we know now almost a year.
Yeah, we're going almost a year, and that's why Moderna came out earlier a few months ago and said we're looking at a year with the antibody testing based on the data. But like I said, next month we should know more, because this is the time that they started.
Exactly. The year results are going to be out.
We're going to come into some good information.
We're going to have a lot of information. So we're going to know at least the vaccine lasts a year, because they're going to retest the people from the first trial. From the first phase of the trial. So all these people are going to be
animals. Don't forget the animals. And don't forget the animals.
Yeah, the animals also. They've been testing the animals consistently. So we're going to have a lot more data. But now we're going to go into the blood. So yes, just like when Fauci said, it's not going to stop infection, no vaccine does. Your immune system can only react once you encounter the virus. Once you have been infected, then your body is going to mount a proper immune response. And the best case scenario is that I'm asymptomatic, that I never knew. Worst case scenario, I might get a headache and the chills for 2 days. But the only way that your body can react after being vaccinated is once infected. So saying the vaccine won't prevent infection, no vaccine ever did.
Right. And they say that as if that's a bad thing. Like, you know,
as if it's a bad thing. So now you're going to get, but you're still testing positive. Yes, we want to test positive. Everybody wants to have a positive IgG when they come back from the lab. That means I'm immune. That means my immune system now recognizes COVID and I can have this, and I can have this. Yes, a positive result is what we all want to see within the next 6 months after being vaccinated. A positive IgG, because we're going to go into the blood. If you get a positive IgM, which will be highly unlikely, means that at that moment, your body is fighting off a COVID infection. But what you will see on that same test is a positive IgG and a positive IgM. That means my immune response is in full operation mode. What you most likely would see is a positive IgG and not a positive IgM, which means I have a adequate immune response to the COVID vaccine.
All right, so real quick, because I think this was mentioned earlier, but I just wanted to touch on it real quick with what you said, or anybody else that want to be a part of it. What I have on the screen is the effective of previous SARS-CoV-2 on the humoral and T-cell response to a single dose vaccine by Pfizer and BioNTech. So here they are talking about issuing a single dose vaccine, right, to see how it will work or hold up in the community regarding testing, because we all hear about when it's going to require 2 shots. So it's, man, they always got to update. So it's saying in this study that, hey, all right, so we're going to do a phase 3 trial for a single shot, right? So they just going to get some people together in a phase 3 trial. They're running a phase 3 trial for, and I'm talking about Pfizer, a phase 3 trial. How do I know it's Pfizer? Because of this right here. This is the name of their vaccine.
That sounds like they're trying to save money though.
No, listen, they're doing a single shot trial, and they're doing a trial on pregnant women. All at the same time, yo.
Yeah. We have to look at this in terms of epidemiology, right? Yeah. We're dealing with a pandemic. We know numbers. So what we're going to do is reach the point that we're going to take the most effective method we can apply. So it's a 2-dose method to guarantee. Then we know for sure that everyone that we vaccinate will be in that prevented area. Once that stress level on society has been reduced, science is going to function as science does. We're going to test a single dose. We're going to test a reduced doses amount. There are going to be multiple testing of this vaccine that is still going to happen. What we're doing right now is Operation Warp Speed, which is get this pandemic on control. That's the first step in any type of epidemiological approach when we're dealing with a vaccine on a world scale. That's why the Ebola vaccine never reached to our hemisphere. It's not a pandemic. It's an epidemic over there. But a pandemic, we're going to do things a little bit differently. It's not about saving money. It's about we want the highest efficacy in the first tranche. And then once the pressure has been relieved, we can now do the proper research. And yes, if it saves money and it saves logistics, because now I don't need to come back for a second time. I'm not going to miss 20% of the people who don't show up for the second shot because they got an adverse reaction the first shot. These are all the things that come into consideration when they're going to look. If we can get down to a single dose, that would be better. It's
because
go
ahead. Because the UK, they were early. They were trying to push the point there, either first vaccine and wait 4-6 weeks instead of doing the 28 or the 21, they would try, getting ready to try all kinds just to get shots in people's arms. You know, get the one shot, and we'll deal with the rest later. With the short supply and high demand, we got to get these shots in people's arms. So yeah, I agree with that assessment.
Yeah, so it's a numbers game at that point. What happened was the vaccine production got ramped up, so we were able to go into the two shot phase. Right now, where they're doing the vaccine is working so good, they're going into trials on pregnant women and under 16, and they're considering adding babies to the trials at this point. I mean, the technology it speaks for itself.
By the end of the year, we should have.
Yeah, because I think Pfizer does Pfizer does 16 and up, and Moderna does 18 and up, and I'm not sure about the AstraZeneca or Johnson & Johnson.
We ain't thinking about AstraZeneca, bro. By the time they get a FDA approval,
that's overseas.
We will have enough vaccine for 3 people that we needed from to move forward.
And I think they're trying to deal with, like you said, the pregnancies and the 3 to under 16. And then you said the babies too, because you know they consider pregnant women, really, that's being pregnant is kind of like having an underlying condition. They need to figure out whether they can either handle the vaccine, because if not, they got to be careful, you know, around this virus, because they can.
We got it on here, bro.
Again,
it's on
the use of mRNA.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The study.
Probably we don't understand how cool it is that we're able to just produce a specific protein. We're not dealing with the virus. We're not dealing with any fallout. We're producing a specific protein that our body reacts to. Now, we all know that any immunity that the mother develops is most likely passed on to the child placentally.
But
they don't know.
They have that data in the placenta. You know, they tested them women. Them women got tested by the OBGYN, and they found the antibodies even lying in the dang on placenta.
They did find that? Okay. Because from the first reports, I thought they were saying that the placenta was blocking. Either blocking the virus or blocking
on the available data in both humans and animals, the vaccine does not affect fertility, but it does significantly lower the risk of COVID infection and the risk of severe complications from COVID. Gunn said, individual circumstances may vary and patients should talk to that. You know, they always say they talk to your doctors. They have it, bro. They got the data. JAMA has a good article on it that I actually gave that I do not have on the screen right now. Like, when we want something, we're getting it, and we're getting it from all phases regarding this vaccine.
Oh, they're testing. They're definitely testing. They got to. They have to. Because, you know, in the beginning, you remember how with the babies, not too many young people were going severe, but there were some, especially in New York. And that's where they figured out the remdesivir, and the babies were getting that old world disease where the leg rash, some type of leg rash was happening with the immune system reacting, and they recognized it was some old world disease. But yeah, we definitely got to figure out a way to vaccinate the babies and to make it safe for pregnant women. Definitely.
That ain't no problem. That's done. That science is out. And then, you know, the animal testing and basically all the top people, like on the last Science with Sean, the one I did about pregnant women and infertility. Yeah, we get into it because we had that little lecture right there.
I saw that one too. Yeah.
That was
I think that was a good one.
I think that was important because they gave us some stuff, and I think Mika was in the chat at the time. She was like, nah, and I'm like, the doctors is beating you up right now, Mika. You saying nah. But we got some good stuff, man. We're even about to get some. Hold on, we got some other. Nah, I can't show y'all right now, man. I usually have to keep my sources on hold until until everybody gets
until you try to beat somebody up with it.
Yeah, beat them up with it.
I ain't trying to beat
shit. You gotta beat them up with it, yo.
I try to save it, but I try to save it, but you know, so look at it like this. They're trying to create drugs to actually treat some of the symptoms, right? To keep you from, you know, having a severe
therapeutic.
Or death, or death. No, not immunity, because you're going to get reinfected if it's a drug. You're going. They're looking at treatments, right? To prevent severe illness and potential death. They're looking at, you know, medications for that. But the vaccine is the safest route because you know,
prevention.
Man, prevention is the
immune
key.
system is the strongest thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like just because you get infected by it, you think natural immunity is gonna be the way for you. All right, wait till you get introduced to a new variant. And now because of the transmission in the new variant, and this is easily for you to get access to the new variant, you're gonna be feeling funny. Like for real. Sometimes I go to the grocery store, I wear 2 masks. And when I leave the store, I be feeling like I got something and man, but just because I just been in the store, like I'm just like, you know, just my mind like that. I need to hurry up, get in here and get out. But you know, we don't know.
You know what happens when you get dengue infection, right? There are 3 variants of dengue infection. If you get variant A, you're immune to variant A. But if you catch variant B or C, the fact that your body mounts an immune response to the dengue infection, but it recognizes it and it produces the old immune response to A, it actually makes the second infection worse. The risk of dying from a second dengue infection with a variant, the chances of death increases 100 times.
That almost sound like similar to hepatitis.
Ever develops a variant. So if there ever develops a variant of this corona that has the same effect as a type 1, type 2 dengue, then we're in serious trouble. It's not like that now. All the research shows that it's the variants are not causing increased effects if you get a variant. Your initial immune response is still coping with it, but if it were to develop like how the dengue virus does, then it becomes deadly if you come into contact with a virus.
Now, what do you think about this
virus?
I heard about that.
Hold on real quick. Bro, Chef, where you at? You busy? Or did you drop off again?
I think I heard him drop off.
All right. I wanna play a little bit of that that breast, that whole baby, since we was on that subject. Just that little lecture from those doctors, yo. And just to kind of give you some clarity for you. But go ahead and ask Cedric your question while I put it up.
I think I lost it. I had to come back to it. What was you talking about, Cedric?
I was saying.
Yeah, I got you. It was I was gonna say that sounds similar to like the hepatitis disease, like A, B, and C.
Yeah.
One you might can get rid of, and then the third one you can't.
With the hepatitis, it's a little different. Hepatitis B, you can never get rid of hepatitis B. And C, you can get rid of hepatitis C, I think also. I'm not quite sure right now. But what happens with the dengue, so you can have all 3 hepatitis and they have no interrelated effect. They affect you as a virus separately. If you get dengue A and you recover, your body builds an immune response. So you would mount immune response if you're infected with dengue A again. However, if you encounter the variants B and C, the fact that you were infected with A and your body mounts an immune response, that immune response helps the virus, the dengue B or C, it becomes a vector to help infect you even worse. So the chances of dying from getting a variant of the dengue, once you had either one of the three, the chances of dying from a reinfection increases dramatically. But it's not a real a reinfection. It's that one type of the virus uses the immune response from the other as a vector. Now,
but
this is not the case.
But is it true that viruses, as they mutate, they generally get weaker rather than stronger?
Generally. However, what I'm saying is that the variants, it's not the case with corona, with the COVID, so we don't have to worry about it. But they were looking into the fact that if any of these variants were to behave as a dengue virus, that it would be and the deadly rate would increase. Yeah. Viruses mutate over time to become higher. They increase the transmission rate, but they decrease the mortality rate. Why? The virus is going to mutate to a place where both the host and the virus are able to survive. You need to live long enough so that it can transmit the virus. If it kills you like Ebola within 2 days, then the viral transmission is lower.
It's like it gets smarter.
Yeah, yeah. It's not a thinking thing.
Right.
But yeah, the variants that are going to prevail are the variants that are able to stay in the host, keep the host alive, and allow to spread the fastest. So COVID, with its asymptomatic nature, is a really good virus. The fact that a lot of people are walking around spreading COVID without even knowing it is the most it works, is the number one mode of transmission that this virus loves. So what you're going to increasingly find is that what would survive is the asymptomatic character of the virus. That would become the prevailing form. In asymptomatic people, the virus lives longest and is able to transmit the furthest.
Check. You ready, Sean?
Yeah. All right. Y'all see the screen, all right?
Yeah.
And then Ebola. Kathy, your co-authors, Emily, COVID-19 vaccination in pregnant and lactating women. Can you say something about your co-author?
Yeah, so Dr. Emily Adhikari is an assistant professor here at UT Southwestern, and she's also the medical director for perinatal infectious disease at Parkland Health and Hospital System. And she is the go-to person for COVID-19 here at UT Southwestern and at Parkland, and has been on call 24/7 since the pandemic began, really caring for the sickest of our sick and really navigating the incredible onslaught of COVID that we've seen on our very busy labor.
Back and forth. What do we know about the risk of COVID-19 for pregnant persons, the fetus, and the newborn? So, Denise, why don't you go first?
So I like to think about pathogens for the mother, for the maternal risks, in terms of susceptibility and severity. And in terms of susceptibility, how transmissible to pregnant women is COVID. We really don't have any information. We know that the same risk factors that put people at risk for acquiring COVID are the same whether you're pregnant or not pregnant, but we really don't know whether pregnant women are more likely to get COVID. What we do know is that once pregnant women get COVID, they're more likely to have severe disease. They're more likely to be hospitalized, to require intensive care, to require ECMO, to be ventilated, and to die, unfortunately.
The fetus.
In terms of the risk to the fetus, we know that there seems to be an increased risk of preterm birth among women who are infected with COVID. there may be an increased risk of stillbirth. I think the jury's still out whether or not there's an increased risk of stillbirth. So basically, we know that particularly among severely ill pregnant women, their babies don't do as well. And that's the same as in most pathogens.
Kathy, do you read the literature and reach the same conclusions? And it's not to create a debate, but sometimes it's confusing literature. JAMA's actually published an extensive number of research letters and other types of articles. Is your reading of the literature the same as Denise's?
Yes, so I do read the literature, and
oh, I know.
and in fact, we have Dr. Adhikari's first author on a JAMA Network Open paper specifically related to our experiences with COVID in pregnancy. And we have a slightly different population that is published in other reports because ours is more of a population-based publication rather than just those who are hospitalized. So what we found was that women who had COVID-19 in pregnancy had about the same rate of hospitalization if they were pregnant or not pregnant. So it was about 5 to 6% required hospitalization. Now, I will say that those who have severe or critical illness, we also found a much higher rate of preterm birth. In fact, I think the literature is about 10 to 40%. We found about 60% delivered preterm. I will say that it is hard to know for certain that impact on the fetus. There certainly have been case reports of vertical transmission. The vertical transmission that we have seen has been predominantly from asymptomatic women. And I think, it's difficult to discern whether or not pregnancy itself increases your risk, but clearly women with critical illness have much higher risks when they're pregnant.
Now, Denise, around Zika, it was very clear we were seeing adverse effects on the fetus and the newborn. Is the data less clear around COVID-19?
So with Zika, there's clearly a congenital syndrome. First of all, Zika was more easily passed transplacentally. As Kathy was saying, there are cases where SARS-CoV-2 is transplacentally infecting fetuses, but it's much less common than with other pathogens such as Zika. And interestingly enough, people don't realize, but even influenza can be passed transplacentally. Almost all viral infections under the right circumstances can be passed transplacentally. But with COVID, it doesn't happen very often. And so with Zika, you got a congenital syndrome. It was a very specific pattern of abnormalities that was noticed fairly early on in South America. By contrast, we are not seeing concerning patterns of either frequent congenital infections or congenital syndrome. So I don't think that that is likely to be, with all the women that are now infected, all the pregnant persons that are now infected, I think it's very unlikely that we're going to see a specific congenital pattern.
Now, Kathy, your department oversees quite a few births. You mentioned 40,000 before we started. I knew it was large. I didn't know it was quite that large. So what?
I said that was good news. That seemed like the placenta kind of is blocking the COVID virus a little bit.
Yeah, but yeah, so now to mind you that these people, all right, their credentials are right in the comment. University of Texas Southwest Medical Center, Catherine Y. Young is an MD, and then you have the Emory University School of Medicine, Denise Jameson on board. Both eminent obstetricians, gynecologists, and they pretty much join in the discussion. So you're getting the lead people, in these fields that understand women and childbearing better than we do, having these conversations and educating the people. So it's important. Like, even if I get further into it, both of these women are going to tell you to go get the vaccine, but they're not the only ones. You have, if you looked at, and I put this up somewhere else, but you got like, hold on, where it go where they just talk about the people in this particular. So you have here in a joint statement from leading women's reproductive professional organization, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, or OBGYN, the American Society for Reproductive Medicine, and the Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine experts. They all say, now it says experts say, as experts in reproductive health, we continue to recommend that the vaccine be available to pregnant individuals. We also assure patients that there is no evidence that the vaccine can lead to loss of fertility. While fertility was not specifically studied in the clinical trials of the vaccine, no loss of fertility has been reported among trial participants or among the millions who have received the vaccine since authorization, and no signs of infertility appear in animal studies. Loss of fertility is scientifically unlikely.
Right, because they said that people have probably been pregnant, maybe even not knowing that they were pregnant, and got the vaccine. They could have been a month, 2 months, and got the vaccine.
Right. And in the study, in the J&J study, it actually reveals that data where some people were in their third trimester, and some, I think some may have been earlier on or right after receiving the vaccination or some stuff.
Right. And I also wanted to touch bases with y'all before I go. I know you've been talking about the side effects of COVID, or not side effects, but the after effects of the disease. I guess you call them symptoms, or yeah, I guess you call them symptoms. Because I was seeing blindness. I know you showed the COVID fingers. The respiratory scarring of the lungs. I think there's been noted liver disease or problems. Maybe even headaches. If you could touch on have you heard of, or do you have a list of all the current issues after COVID?
The long-term COVID is currently being studied, but you still have people 6 months after infection with a loss of taste and smell. You still have, you're seeing COVID lungs, COVID tongue, COVID toes, COVID fingers. You're seeing all these things. You're seeing people be diagnosed with diabetes that didn't have diabetes before. You're seeing people who have, like asthma or bronchitis that didn't have these things before. All of this is the effects of a respiratory, something that's attacking more than your respiratory symptom there. So we have, yeah. So we have all of that going on, and it's still more stuff, especially with brain fog, especially with, these mild headaches, right? And these headaches forming in the back of your head, circulating to the side of your head, then to the front of your head. Like you're dealing with this. Those are reactions to what long-term COVID is doing. And what they haven't revealed is that data dealing with that, but recently they've been coming clean with a lot of that long-term effects. We look at sports athletes, like I used the example of Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum is still suffering with shortness of breath when he's out there playing basketball, and he had COVID a few months ago. So it's like, and he admitted it. He said, I can still tell when my body's good. Some nights when my body ain't good. He said, I know when my body needs a break and when my body doesn't need a break. I'm kind of watching myself, and you know what I mean? And I point up and had him take me out of the game because he don't know what can happen. You got the Clemson, the University of Clemson just lost one of their defensive players, right? Because he's been suffering from COVID for so long that he decided to not even play again. So he's taking himself out of college because of the health issues that he's included from catching COVID-19. So it's serious. It's bigger than that. When athletes are unable to maintain their health, man, what makes you think of everyday Joe that's running around here eating Popeyes the other day and McDonald's? They're going to be able to fight it eating up. You know what I mean? That ain't going to happen. I think that was Shazmu's last question.
It's 2 a.m. my side. I want to say thank you, Sean. Thanks for the opportunity. Corey, the anti-atheist, I'm an anti-atheist too. I'm not just a atheist, I'm an anti-theist. I want to say thanks for the opportunity. I've been following you guys for years. Sean, I watch all your programs. Keep spitting that fire. You're on point with the knowledge. I appreciate it. You guys are my heroes. Let me say it like this. When I found Ankh Sahanera, I was like a God killer. I was a real black atheist. I found home, and thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Man, we appreciate you, Seth, always, man. I'll be seeing you when you do comment, man. So I appreciate your wisdom and your verification and clarity as well, man. I know you in the fight, and I know you gotta take care of some things. So, man, we appreciate you and thank you for your work and frontline.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Peace to the family. Squad up, Pseudo Killers.
All right, man. So I think Chesmood and dipped out. Peace out, Cedric. Have a good one, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me see. Nah, I ain't done that. I didn't kick Chesmood out. Corey done fell off. I done kicked everybody off. It's just me, yo. It's just me now. I'm the one y'all don't want it with. Nah, I'm just playing. So, man, that was a pretty good conversation right there, though. There's some more data. You see all this stuff on my screen, so it's just, you know, me reading journals and stuff like that, and just going back over information regarding clinical trial data. As you can see, a randomized clinical trial. This had everything to do with a high dose of vitamin D. That was a big deal. You see the date on that February 17th. So, you know, just trying to stay updated with the information, because information changes. And, you know, we really ain't got time to read a whole bunch of stuff all the time. Like, I don't have time to do like some stuff that people want me to do, because I've been so entrenched in this, and then trying to like, you know, get this book together that I'm working on for potential up and coming Spills 4 project. And I don't know if it's going to be in Spills 4 or if it's going to be its own book, but I've been heavily entrenched in doing my literature review on some references that I'm cross-referencing, and I'm just reading the other arguments, and I got like one more book on the way, and I think that'll be it, unless there's some sources in that book that I gotta get to. All in all, I've been reading a total of 10 books. Well, I finished, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I finished 9 books so far, with another like 12 books that I've already read prior to. And I'm just, you know, trying to set out to answer a research question that I had regarding one of the brothers from a video that they actually made, posed a question. Well, they didn't pose a question, they made a claim. And I'm just trying to set out to actually address that claim, non-biased. So I read, you know, pretty much 13 books against the claim, and now I'm reading the other side of the argument and trying, you know, see if some romanticism and some embellishment is going down on how these people are telling their own story and how things have persisted from their end. And that's pretty much what I'm actually doing right now. I spend my time on that. So I really wasn't looking forward to, you know, doing anything outside of that. You know what I mean? As far as like, I do a lot of fact checking already, but most of the fact checking that I actually do, I just waste my time with it regarding vaccine science. That ain't all I do. Of course, I'm a member of the Mossy Warrior Clan and Kofi Pieside research team. So I do a lot of things on African traditions and culture. And I get into the African traditions and culture. I also deal with a lot of Black history, African-American history, you know, pre-slave trade. I mean, well, you know, really slave trade, because a lot of the stuff that I did earlier on, I was doing regarding the slave trade. And you know, you learn some interesting things when you get into the transatlantic slave trade. And you learn a lot more when you start to reveal, when you start to uncover the game the Arabs also played. Just the Europeans, or, you know, they kind of did it a little bit better than the Arab when you look at it. And one of the things that I've learned in my my anti-theism, if you want to call it that, is that anytime that you hear Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, there's three things that actually appear. I know I'm showing this one thing on the screen. Let me unshare it, yo. Oh, never mind. Yeah, let me unshare it. So let me tell you the three things that I hear often, like anytime that we say this. And when I thought that I was having a conversation regarding the actual Black church, I thought really we you know, it was going to go in a different direction. But anyway, so when you hear about Christianity and Islam, you hear about politics, you hear about trade, and you hear about slavery. So if you look back at the history of the African and the African American and our experiences, or the African in the diaspora that's in the UK right now, when you hear anything related to us regarding Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, it's going to be political. It's going to include slavery, and it's going to influence, and it's going to not influence, and it's also going to include trade. So what am I really saying here? What I'm really saying here, these three factors make up the reason why we are not on the continent of Africa. If you're outside the continent right now, and when I say we're not on the continent of Africa, I'm really talking about because of our experiences. It's got us here, not to shun our experiences here in America, but our experiences that got us here. Those are the things. So it was political. The Arabs played a political game. The Europeans played a political game, each of them. So, and they learned, especially the European learned that, hey, you know, one of the best ways to pit one against each other is they're already doing it themselves. But what if we use another tool that we got that maybe they could relate to? And then you get the influences of the missionary work that went in, because the missionary work will lead first and then the sword. And it was the same way for the Arabs and the coming of Islam. And you don't really talk about Arab missionaries, but there were Arab missionaries the same way that there were, you know, Christian missionaries on the continent of Africa. And you know, these faith-based religions had to be sold to us. And the easier sell was Islam, because it had so many similarities with multiple wives and some of the other things that culturally that we could identify to. But you know, in order to necessarily do business with the Arab, you needed to be, you know, you had to convert. And the reason that I'm saying that is because the other side of the story, how we get to America and how we began to use certain things as tools, comes out of the confusion that was created on the continent in a time that, you know, we're fighting something. So in America, we're fighting a situation. In Africa, we're fighting a situation, and we see it. And the situations that we're fighting are all political, have to do with trade, and in return, it had some form of slavery behind it. And that's just what it is, you know? So that's where I'm at with certain positions and takes, and that's where I'll always be. So I had a conversation. Well, the pastor had a conversation with me, I should say. I didn't have a conversation with him. It was pretty much him trying to, him communicating to me his you know, his feelings and his perspective and why. But I think some people could learn something from the exchange. I don't know. I don't know what you may learn. You can't use your bias. You have to go in it unbiased, and you have to actually listen to that and deal with that perspective from the if the video stays up. I don't know anything about it. I'm not in control of it, and I don't care. But you listen to that, but you also have to listen to all the other things. The videos leading up to that, the information brought forward before that, the 2 videos that I did, one on the Masi, one on Kofi Pieside, but all the conversations that have been had prior to. There's a big rejection by a lot of us in regards to the approach, right? I put the onus on the people. He's simply saying, well, the people is the church, and that's how they use it. And you know, you learn what you learn when you learn it, or however you want to interpret the data. However, that went the way it went. But we're here, we're dealing with this because it's prevalent. Now, what does this have to do with it? All in all, this show began saying goodbye to MBK for various reasons. I'm pretty sure they all were expressed on this video, because this video's been going on a long time. I was here and I left and had a whole 2 or 3 hour conversation with Pastor Bennett and came back. And you know, so that is what it is. I heard that there were certain people on his that appeared and had conversations. I don't know how they go. I ain't looking for that. Then I understood that we start getting into vaccines. I wanted to be a part of that conversation once that wrapped up. I really wasn't too much further engaged once I see that I wasn't getting anywhere from that viewpoint, and I'm not getting off my square about anything that I actually said prior. So here we are. And it is what it is with a lot of things. You know, a screenshot led to more of a conversation, which led to where we are today. And we can't beat a dead horse, and we got to move on at some point. So with all due respect to the brothers and how they felt, I'm pretty sure, well, I hope that from the constant dialogue between everybody, that they ended it the way that they actually ended it. And you know, things resume as normal. You know, hopefully, you know, this is a good opportunity for some people over there on that side to sit back, kick the knowledge, and you know, publish some work. That would be great. You know, that would be great for the babies. That would be great for the community, and they can control the narrative. You know, if you just publish your work and put your work out in writing and allow us to support and benefit, support, and you reap the benefit from the support from everybody, because who wouldn't mind having a book written by a true historian or Seneb? You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't, you know what I mean? I'm reading and all the other stuff now. Shoot, I remember the Seneb sending me information from some articles that he wrote prior to really just being MBK, you know, and just associating with the brothers and building with everybody. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, Seneb can correct me, and reading those things, and then, you know, I started posting them on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Trying to share the brother information with people, and what he had going on. You know what I mean? So, you know, hopefully, you know, that influences them to write on their side and produce that scholarly work, because all the people that came before them that they teach us about, that's what they actually did. You know, those brothers and sisters earlier in African American culture and history, you know, they documented their fight during their time, during their era. And that's why I always say, what will history say about us, right? I posed that question several times. I hope people understand what I'm asking. So when history is written about this era, this time, we're in the middle of not only a pandemic. Think about it. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We had a president that's been, what they call this crap again? They try to do to Trump. Oh, you can't see my screen? Oh, my bad. Yeah. Nah, let me see. Oh no, that's because I had my screen sharing for like I'm still on Dagger Squad. They live too over there, yo. So yeah, so we got to dealing with the president. He's been they've been trying to get rid of him twice and can make it where he can't even be a fitting president. Hold up, I'm trying to answer a question in the chat. Yeah, so yeah, so we looking impeachment. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, he's been impeached twice, right? He's the only president ever been impeached twice. That's historical. The pandemic is historical. We we dealt with 9/11, Katrina. You know what I mean? We had a president get hit in the Oval Office, the Lewinsky situation. We had a black president or a Kenyan American president that people call him black. We had a vice president who is a person of color as well. So when history says what it needs to say about us, right? Well, when it's written, what will it say about us? When history has its say, what will it say about us? Right? What will it say about the MBKs? What will it say about the Pseudo Killers? What will it say about the Mossy, Kofi Pieside research team, Dagger Squad? What will it say about Sister Mo and Cheryl, right? What will it say about the Armor Ra Squad? What will it say about the Magi Archers, right? Voices of Fire, all the affiliate family members and groups, Sabio, On the Rise, him and Ron, what will it say about everybody? You know what I'm saying? What legacy are we leaving? Because it can't just be YouTube. We have to have our say. And, as a member of the Master Warrior Clan and Kofi Pieside research team and others, I've been afforded the ability to be able to write out my thoughts and get them published, write out my arguments and get them published and critiqued, and stay entrenched in that, learn proper research methodology and actually go there, right? And I don't do it just for likes. I don't do it for people to pat me on the back. I do it for the generations that actually come behind us. That's why we wrote children's books. She said, I think they wasted taxpayer money. True. But at the end of the day, what will history say about us? All of us, even you participating in the chat, the 93 people that are listening on Garfield's channel right now, the 62 people that are left in the Pseudo Killers chat. What will history say about us? What could we do? A screenshot caused division. The screenshot was from weeks ago, but it caused division, and it was in response to just a response to something so small. And then you had people that felt the way that they felt, and I appreciate Chanel coming on here and addressing his concerns. You know what I mean? Whether I agreed or disagreed with Brother Seneb about what he was actually saying is irrelevant. I just appreciated him coming on and sharing his concerns, because there's a lot that he and I agree on. A lot. You know what I'm saying? He's recommended a couple books, like 2 or 3 books or something like that we built on a hangout actually. And he was like, yeah, bro, Sean, get this. You know what I mean? We were just sharing information because we was all a part of the Amadi's back chat, right? Brother Amadi, you know what I'm saying? The ruler, right? Cleveland. So, I just think that we just doing that. Shout out to Brother Chill. Brother Chill's been an advocate for the Kofi Pieside research team, him and LaDosha. You know what I'm saying? So we got our books in West Africa. We got 2 volumes in West Africa right now. A part of a school. Yep, the Ganjaro Skills Academy. We did that. We had the help of Sister LaDosha Wright and Brother Kevin Chill Hurd introducing us. And our books are in West Africa, on the continent. We also have a scholarship program for that same school where we paid for sisters' tuition. And Black Panther also has a scholarship at the Ganjaro Skills Academy. So we're doing our part by trying to build a bridge back to Africa, but at the same time, make sure our brothers and sisters are up to date with a lot of information that they actually can't get their hands on. And that's what we do, and it gets swept under the rug when people tend to not pay too much attention to the people who are actually putting in the work. I'm not saying the way that certain people put in work is irrelevant to what we're doing. I'm just saying we're actually doing the work. We're doing exactly what our teachers teach and what they told us to do. So we reached back. We went to the continent. We're in the Gambia. You know what I mean? And we ain't done because we got some brothers in South Africa. We're trying to do the same way. And hopefully Nigeria and some other parts of Africa as well. But we want to make sure that culturally and traditionally that we don't define ourselves by Eurocentric or Abrahamic terms, right? Even if we're trying to define something or make it relatable to you to digest. There's a real good conversation going on in Garfield chat though, boy. They going back and forth. I see the Pseudo Killers is kind of slowing down. Yeah, shout out to Kofi Pieside research team. Niger Valley in the building. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we're doing. Like, we're not trying to build a cult. We're trying to build an actual institution to where all people can actually learn, and they can learn from all of us. And we all could, kind of can help advance this information. You know what I mean? You had CK creating discourse for Pseudo Killers and MBK. But we still need our institutions. Man, who was calling me? Man, they tripping, yo. That's my work phone ringing right now at 12. It's 12 my time, so 1 a.m. They don't crack, yo. Whoever called, it's a wrap. But that's the truth of the matter. That's the truth of the matter right there, yo. Is that we doing all the things that we said that we would do, and we're doing it because of what our ancestors did. So, no matter how you rock, I ain't gotta agree with how you rock. And I really don't agree with a lot of people on how they rock, because I just think that they're really wasting their time, or they're usually just trying to nickel and dime us to death. Take advantage of those, treating information like it's Sunday school. Sunday school, you know what I'm saying? Or church on Sundays. And I don't look to that. I ain't knocking people. Well, yeah, I am. If that's how you get it, that's how you get it. But I'm not built like that. I don't think nobody should be paying for information. So I don't agree with the comedics. Nope, I don't agree with Unc all the time. Nope, I don't agree with them brothers over there on their channel all the time. Nope, I don't agree with people in my own circle all the time. I wasn't agreeing with my teachers. I argue with everybody because I want it uncomfortable for a reason. Because it's in our uncomfortableness we find the truth. And if I'm more concerned with the truth than anything, then I'll be whatever name you want to call me. Whatever name. That ain't gonna mean nothing to me. Man, he in there beating up a elbow. That's what that's about. So we didn't talk about the black church. Well, not really. We really didn't really get into too much of the black church. We had a sermon from Pastor Bennett. I'm teasing you. We got hopefully we got ironed out a screenshot that led to a bunch of BS. Ironed out, hopefully, give it some time. We got some science in today. We dealt with vaccines and a bunch of hypocritical comments regarding the vaccine science. We talked about can pregnant women get the vaccine, which was cool. We talked about some history lessons and some important people. You know what I mean? Pastor took some shots today, but I really wasn't trying to play that with him. But you know what I'm saying? Based on the culture of the community, that you could kind of predict to see that coming, which is cool. No thing with me. I source up. You learn a lot about people in those moments. Not Pastor, he's the same regardless, but other people. So I shout out to everybody that participated and stayed along for the ride, yo. Garfield ain't up, Monica ain't up. They both sleep. They ain't shutting the channel down yet. So Dagger Squad gonna be going all night long. Pseudo Killers is in the building. Nah, they ain't talking about nothing on Garfield channel. Garfield, I'm what's going on Garfield channel. So whatever I'm saying on whatever y'all hear me saying in the Pseudo Killers, Garfield and them can say it, and Garfield's channel can hear it. So right now they just see Corey's Black Love picture on the screen of the astronaut and his wife, right? And they just hear me kicking it. But I don't want to hold nobody up, yo. I just know that the actual Garfield channel, this video gonna be like 9 hours long. Garfield gonna be like, what the hell? And Monique gonna be like, shit, I fell asleep. They kept on talking. And I fell asleep. You know what I mean? We bored her to death, and we just kept going back and forth. It really wasn't beneficial for neither one of us. It was just really a waste of time. At the end of the day, because he felt like I wasn't addressing his presentation. And like I told him at whenever Garfield had the show, that I wasn't talking about nothing but the black church. And he kept on trying to make me talk about what he wanted me to talk about, and that was his presentation, or what he said in his presentation that was actually wrong. And I'm not putting a building before people. And he was basically arguing that, well, the people, you know what I'm saying, they ain't the building, or blah blah blah. So it was just useless. But it's still a good learning experience for everybody, because he felt that I was really cutting him off, and I only was trying to give him clarity when he was doing what he's doing. And then I felt like he was being a little disingenuous with his lack of context. But yeah, I know I got something. Not for him, but I got something. I know where to aim the shots. I've been a Christian for 4 days, but it's going great. Man. Y'all bring up Scientology and Dianetics, but never about how L. Ron Hubbard made up religion for financial gains. I think they did bring up L. Ron Hubbard. I think they did bring up, because you can't talk about Scientology and Dianetics without bringing up L. Ron Hubbard. So look, man, Spills of the Mossy Volume 3 is out now. You can get it at KofiPiesidetv.com. Go on the Learning Center and you can place your order. Man, Mika even bought the book. I don't know why she bought volume 3. She skipped volume 1, volume 2, and got volume 3. I think because of the topics in volume 3 that she was interested in, wanting to know or get some information about it. She just could really be buying it for somebody else. They probably fronted her the money. You know what I mean? But the book is, I'm just messing with it. The book's like 285 pages. That includes all the sources in the bibliography. The bibliography is broken up into sections per chapter. So you will see everything go from there. And I made out a nice little argument in this book as well. And the As I Learn, We All Learn chapter part where I talk about some information that you might have heard a lot about, and that's the European myth of Prester John in West Africa. So you know, I tell you in the first paragraph, this is not a conclusion. This is just merely my hypothesis. Unless further information that I come across influences me to continue forward in that argument, then I would actually do that. So I kind of leave room for growth if more data becomes available. I also talk about the questionable accounts of Malik Kankan Musa. You know, I get into that. We got basically the whole Kofi Pieside research team is in this work. You know what I mean? Sutek, you know what I mean? He put his spin with the melanin in there. Chris, he gave us that good American African history. You know what I mean? Satepara dealing with the sun god. You got Kofi, you know, he doing his thing as well. So we did a multitude of things. Yeah, it was people. Well, Sister 220 Love 07. Yeah, people make up their religions all the time, yo. Like, we got people in New York making up a religion every day. That's just the truth. And they have the right to create their religions and do things, but a lot of it is for financial gain. You know what I mean? None of them want to be broke, so they gonna create something they can sell. The easiest thing to sell people is a belief. The easiest thing. I'm going back and I'm reading all the comments from when me and Pastor was talking, yo. That was hilarious what they were saying in there, yo. I missed a lot of it, but that old boy who used that YouTube video to claim it to be a source is funny. A lot of them was funny. But what do you expect when people that don't like you comment or say something? Like, you know what I'm saying? They don't like you anyway. They're gonna say whatever they want. You know what I mean? But I hope one thing at the end of the day, though, old brother Pastor Bennett, William Bennett, call him Pastor. He better not ever think that I don't like him or respect him, though. You know what I'm saying? I try to make that clear, like, yo, bro, you taking a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, nobody hate on you, man. Nobody care. We trying to get our people out of the religion you trying to keep them in. Because some of them, that's all they know, and they're too dependent on that belief. Whereas in history, you had people who was actually saying, hey, look, man, it's cool to be on that side and have that belief and all that, man, but it ain't helping advance our people. You know, keep your beliefs personal. And I'm of that. Just keep your belief personal, man. Don't missionary me with your madness, and we'll be cool. I'm not saying that he do that, but you know, usually when we get on, when the pastor jump on, though, is we get right we either attack him off the cusp, or he bring us to he bring us to his belief. But I'm glad that he took the time out to find 2 specific videos and not look at the overall body of work. And then one particular, I think he did real quick, some little small little clippers, where he put up the Yoruba video, which was pretty dope. So yeah, man, a lot of y'all don't even know anything about the Masi Warrior Clan YouTube channel. So I would advise y'all to go over there and you see, still live. I need to watch this right here, 25 minutes. But go over here, man. Watch the channel. See what you can learn from us. You ain't gotta listen to me. It's cool. I don't care. But I'm not the Masi Warrior Clan. The Masi Warrior Clan is a body of people who actually put in some work. You just might see a whole bunch of Science with Sean videos running rampant with that because we actually was doing that. But in between that, I had dropped some Black History videos. Kofi had dropped a video and couple videos, and Brother Bennett dropped a couple videos, and we kind of dealt with what we needed to deal with culturally, because we're really trying to reacclimate our people to African traditions and culture. And that's what we're going to continue to do. You know what I mean? So let me just give y'all a little piece of something real quick, and then I'm gonna shut down on this end, and then whatever happened on Garfield end happened on Garfield end. Let me see where I want to go with it. I'm gonna give y'all 2 because this one's short. Hold up. Y'all should be able to see that. Hold on. I already know what's going on. I already know. Y'all can't see my screen on Pseudo Killas side. Since Bartholomew Diaz managed to circumnavigate the Cape in 1488 in an attempt to find a sea route to the spice lands of East Asia, numerous Dutch ships called Indiamen dared to demand a route to East Asia in their relatively ill-equipped vessels. They used navigational instruments that could not meet the challenge of the oceans. The area immediately surrounding the Cape was particularly treacherous. Officially known as the Cape of Good Hope or Cabo do Bono Esperanto, this route was soon renamed the Cape of Storms as countless Indiamen ran aground or suffered shipwreck while negotiating the route around the Cape Peninsula. They were generally hoping to barter fresh meat and water from the indigenous people who lived on the peninsula. On March 25th, 1647, the Dutch Indiaman, the Nui Haarlem, one of the fleet of the Indiamen, was wrecked in a storm in Table Bay. At first, this shipwreck seemed much less dramatic than the countless ships that had run aground before it. No crew person was killed and the invaluable cargo could be salvaged. However, this shipwreck was destined to change the course of history, leading to the creation of a new state of the southern part of the African continent. The captain of the New Haarlem instructed a junior merchant, Lender Jazen, to remain behind with approximately 60 crewmen to look after the cargo that could not be loaded onto the remaining vessels of the fleet that was returning to Holland. Jansen built a temporary fortification of a crew and cargo. He waited for about a year before he and his crew were taken on board by the homeward bound fleet under the Willenbrot Gelency Dijon. During the waiting period, Jansen and his crew grew vegetables, bartered fresh meat from the peninsula koi, people, and fished. Upon his return to Holland, Jansen and a fellow officer, Nicholas Prout, were required by the Dutch East Indian Company of the VOC Directoriate to compile a report on the visibility of the Cape for a refreshment station, an idea that had been mooted decades earlier. Jansen and Prout compiled the report and handed it to the Directorate in 1649 as an official document called the Remonstrante. In this report, Jansen recommended the suitability of the Cape for a refreshment state. He pointed out its strategic location, the fertility of the land, and the abundance of fish, and most importantly, the lack of animosity towards strangers from the indigenous people. Jan van Riebeeck, who was on the fleet that repatriated Jansen and his crew, was asked to comment on the remonstrante. He supported Jansen in all aspects. Victorian of the VOC approved the remonstrante in 1650, and a year later, in 1651, the Amsterdam Chamber of the VOC sent Van Riebeeck to establish the refreshment station at the Cape. Van Riebeeck landed in Table Bay in 1652 to execute this project. The remonstrante, which is housed in the Cape Town Archives Repository, is regarded as the oldest written public, that is governmental or official archival record of the region that was to become known as South African State. Van Riebeeck brought it along with a set of instructions for setting up a refreshment station. On a final note, it has to be said that far from being developed as merely a refreshment station, the Cape began the gateway to colonialism of the entire region as far as north, the Orange and Limpopo rivers. Now that was all right, but let's deal with the Yoruba real quick. Be some culture. I'm gonna buy some of these names up though. Philosophical thought, belief. The Yoruba as an ethnic and cultural group is one of the most researched ethnic groups in the world. A Yoruba civilization with a set of ideas, values, practices, philosophical thought, beliefs, traditions, institutions, material goods, and technologies is well established and never in doubt. Concrete historical realities show that the Yoruba possess a rich civilization that is comparable to other civilizations of the world. The major aspects of this culture are expressed in visible attributes and sublime values. The material culture is exhibited in commerce, manufacturing technology, arts and crafts, and of course, a well in music and dance. Yoruba values are best seen in respect of elders and constitute authorities, honest integrity, diligence, and profound religious belief system. The Yoruba country lies roughly between latitude 60 and 90 degrees north and longitude 20 to 30 and 60 to 30 degrees east, with a total land area of about 181,000 square kilometers in what is now known as southwestern Nigeria. The Yoruba culture area is, however, not coterminous with this geographical delimitation as it spreads from the present Edo state in Nigeria over the whole southwest and across the republics of Benin and Togo of West African coast. Significant aspects of Yoruba culture are also found in such places as Sierra Leone, the Gambia, Brazil, Cuba, Trinidad, Puerto Rico, and the United States of America. Worldwide, it is estimated that they have a population of over 20 million. The major sub-ethnic groups include the Oyo, Ibarapa, Ife, Ijesa, Igbamina, Egba, Egbado, Ewobi, Igun, Ijibu, Iketu, Ilaje, Ikale, Owo, Akoko, Ando, Yakba, Owi, Bonu, Idasa, Ejasi, Kitu, and Sebi. The Yoruba speak a standard language that is mutually intelligible to all in spite of the dialectical variations noticeable among the subgroups. The historical consciousness of the Yoruba started at Ile-Ife, the cradle of Yoruba race and civilization. The Yoruba claim descent from Oduduwa, who according to traditions is the eponymous father and culture hero of all of Yoruba. Geographically, the Yoruba country rises gradually from the low-lying swampy regions with thick undergrowth for the forest belt and finally semi or derived savanna. A large part of the Yoruba homeland consists of low flat plateau with only a range of hills running from east to west. Annual rainfall ranges from 254 centimeters to 100 centimeters. Consequently, the climate, rainfall pattern, and soil fertility make the environment conducive to human settlement and development. Two major factors are important in the crystallization of the salient aspects of Yoruba civilization. The first is the fact that virtually all the indigenous inhabitants of Yoruba land belong to the same linguistic stock. In fact, it is generally agreed that the language is the first basic element of Yoruba civilization. The second factor is the environment, which to a large extent influenced the historical development of Yoruba people. The geographical features of the Yoruba country made it well suited for agriculture, metal technology, industry, and commerce. Each of these factors is essential for urbanization, and arising from this, the Yoruba developed an urban culture, being one of the most urbanized ethnic groups in Sahara Africa, growing by substantial linguistic evidence based in part on the works of J.H. Greenberg, R.G. Armstrong, and S. Collet. It is convenient to conclude that the Yoruba emerged as a distinct language group from the Kwa group between about 2000 BC and 1000 BC. Ile-Ife was the first Yoruba settlement to become prominent soon after people acquired distinctiveness and self-awareness as a separate group language. Oral traditions point to Ile-Ife as the spiritual and ancestral home of the Yoruba. From Ile-Ife, they disperse into different groups and directions, led by the children of Oduduwa to found new kingdoms, which more or less constitute the present Yoruba subgroups. The process of state formation in Yoruba started at Ile-Ife, where Oduduwa instituted a centralized system of civilization administration centered on the monarch of Oba. The structures of the government were put in place, and according to Adidira, the Oduduwa political ingenuity became the archetype for all Yoruba kingdoms that derived from Ile-Ife. The success of Oduduwa experiment encouraged his princes to spread out in different directions, seizing political power from pre-existing groups and enforcing their own supremacy by establishing flourishing states with allegiance to Ile-Ife, which was regarded as Oriru, the source. The kingdoms of Owu, Oya, Opo, Sabi, Ila, Ondo, Ijisa, Ikitu, Okure, Owo, Ijibu, Egba, Ketu, and Adase emerged at different times to constitute the Yoruba complex of states. Many of the states are today claiming direct dynastic relationship with Oduduwa to legitimize their claims of the beaded crown, which is considered the most symbolic gift of Oduduwa to his children. Between 1500 and 1800, Yoruba history centered on the perfection of expansion of the Yoruba state system with all attendant social, political, economic, and cultural trappings. The distinctiveness of the culture became visible and a strong pan-Yoruba identity emerged. All indices of Yoruba culture and crystallized in well sacredness of Ile-Ife as the cradle and birthplace of a new civilization was kept inviolate. By the beginning of the 19th century, it was evident that this peace would be disturbed as Yoruba land came under severe internal disabilities and external pressures throughout the period. The 19th century was one of the intergroup warfare which led to monstrous political, economic, demographic, and social consequences. At the risk of offering a monocasual explanation for an historical development, the war that started all wars was a result of the violation of the sacredness of Ile-Ife, the ancestral home. According to Akinjobin, there was an unwritten Yoruba tradition that forbid any kingdom or Oba that obtained a beaded crown from Ile-Ife to raise its sword against Ile-Ife or any territory on jurisdiction. In 1813, Owu Kingdom did, and this was enough to start the first conflagration in Yoruba land. Owu faced the correlation of Ife, Ijibu, and oil armies, and within a period of 5 years, Oru, an erstwhile flourishing kingdom, had been completely destroyed and interdicted was placed in all this rebuilding. It became a curse for anybody in Yoruba land to rebuild Oru. The people were displaced and forced to live as refugees in other kingdoms. The destruction of Oru and the sack of Oyo by the Fulani jihadists from northern Nigeria radically transformed the political character of Yoruba land. Oyo had the best form of government with an elaborate mechanism of checks and balances. It was the destruction of its edifice that led to the rise of the Ibadan in 1829 as the first military state in Yoruba land. Ibadan later played a role, very important role, in Yoruba land, fighting many wars and started a new political experiment. The new military class in Ibadan considered the monarchical system as unprogressive and rather anachronistic in view of changing realities of the 19th century. Bosharun Oloyole was suspicious and in fact opposed to the demands of exertions of hereditary royalty. He consistently warned against recourse to traditional institutions, which were capable of destroying self-expression, self-actualization, and personal sense of success. Oloyole believed that leadership should be a function of what the individual possessed as an advantage over those who could favorably compete with him, and that leadership should be earned and not ascribed. By the time Oloye died in 1847, the Ibadan hold on Yoruba land was virtually total. The Republican institution and practices had already been put in place, and militarism successfully established as a career. The military chiefs and the ever restless war boys who stood and benefited from Oloye experiences resolutely defended the system. The advantages of the new system were very obvious, and within a short time, Ibadan became haven to many progressive elements all over Yoruba land who had become the illusion of the hereditary monarchy. A system that was based on birthright was unimpressively to a new class of leaders who become lords as a result of personal accomplishment. Ibadan wars were fought with the view to establish a new order that would acknowledge and reward personal valor, industry, and ability to stand and be counted when the tough gets going. In spite of the wars and the efforts of reconfiguring Yoruba political system, the essential of the culture remained. In fact, the Ibadan was committed to the defense of the Yoruba land more than any other state. Fulani ambition for complete Islamization of Yoruba land was frustrated by the Ibadan at the Battle of Osogbo in 1844. The Ibadan war chiefs recognized tradition and paid adequate respect to the legacy of Yoruba ancestors. Despite the wrangling and disaffection created by the Ibadan imperialism in Ijisi, Eketu, Okoko, Epomono, and Ebolo kingdoms, the ideas of Yoruba culture were never affected. The instability of the 19th century mixed the population and created new centers of political power and influence. For instance, Ibadan established a military republican state, while Ebukutu came up with a federal arrangement to accommodate the peculiarities of its component groups. Oyo relapsed to the background, and for all practical purposes, Ile-Ife became more or less a religious sanctuary for all Yoruba. That's what we do over here on the Marcy side. You know what I mean? We keep the culture in there. We all about all of those things, man. One more, and then we'll show y'all something else. So, African societies have always lived in a close relationship with the world of visible powers and that of invisible powers, between what is real and what is supernatural. The men that act as intermediaries between these two worlds are considered the custodians of traditions and pillars of society, and therefore greatly respected. Of these, among the Malinke Bambara, people of West Africa, the confraternity of the Danzo hunters, the guardians of animist rights, is one of the oldest traditional organizations untouched by time and still today present and recognizable in the entire Mandinga area of the cultural influence from Mali and Burkina Faso to Liberia to the Gold Coast. The word Danzo comes from the Don, to know, And so, house, it means the house of knowledge, the one who possesses knowledge. Traditional society honored them for their courage in confronting their fears of animals and for penetrating the most hostile forces. However, their basic vocation is to protect society invisible and invisible enemies. There are traditional seers and healers with a vast knowledge of medicinal plants, special fetishes. The Danzo are grouped in confraternities that are more or less secret and democratic societies since they are open to all social classes from the nobility to the low caste, with members who may be important functionaries, smaller traders, smiths, or farmers. To become a Danzo, it is necessary, first of all, to undergo initiation with the teacher. The candidates must accompany their request with the cola nuts and chickens. Once approved by the fetishes, the applicant must take a ritual bath that consecrates him as a Danzo pupil, coming under the responsibility of the teacher to whom he owes unconditional obedience. The education received includes a technical part directly related to the knowledge of medicinal plants, but the moral and religious part is essential, even though, on the other hand, being a Danzo confers on the individual great knowledge regarding many aspects of life, from the art of hunting to natural medicine, Magali, and according to legend, the mystical powers, among which is the gift of ambiguity and invulnerability to projectiles on the other. It implies respecting the moral and social code of conduct. Being a Danzo implies being an example of moral integrity, having a deep sense of humor, dignity, loyalty, and humility. The presence of this group is recorded for the first time in the late Middle Ages during the epoch of the Great Mandingo Empire. According to oral tradition, the existence of its confraternities owes its origin to two mythical brothers, Sanin and Kuntrum. The legend states that, driven by thirst among the ruins of the Ghana Empire, two young hunters killed a newborn child to gain possession of the water of its mother. Punished by God with death, they were resurrected, and having repented, they swore the pure and chaste. As the ancestors of the hunters with great knowledge of the secrets of the forest, Sanin and Contra belong to no particular clan and are known for their purity and chastity. From Sanaya, the purity of gold. The head of each confraternity is a teacher. It is he who mines the altar on which ritual sacrifices are offered to protection and successful hunt. He also administers the hunting territory of the guards and fetish. The Danzo are easily known by their clothing. They wear a dark brown tunic with leather fringes and decorated with geometrical signs and amulets, with a round and stiff hat made of large woven threads and decorated with mirrors and pom-poms, hunting trophies, warthog teeth, lion claws, and gazelle horns. He will always have a rifle on his shoulder and a fly whisk of a cow or horsehair in his hand. The present evolution of their environment is closely bound upon the socio-economic changes in contemporary society. Regional conflicts and migrations help to create local tensions, also due to ignorance of local traditions and customs. Urbanization or deforestation have reduced the great hunting grounds, causing the hunt to become today a mostly religious activity for the protection of the environment rather than an economic pursuit. The Danzo confraternities have survived the slave trade, the influence of Islam, and colonization. Today enjoy enormous prestige in Malinke society, especially in the rural context. All over the Sahel, it is possible to see the meeting, parade, songs, and dances of the Danzo during somewhat ostentatious cults and rituals. They are a very important element of contemporary identity of West Africa, and there are many Africans who see them the guardians of ancient mystical knowledge according to an uninterrupted centuries-long tradition. Man, if y'all can see go off here chat right now, boy. This dude just came in here talking about white people didn't evolve from blacks and so on and so forth. They going at it, they arguing. Yeah. We're rocking out right now. So society. Hold up. I gotta hear this. Tin Hanin is the name given by the Tuareg to a 4th century woman of prestige whose monumental tomb is located in the Sahara at Abalissa in the Ahagar or Hogar region of Algeria. The name means literally she of the tents, but may be metaphorically translated as mother of the tribe or of us all, or even queen of the camp. The camp may be referring to the group of tombs which surrounds hers. She is sometimes referred to as Queen of the Hogar, and by the Tuareg as Tamakal, which also means queen. The Tuareg people count at about 2 million semi-nomadic people and live across the Sahara Desert, including in North African countries of Mali, Niger, Libya, Algeria, and Chad. Semi-nomadic means that the tribes travel with their herds on a seasonal basis, but also have a home area where they grow food crops. The Tuaregs are part of the Berber group and are largely Muslim, and their traditional belief system and ritual overlap with Islam. But unlike in many other Islamic societies, most Tuareg women do not wear veils in public because men want to see their beautiful faces. Instead, men veil their faces, therefore bearing the name Blue Men of the Sahara, because the indigo dye of their turbans and cloth stains the skin with a certain blue color. The Tuareg people stand out from the rest of the Muslim countries by the way they treat their women. For example, not only are women allowed to have sex before marriage, they are allowed to have multiple sexual partners as long as they abide by the strict rules of privacy which govern their society. This means that young girls grow up with the same great freedoms as boys, a rare thing even in our so-called well-developed societies. The main rule of sex in the Tuareg society is respect of privacy. So all men should arrive at a women's tent after dark and leave before sunrise. Unlike in so many other cultures, women lose none of their powers once they enter a marriage. Although it's not a matriarchal society, men still make the most independent decisions and influence politics in the Tuareg society. Women's opinions are highly valued, and one may even say that women play more of a behind-the-scenes role in the decision-making process. Tuareg society is also matrilineal, which means that families trace their bloodlines through the women rather than the men. According to the Tuareg beliefs, all women of Tuareg can be traced all the way back to their first queen. Tuareg people are joined in many small groups from the same family tree, and a queen is a person that's the top. Women own the tents and all of the animals, which are the main resources for the desert people. And like in the rest of the world, many marriages end in divorce here. Women get to keep most of the possessions, including tents and animals, as well as custody of all children. That means a divorced man has to return home to his mother. Surprisingly enough, there is no shame associated with divorce. Families often throw their daughters divorce parties to let other men know she is available again. Prenuptial agreement is also a common thing in the Tuareg society. Beautiful verses of poetry are produced by men of the Tuareg community in efforts to woo the women, who ultimately choose whom they want to wed. The women also make poetry eulogizing the men. There's a high romance in adultery, says Butler. The Tuareg tribe, who played a very significant role in camel caravan trans-Saharan trade until the 20th century, when railways and roads were introduced by colonialism, are known by anthropologists across the world for their progressive, women-centric practices. Today, however, this seems to be changing slowly. Facing the threat of ISIS in southwestern Libya and that of rising Boko Haram in Mali, Niger, and Nigeria, several Tuaregs have aligned themselves with extremist Islamic groups. And in this, their liberal culture is shifting For instance, women have started wearing the hijab, which they claim is a fashion statement, but Butler has her doubts. It makes me very sad you can see the regression, she said. With a population of an estimated 1 million people scattered across different parts of Northern Africa, the Tuareg tribe traditions represent a different kind of Islam, one with liberal ideologies and positive women rights and practices, and one which seems to be slowly seeing the negative effects of creeping ISIS and Boko Haram Islamic fundamentals. Y'all that work over here, y'all. I'm looking. Let's deal with it. I see you, Suits. I know what you want me to do. I know you want me to hit that Moroccan one. I got you. After this,
when the Portuguese explorers arrived along the east coast of Africa, they found the shore from Sofala in present-day Mozambique to Somalia occupied by a chain of Arab Swahili settlements, strongly Africanized by centuries of contact with the Bantu-speaking people. They traded with the Africans who brought gold and ivory from the hinterland. They were at first cautious about their interest in slaves. The Portuguese almost at once identified Sofala with the gold-rich biblical land of Ophir. They built a fortress along this coast in 1505 with the intent on monopolizing trade. In order to accomplish this, the Portuguese first tried to bypass the Arabs and the large number of Swahili-speaking people and deal directly with the Africans. Fortunately for the Portuguese, their arrival in East Africa occurred during a time when intertribal rivalries prevailed. Some of the great city-states along the coast were in decline. A number of powerful trading families were torn apart by internal disputes. Later, when the first strategy proved inadequate, the Portuguese took full advantage of this lack of unity to gain a great measure of control. They supported the sultans of Malindi against the most powerful rulers of Mombasa in the 16th century. And in the next century, they helped the Princess of Faza, another of the coastal city-states, against their pet Apata neighbors. The main effect of the Portuguese on East Africa was destructive and negative. They built forts, churches, and homes for themselves, while literally declaring war on all local institutions. But they could not govern the coast after the East Africans had turned against them. The traditional rulers still controlled the city-states, and it was largely a matter of political expediency that some of them acknowledged the sovereignty of the Portuguese. The external Muslim powers, such as the Turks and the Oman Arabs, did not even go that far. What can be said of the Portuguese can also be said with the varying degree of all East African invaders. East Africa, more than any other part of Africa, was preyed upon by one invader after the other for well over 1,000 years. All these invaders took more from East Africa than they gave. The modern history of East Africa is the history of the people trying to recover from the after effects of invaders and build or rebuild indigenous institutions. At the beginning of the 18th century, Portuguese pressure was lessened, but not out of any benevolence. The Portuguese were in serious trouble in other areas of the world, and they did not have the forces that were necessary to maintain their old power connections in East Africa. The divide and rule tactics that had worked so well from them in the early years of the expansion were no longer dependable. Some of their puppets now had power ambitions of their own. Like in East Asia, their presence was being seriously challenged. In the New World, the original settlers of Brazil were questioning the authority of a mother country while still demanding more slaves. To the Portuguese, East Africa was only one part of their global design. They extracted both gold and slaves from the coastal states and did not try to occupy all of them. For a number of years, Mombasa Island off the coast of modern-day Kenya was their major stronghold in East Africa, along with their neighboring Fort Jesus. The relative security the Portuguese had known along the East Coast was first upset in 1649 by the emergence of the Oman leader, Nasir ibn Mushid, who had a navy strong enough to challenge the Portuguese at sea. The Mombasa Chronicles record that the inhabitants of the city made an appeal to Sultan Ibn Said, who became ruler of Oman in 1649. In 1652, vessels from the Sultan's fleet raided Zanzibar. 150 miles south, a number of Portuguese settlers, including several Augustinian fathers, were killed. As a result of a poorly planned expedition, the following year, the Queen of Zanzibar was driven off the island by the Sultan forces, who joined with distant locals. A Portuguese official who was responsible for the defense on the island claimed that he rescued 400 Christians and saved them from being captured by the Arabs. For the next 40 years, the revolts against the Portuguese rule continued, mainly in the city-states. The city of Pet was in a state of perpetual revolt. In the punitive expeditions against this city, the Portuguese had the assistance of some East African communities that felt threatened by the strength and military prowess of a small and powerful trading city-state like Pet. The king of Faza, who ruled another martyrdom on the island, considered the ruling family of Pet to be his hereditary foe. In 1687, a former king of Pet crossed the Indian Ocean to the Portuguese colony of Goa and offered many concessions in exchange for assistance in his attempt to regain his throne. His most attractive offer was to allow the Portuguese to erect a church at Pet and convert Muslims and pagans without hindrance. When this king returned to Pet, escorted by a squadron of Portuguese ships, he found that an Arab fleet from the Persian seaport of Muscat had anticipated his actions and was ready to forestall him and his allies. The greater damage to the king's pride was in the discovery that his former subjects had turned against him. The Portuguese were not strong enough to fight the Arabs, nor could they protect the king. There was no choice for them but to take refuge in Mombasa. For the remainder of the 17th century, the Portuguese in East Africa would have no rest from conflict. Their African allies would fare no better.
You heard that. That's when the Portuguese got around that old corner and came on up in the East Africa. And them Arabs was like, nah, son. Let me do this one time for Sute.
By sending one of the most shameful and far-reaching tragedies of the Moroccan occupation was the attempted destruction of the intellectual life of a nation. The attack on the University of Sankore in Timbuktu and the exile of its black scholars was an act of inexcusable arrogance. Moroccan troops and their white mercenary leaders literally declared war on all institutions and intellectuals. In 1594, the great scholar Ahmad Baba was exiled to Morocco. He had been the last chancellor at Sankore. Ahmad Baba was the author of more than 40 books in Arabic, ranging from the Arabic grammar to astronomy. His life is a brilliant example of the range and depth of West African intellectual activity before the colonial era. With the loss of all its scholars, businessmen, judges, and men of religion, the light of knowledge and education went out in the Western Sudan. Moroccan soldiers robbed the houses of valuables, including maps and manuscripts containing the history of Western Sudan. Revolts against the invaders and further suppressions that followed worsened matters, as did internal revolts among the subject people. The royal family that the Moroccans found on the throne of Songhai was still trying to save the country from the worst aspects of invaders' wrath. Ishak II had been banished because of his opposition. His brother, Muhammad Gail, became the next Askir. He pledged allegiance to the Sultan of Morocco, but the Moroccans did not completely trust him. Nevertheless, during the Great Famine of 1592, they were forced to rely heavily on him for their food supplies. Mahmoud Abin Surgeon, the governor, asked the new Askir to prove his loyalty by sending the much-needed food to the Moroccan army. The Muhammad Gayo did a good faith. He ordered all the crops of the Hausa side of the river to be cut and brought to the Moorish camp. Then Pasha Mahmud Ibn Surgeon chose to test his loyalty again. He asked Muhammad Gayo to call the local kings and men of affairs to swear obedience to the Sultan of Morocco. This was done, and the assembled men were murdered without warning. Muhammad Gayo now knew that none of the Moroccans could be trusted. He continued to go through the motions of being their puppet while passing information to his rebel brother, Askia Nu. Nu had not accepted Moroccan rule. He was an astute leader and a fighter. Some of the fragmented army of Songhai rallied around him and helped to keep up continued harassment on the enemy army. The people of Songhai, in defiance of the Moroccan overlords, declared him Askia and said that they would obey no other ruler. He was wise enough to avoid giving his enemies a chance to open battle. The hills, swamps, and thick bush of Borgu, a region in northern Nigeria, became his encampment. He attacked the Moroccan outposts at night and withdrew to the forests and the hills. The people of Borgu did not particularly like the army of Songhai, which at previous times had conquered them, but they united and fought with Askia Nu because they hated the Moroccans still more, and like the people of Songhai wanted to drive out the Moroccans. The pressure and the harassment inflicted to Askia Nu forced Muhammad Ibn Surgeon to turn once more to the Sultan of Morocco for help. He complied that the tsetse fly was killing his horses and that disease and bad food and water were causing many deaths among his men. The Sultan sent more soldiers and supplies and continued to wait for the treasures and gold that he had long expected. At the end of the 2 years, Mahmud Imam Surgeon had neither large amounts of gold nor news of great success to send to his Sultan. He was forced to give up the fight against Askia Nu for a while, and he returned to Timbuktu. There he faced more disappointments. The people living in Timbuktu had rebelled against the Moorish guard left to hold the city. The troublesome Tuaregs were raiding the Niger Valley again. Ibn Surgeon, now an angry and frustrated man, suspected that the educated people were the cause of the rebellions, and he conceived a plan to punish them further. An announcement was made that all the homes in the town would once again be searched for weapons, except the houses belonging to the descendants of the revered local Cadi, which meant, in effect, the houses of the educated class. Hearing this, the rest of the citizenry took their values to the unexpected houses for safekeeping. Then the Pasha ordered all the holy men descended to go to the great mosque of Sankor to swear obedience to the Sultan of Morocco. Only after the group had gathered at the mosque did they discover the governor's very cunning plan. These men, who had lived in comfort most of their lives, were put in chains and sent together with their wives and children across the desert to Morocco to be sold as slaves. Few of them survived the journey. Mahmud Ibn Surgeon derived no benefit for his cruelty. Soon he was once again in trouble with the Sultan of Morocco. Out of all the vast riches that had last obtained from the rape of Timbuktu and other major cities in Songhai, he had sent the Sultan only 100,000 mithals of gold. Though this was a large amount, the Sultan thought that it should be much larger. In his anger, he decided that he could no longer trust Ibn Surgeon. After ordering that he be arrested and put to death, the Sultan sent another governor. The news reached Mahmud Ibn Surgeon before the new governor, Mansur Abdul Rahimi, arrived. He left Timbuktu and decided to risk more honorable fate and continue fight against his old enemies, Askia Nu. Mahmud Ibn Surgeon met his death in the city of Zaria, located in present-day northern Nigeria. Over the years, Moroccan pashas were either poisoned or forced to leave the Sudan after failing to bring the area under control. The first contingent of invaders from Morocco who were still in the Sudan chose to elect their own officers. Some had married into the local population and had local lordships. Some had fought fiercely among themselves over the control of what was left in Songhai. In certain ways, this condition would still prevail when the French arrived in this area during the later part of the 19th century. Facts. Moroccan invasion. I should have went here first, then came there. So you could have heard how they came in Songhai with all that old beef.
That's the craziness. But that one that I got to like 2 minutes.
The Jabini Bash is considered to be the most powerful of all Mende makers. It appears both at the final ceremony of the Poro initiation process for a son of the paramount chief and also at the coronation or funeral of a paramount chief. Because of its power, women are made to stand far back from Jabini, and if a woman accidentally touches it, she must be anointed with medicine immediately. The Jabini wears a large leopard skin, which indicates its association with the paramount chief. The flat, round headpiece resembles the chief's crown. The headpiece is constructed of animal hide, stretched over a bamboo framework, and the hide is decorated with cowrie shells and in black, white, and red strips of cloth that are worked into a geometric pattern. At the center is a round mirror, several flaps that are similarly decorated hang down from the base of the headpiece and overlap the cape, which covers much of the wearer's torso.
Y'all didn't catch that. Yeah, man. Don't mess with the Mossy. Then when you get done with the Mossy, come on over here and mess with Kofi Pieside. But y'all thought I was gonna let y'all get out of here without knowing, you know, I mean, representing for the home team. We're in the building. A lot of work. You know what I'm saying? Presentation after presentation after presentation after study after book review after book review after book review after interview after interview after interview. Like we doing the work. So, you know what I'm saying? Like we putting the presentations together. We're presenting the information. We're using correct methodology. We're answering research questions. We're telling you why we're doing what we're doing. We're acting it all out. Look. So earlier, John and Beatty had came up in a discussion with Pastor, right? And he tried to make it seem like he was introducing them Beatty to us. And then he went back to a quote that was posted from the Mossy on December 20th. But he just don't know that's a repost from a post I did 2 years ago that I put on the Mossy Warrior Clan channel. And I actually can show that in my memories. But I didn't want to say all of that on air, boy. It's on air now. But I didn't want to say all that in the discussion. However, 9 months ago, Kofi did a presentation regarding the late ancestor because he had transitioned. And you can find that on here and you actually can deal with it from there. You know what I mean? We always want to remain centered in our in all of our studies. You know, we got the Malinke drummer on our team. You know what I'm saying? When we dealing with T'Challa and Bungara. Right, we got Sutek. I done passed him up where he beating on the Moors all the time. Not even that others. You know what I mean? Kofi. You know, Satepara Mariamet. You know what I'm saying? Chris. Right. We got everybody in the building doing their things. So we got a bunch of information over here as well that we've done a lot of presentations on. You know what I'm saying? So don't go cherry picking for little stuff. Go look at the overall body of work. It's going to take you months, if not years, because there's a lot of stuff. Carter G. Wilson. Fred. Look at that. Back to back. Boom, boom, boom. Come on, man. So it ain't, you know, we get into West African history and culture. We get into African American history and culture. We get into all aspects of that. You know what I'm saying? We got a bunch of stuff going back 3 years worth of work, body of work on our channel. You know, so it wasn't no, we just started doing something and going on and on from there. See Kofi dealing with the Homestead Act and all of that, medical apartheid mess, and some misrepresentation out of that actual book. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. We got the Jagam, we got all of that, right? You know, we don't have nothing under no 10 minutes on here though. So we should be clipping up a lot of stuff and bringing that information to you, but we try to give you at least an hour worth of some good information and heavy resources that you actually can take back with you. You know what I mean? Also, you can go to Kofi Pieside TV. Yeah. It's your book. It's your book. Kids books. Volume 1, 2, kids books. From cocaine to consciousness. As I learn, we all learn. Spiritual combat. And our quiz and educational cards. All right there. So we doing our part. We trying to wake people up, educate our people, man, and help them do everything that they can to reacclimate themselves and know. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't talking over here on this side. We producing. And we did all these books and all this right here in the middle of a pandemic. This is our body of work from last year. That's outside of all the presentations and all the other stuff that we done did. Out of the presentations and all of that, we done did all of that, and we done did this. You know what I'm saying? And we done did this. We ain't just talking about it, yo. Like, people just, like, say certain things and then come up with stuff and assume certain things, but you really don't even really know who you're dealing with. You're dealing with a group of, you're dealing with brothers who actually put in the work, right? Trying to liberate, trying to create business ventures, trying to do all of these things. Like, we doing this all on the low. We ain't on the biggest platforms, and we ain't got people worshiping us and so on and so forth. Like, we really doing our thing. Like, I need to get them shorts though, for real. So we've been doing all of that, and it's been going on for, of course, quite some time. And we just been landing the cut, trying to earn our respect. You know what I mean? We like to offer products and services to our customers. So if you want to support, man, the FamilyConnectApparel.com, KofiPiesideTV.com. You know what I'm saying? Like, when we get to it, we get to it. And we still got more work to go. Still got more work to go. We done been on Kip and Chill Her show. I done been on Dr. Ma'a's show. You know what I'm saying? And I had a conversation with this brother Kidi Awadu, talking the vaccine talk over there with Kidi Awadu. I done been on Kevin Chill Herd, Science Spill. I done been on Chill Herd's show a couple times. Me, Unc, and a doctor right there getting it in. Dr. Benita Cole. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So we having these discussions with doctors. When you go back over on the Pseudo Killers and you look, you see uploaded an hour video where we dealt with this brother, Louis Jefferson, and I forgot the doctor's name, y'all. There she go, Metacivil Solomon. We dealt with them, and this lady a doctor, this dude, they got like a therapeutic place, and we talking that vaccine talk with them. You know what I mean? We doing what we're supposed to do. We're trying to educate our community. We're trying to help uplift and move the community. We're trying to make sure that people get the right information and everything else. Yeah, Amadi, you see it. Yeah, you see it, Amadi. Don't even play with me, yo. But a large body of our work is in between there, and it's just doing all of this and publishing books. And you see all the journals and stuff on my page right here. All this stuff was some stuff to, continue the conversation with the pastor, right? You know, people want to get in that. It's development and present impact. Like I read journals and stuff like that. So, you know, you ain't saying I slick to a can of oil, you know what I mean? Like, I'm well aware. You know, I want to put when the blacks were first brought to the New World, they were given instructions in the Christian religion. When the blacks were first brought to the New World, they were given instruction in the Christian religion. At first, there was no agreement with respect to this matter, for some believed that it would be a source of discontent and restlessness on the part of the slaves if they became Christians. Eventually, however, it was determined that such instruction would not be a threat to the community, in spite of the fact that, for one, to be a Christian and a slave at the same time was held by some to be an attainable status. It is anomalous that whites who maintain belief in the principles of Christianity should teach other human beings those principles while holding them in abject slavery. It is also a matter of wonder that these slaves could accept the religion of their masters as freely as they did. The explanation may be found in the fact that the Christian faith was a religion which offered salvation and spiritual security to all persons, regardless of their status in life. The blacks accepted wholeheartedly this particular aspect of Christian religion, and in doing so, recognized that those who taught them this religion did not always practice it themselves. This gave rise to the line in one in the well-known spiritual ritual, which says, "I got shoes, you got shoes. All gods chilling got shoes. When I get to heaven, I'm gonna put on my shoes." But everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. When they repeat this last line, they definitely had it in mind. The white masters, who in all too many instances exercised great cruelty over their slaves, even though these slaves were their fellow Christians. In general, the Negro spirituals represented one of the most significant aspects of the Negro life in America. The songs of sorrow, love, and hope, to use James Weldon Johnson's designation, were the product of the total frustration and striving of the slaves. As Johnson put it, while they sang these songs, their spirits nightly floated free. Though still their hands, they felt the change. From the sociological viewpoint, the spirituals represent, along with the Fraser calls the invisible church, a basis of unity for Black community. John Lovell sums it up succinctly when he says that the Negro analyzed and synthesized his life in his song and sayings. In hundreds of songs called spirituals, he produced an epic cycle, and in as every such instance, he concealed theirs the deepest thoughts and the ideas, his hard finished plans and hopes and dreams. The exploration of the songs for their social truths present a tremendous problem. It must be done. For as in the kennel and the inland lies the genius of the Greeks, so in the kennel of the spiritual lies the genius of the American Negro. Yep. Yeah. Let me get to something real quick. White critics, Black defenders. Some of the harshest criticisms of the Black church in this period came from the white intellectuals, some of whom were critical of religion, generally of the Black religion in particular. In these cases, as with the Darrow incident, African-American intellectuals and religious leaders who were themselves critical of some aspect of Black religion nonetheless vigorously defended the church against these attacks. In 1927, Kelly Miller, who counted Darrow, also debated the question of whether Christianity handicapped Black progress with F.V. Calverton, editor of the Modern Quarterly. Calverton attacked Black Christians as naive, with Miller once again defending Black religious faith itself, and not just the church as an institution, as politically necessary, especially in the absence of alternative or substitute. Like Gandhi of India, Miller argued the Negro must employ passive moral resistance until he is able to match power with power. Other white intellectuals also point criticism at African-American religion and churches. H.L. Meckham, who opposed religion generally, wrote an essay in 1931 for Opportunity magazine in which he characterized Black Christianity as extraordinarily stupid, ignorant, barbaric, preposterous, arguing that it rested on the teachings of the moron Negro theologians, who were bold and insatiable parasites. In this case, the Reverend Adam Clayton Powell responded by remaining Meccan that the Black church was the only church that was persistently opposed lynching, and that the Negro pulpit is the only pulpit that the unceasingly preached the brotherhood of man. But Powell also agreed with Meccan's assessment that there were too many Black churches and that too many of its leaders were in fact parasites. It's a good one too. W.B. Du Bois, Interpreting Religion and the Problem of the Negro Church. You know, you see that early in another work, but you know, kind of go through it with that. Yeah. Let me stop sharing over here, yo. And I'm gonna end the Pseudo Killers. I'm gonna end the Pseudo